Chapter 1. I became a deep-sea creature. When I opened my eyes, I was underwater. For a moment, I wondered if I'd died and gone to heaven, but then I felt the liquid flowing around my body. The problem was that I had no human arms, no legs, no face. I was a tiny creature. Yet I still retained memories of my previous life, and although my body was no bigger than a bean, my brain was disproportionately large. I was nothing more than drifting debris. No arms, no legs, just floating along, filtering nutrients suspended in the water to feed myself. I had no special organs, the hole in my body served as both mouth and anus. This creature me, Yul, could hardly endure the horror of the situation. In despair, I cried out to whatever absolute being had cast me into this world. Status window. P. Unknown code dash equals SP, F, D. Tiltident case flowed cade melt zoomet go ekdixums extoder cadentident flixlick unknown reglared vagil jadenslek. What the hell is this? A real status window had appeared. But all I could see were the words unknown. Should I even call this seeing? Yul quickly realized it wasn't visual at all, some other sense was mixed in. There was nothing he could do but keep floating in the water. And in that long stretch of time, he thought. In his previous life on Earth, Yul had died in his late 20s from leukemia, achieving nothing. And now, upon opening his eyes, he found himself turned into some unknown creature in some unknown place. He'd fallen into a world with no comforts, no culture. Had some absolute being thrown him into a game or a novel? Maybe. But questioning it was meaningless. What mattered was that he could die here, too. Would he just keep drifting until some predator swallowed him whole? He didn't want that. He was afraid. If he died here, it might really be the end. Yul wanted to escape that terror. He didn't want to die again, having achieved nothing, like in his previous life. He struggled desperately. At first, he couldn't do anything. But as Yul kept absorbing organic matter, he slowly became able to move. He could flutter what he thought might be his left, or right, side. Those fluttering parts gradually turned into something like fins. Yul thought of the dorsal fins on a cutlass fish. As soon as he imagined having such fins on both arms, he felt his limbs changing. Evolution complete. Next evolution % and $% and 1/10. A status window floated before him. He didn't even have to look, he could tell. So, if he absorbed organic matter, he'd gain evolution points and be able to select his next evolution from the status window. Seeing this gave Yul a spark of hope. At the very least, he might avoid drifting helplessly like a jellyfish, only to be eaten and turned into nutrients. He had to evade that fate. And he needed sensory organs. He figured his body was basically a round lump with fins at either edge. A large hole sat in the center of his body. When a drifting organic matter entered, it was broken down inside his body and stored as experience points. He didn't know whether he looked cute or grotesque, but the real problem was that he still had no sensory organs at all. Required experience. 2/10. I ate something. I had no idea what it was, but food was drifting in the water. Its distribution varied depending on the area. So Yul began moving his fins toward where there was more of it. Wriggle, wriggle. He couldn't actually hear the sound, but he imagined that's what it would feel like. After drifting and consuming organic matter for some time, Yul finally evolved eyes. Required for evolution % and $10. 10/10. Give me eyes. Part of his brain shifted and transformed, and soon, eyes formed. They protruded, and at last, he could see ahead. But there was a problem. I can't see anything. It was far too dark, nothing but endless blackness. Out of habit from his human days, he had thought to evolve eyes so he could see. That had been a mistake. Still, At least he had confirmed that this place really was dark. Evolution complete. Until next evolution. 1/20. The problem was that the required experience had doubled. Yul realized his ability, evolution, would become more and more difficult to achieve as time went on. He would have to choose carefully only evolving organs that were truly necessary. Huh? Did I just get bigger? Yul felt his body had grown slightly, and it really did seem so. Perhaps his body expanded with each evolution. Or maybe not. Before, he had been nothing but a microscopic speck, but now he was about the size of a fish, no bigger than the tip of a thumb. Eat. Eat again. Eat and eat and eat. Yul continued consuming the floating lumps of organic matter until a thought occurred to him. Why is there so much food here? He didn't know the reason, but this place was rich with organic matter, and experience points accumulated easily. Still, even if he hadn't seen one yet, there could be competitors. If there were food, there would be others eating it. While thinking such things, and filling up his experience bar, Yul suddenly ran into something. A wall. His vision was too dim to be certain, but what lay ahead was indeed a wall. Thump. Thump. He tried ramming into it hard, wondering if it was glass, but instead he bounced back with a soft, rubbery resistance. He had no idea what it was. For now, he kept eating until he filled the experience needed for his second evolution. 20/20. I need senses. At that moment, something surfaced before Yul's eyes. Although his eyes could barely distinguish light from darkness, the very existence of visual organs made the status window appear far more clearly. Currently available sensory organs. 1. Electromagnetic sensor. 2. Ultrasonic organ. 3. Chemoreceptive tactile receptor. 4. Locked. Yul froze for a moment. Somehow, he knew what those were. The electromagnetic sensor, that was the organ sharks had in their snouts. Sharks could detect the faintest traces of blood from afar or locate prey nearby, all thanks to electromagnetic perception. Ultrasonic organs were what dolphins and whales used. And the chemoreceptive tactile receptor was like the suction cups on an octopus's tentacles, an organ that combined both taste and touch. Taste wasn't what he needed right now. Survival came first. He hesitated between the electromagnetic sensor and the ultrasonic organ, then decided. An ultrasonic organ could cover a wider range. Ultrasonic organ it is. Stage 2 evolution complete. Until next evolution. 1/40. Immediately, he felt his perception expand dramatically. This ultrasonic organ was set to both emit and receive sound. The instant Yul released an ultrasonic wave, the vibrations reverberated throughout the entire space around him. The reflected waves came back, and he could sense them with delicate precision echolocation. Whoa! The sudden flood of this completely new sense left Yul stunned. Back when he was human, had he ever truly heard ultrasonic? No. It had always been a vague concept, far beyond the range of audible sound. And now it was directly pouring into his brain. In this sense, he explored the wider space around him and realized he was inside something like a complex cave system. All the surrounding walls felt soft, spongy, and almost fleshy. Should I take a look around? He kept eating whatever organic matter he found while beginning a proper exploration. He still had no idea what exactly he was consuming, but at least now he could sense his surroundings. As he mapped the area with ultrasonic, building a three-dimensional image in his mind, Yul was struck with a strange familiarity. He'd seen this before, somewhere. In a science class, maybe. The memory wouldn't quite surface. Perhaps his brain had shrunk so much that his thinking ability had shrunken with it. But as he kept eating and his body grew, the memory finally clicked. It looks like an animal's small intestine. Or maybe the large intestine. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was he inside the body of some animal? Status window. Now that his intelligence had improved, the status code that had once flickered and broken finally displayed properly. Xenoia. This is a creature of the Turbellaria class, roughly a cousin of the planarian. However, it has been included under an unknown evolution rule. Turbellaria? So. I'm one of those squirmy worms. A parasite. Yul wanted to smack himself in the head. He had thought he was some jellyfish-like creature, but a parasite, living inside an animal's body. I'm a worm. But not an ordinary worm. He still had human knowledge from his past life. He could gain experience, evolve his body, and even view a status window. They called this the evolution rule. Yul scrolled his vision downward to read the rest of the status window's description. Evolution status, Stage 3. Fins, ganoid scale. Primitive eyes. Ultrasonic organ. Creature traits. Deep-sea creature, can adapt to deep-sea environments. Evolutionary diversity, can produce mutations easily. Inheritance, locked. Authority, locked. Awakening, locked. Ascension, locked. Why are so many things locked? One thing was certain, unlocking the locked features in this status window would probably make him stronger. For now, Yul focused on surviving and eating. His goal was simple: evolve to the next stage and upgrade his biological components. He continued evolving, increasing his stage. At stage 4, he acquired a new organ, a mouth. Acquired protruding snout. Evolution complete. Until next evolution. 1/80th. Now, he could freely move his mouth to consume food. Previously, he had been sucking in organic matter through a simple hole in his body, very inefficient, but with a snout, he could now move jaws and lips. He still had no tongue or teeth, but that alone greatly improved his feeding efficiency. So that's why a mouth is necessary. Yul began to feel that he was slowly looking less like a jellyfish and more like a fish. He still had no tail fin and swam slowly, but his feeding efficiency steadily increased. However, the higher experience requirements meant he couldn't evolve again immediately. This is closer to biological modification than evolution. Normally, evolution occurs as species die out and natural selection preserves certain traits. But Yul, reborn, was able to determine the direction of his evolution at will. His heart raced. My body's growing. If this keeps up, I could become an incredibly powerful sea creature. A kraken? A blue whale. If he set his evolutionary path wisely, maybe one day he could even become human again, though that would only be after surviving here. As he kept feeding and growing, an immense vibration suddenly shook him. What is? The vibration was so intense that it felt like the world was tearing apart. Immediately after the vibration, the wall split open, and he felt new water. Yul realized that the creature he was parasitizing had died, and its body had ruptured. It's dead. Then, what happens to me now? Following that, a terrifying current was felt. An immense pressure pulled Yul away. Aiaiaiaic. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Ascension. I felt dizzy to the extreme and lost consciousness. In the brief moment I lost awareness, I had somehow ended up outside. Yul guessed this was the outside because the water here was different from the water inside the creature. Inside the creature, the temperature had been warm, but here it was slightly cooler. And there were faint glimmers of light scattered around. Thanks to the mysterious light, his vision finally gained some strength. What is this? There lay a gigantic corpse. Its size was impossible to estimate. A massive form sprawled like a mountain, and blood had spread around it like a fountain. Whatever had killed this enormous creature had disappeared without a trace. Yul moved his fins and emitted ultrasonic waves at the same time. The echoes came only from the floor, the rest dispersed far and wide, vanishing somewhere in the distance. So, this is the very bottom of the deep sea. A chill ran down his spine. He had seen the deep-sea creature trait on his status window, but he had never expected the environment to actually feel like the deep ocean. Could I even become human here? He wanted to, because he had been human in his previous life, but in an environment like this, such a goal was a dream, a luxury. He didn't even know if humans existed in this world at all. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw that in the darkness, some things were glowing. He waved his fins toward the lights and discovered countless worms of a similar species. Jellyfish? No, these are the same species as me. He instinctively knew. These were other Zenoia that had been parasitizing the body of the mountain-sized fish. Interestingly, while their bodies were similar, each had different traits. Some had developed fins like Yul and moved around, others emitted light from their bodies. Those that glowed could use the light to identify objects in their surroundings. Are Zenoia naturally this diverse in evolutionary traits? Yul felt inspired observing their evolutionary forms. The idea of generating light from his own body, it was something he had never even considered when he had been human. Of course, it had been impossible then. Wait, is it okay to produce light in the deep sea? He recalled hearing that anglerfish use bioluminescence to lure prey. A shiver ran down his spine as he emitted another round of ultrasonic waves. Something appeared on the echolocation network. What, a human? He thought he saw a human figure, but no. Their lower halves were shaped like fish. Mermaids. Is this world already a fantasy? Or perhaps it's an extreme future where they are a species of mutated humans. Then he realized the timing of the mermaid's appearance was suspicious. The enormous fish had just died, and the mermaids appeared immediately afterward. He discarded any thought that these beings would be cooperative. Yul moved quickly, hiding his body between the cracks of the floor stones. Perhaps they had organs capable of detecting ultrasonic waves as well. Yul knew nothing about these mermaids. After a moment, the mermaids swarmed in. The problem was that their appearance was quite different from what Yul had imagined. Where a human's eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was a helmet-like covering smooth like the visor of a racing helmet, a single large scale. Their torsos were clad in a garment of densely packed scales. Men and women of all ages gathered, collecting the Zenoia that were sprawled on the floor. Wow! It's glowing. There's a lot of glowing ones this cycle. For some reason, Yul could understand their words. Pick out only the glowing ones. Throw away anything with legs or fins. Ugh, this one has 8 legs. Gross. Give me the cute ones. However, this did not mean they were friendly towards Yul. Squish. The deep-sea mermaids crushed a fin Zenoia with their hands. I'm screwed. Discard all the unusual ones. We can't even eat Zenoia, since they just squirm alive in our stomachs. Mom, even this tiny one is glowing. What should we do? Take it? Even the small ones can be raised if they glow. Yul realized that his species, the Zenoia, was being treated like an entire family picking clams in a mudflat, and he was the clam. There was no kinship at all between him and them, but he could painfully feel that, from their perspective, he was just part of the harvest. Yul was prey. Dad. There's one hiding in this crack. There's a way for that. Just sprinkle this powder. A few Zenoia hiding in the rock crevices were drawn out. Even hiding in cracks is useless, huh? Yul checked his experience points. Current experience. 70/80ths. He was painfully short. While inside a host, organic matter was everywhere, and he could feed carelessly, but now, doing so would get him spotted by the mermaids. Please, don't come this way. But contrary to his hope, a small individual was heading straight for him. Though young, its face was covered in scales, revealing nothing. Probably a juvenile. And it was moving toward the crevice where Yul was hiding. Is there one hiding here? Yul chose the only option he could, sending out a long ultrasonic wave. The deep-sea mermaid flinched at the sensation. Huh? What was that? Was that the language of the Deep King's tribe? What are you talking about? Didn't you just feel that? Feel what? That's strange. Was the sound too faint? While they paused, Yul slipped into another rock crevice. Luckily, the mermaid didn't detect him. A short while later, their gathering seemed finished. An elderly-looking mermaid, with a long beard beneath a helmet, called out. All of this. Everything is thanks to the grace of sea god Kydron. Now, let us offer a prayer of thanks. A prayer to Lord Kydron. A soft, ritualistic sound spread. The frequencies were outside Yul's range of comprehension, but he could feel something resonating far away. What is that? He saw an overwhelming, enormous, elongated shape. It looked like a giant eel, but its size far exceeded the creature Yul had been inside. A creature of this size shouldn't exist. That was his first thought. The being called the sea god listened briefly to the mermaid's song, then disappeared somewhere. And the mermaids vanished as well. Damn, that was close. How could there be so many disaster-level creatures? Yul realized one thing immediately: he had to increase his body size. After all, he was only about the size of a mermaid's finger joints. After the disaster passed, this place became a paradise for the surviving Zenoya. Yul inspected the corpse he had been parasitizing. Up close, it felt like a carp magnified hundreds of times. The deep-sea mermaids harvesting it had stripped it clean, not a single piece of flesh or scale remained. They even collected the bones. Yul absorbed the leftover organic matter from the fragments. The flesh that had fallen as powder wasn't of interest to the mermaids, so it became nourishment for him. Once he gathered all the experience points, he thought, I need a weapon. A powerful weapon capable of cutting through everything. A weapon. Currently available attack evolutions. Teeth. Tentacles. Spines. What, that's it? While his sensory organs could expand rapidly, his attack options were pitifully limited. Reluctantly, he generated teeth. They were tiny, proportionate to his Zenoya size, but at least they existed. As soon as he selected it, his body reconfigured itself, and the teeth appeared, his first weapon. Stage 5 Evolution. Final evolution for current species completed. Your current lifespan. Remaining, 30 days. What? He had a lifespan? He had been relieved to escape the mermaids, but he hadn't imagined that the Zenoya species' lifespan was already almost up. My goodness. He recalled watching a documentary on Earth. The northern short-tailed shrew would starve to death in just 3 hours without food. Zenoya, while it can evolve quickly, cannot live long. Half despairing, Yul noticed a glowing window labeled Ascension. Ascension. Conditions for species ascension unlocked. Consume same species, 1/10. Defeat a stronger creature, 0/1. After ascension, you can evolve into a different species. Becoming another species increases the available evolutions and renews your lifespan, but requires more experience points. Changing species. Upon careful observation, Yul realized he had misunderstood so far. He had assumed he could keep evolving indefinitely, but there were stages. Each species had a limited number of evolutions. Once those were exhausted, it could no longer grow stronger. To evolve further, one had to metamorphose into a completely different species and undergo a new set of evolutions. After completing that, one could ascend to yet another species. So that's why I'm included in the evolution rule. Becoming a completely different organism. Yul was on a path unlike any ordinary creature. Perhaps one day, he might even become human again. But that's not something to think about yet. To meet the ascension conditions, Yul surveyed the Zenoya scattered around him. All had been ravaged by the mermaid calamity, their bodies far from normal. Well, at least surviving a disaster makes life manageable. Even devouring a Zenoia with half its legs torn off filled his predation quota. He didn't feel guilty about consuming his own species. Zenoia were tiny, rat-brained worms with diverse traits. They weren't even thinking of each other as the same species. While feasting on the broken Zenoia, he spotted something else. A shrimp. If bald eagles are land scavengers, shrimp are the cleaners of the sea. Somehow, dozens of blue-backed shrimp appeared and began feeding on the dead Zenoia. These blue shrimp were about twice his size, and their claws looked strong. One of them noticed Yul and started moving toward him. The ascension condition said I have to defeat a stronger creature. It was twice the size, and its claws were bigger. But Yul charged without hesitation. He opened his sharp teeth and struck from above, aiming straight down. He dodged the extended claws with his fins. The blue shrimp hadn't attacked yet, but Yul was relentless. He bit at the back of the shrimp. The shrimp tried to counterattack, but Yul pressed from above, biting its midsection. No matter how it swung its claws, it couldn't land a hit. A counterattack from a Zenoia with human intelligence. Done. After finishing the shrimp, he realized he had fulfilled the conditions. A strange barrier enveloped him, completely separating the inside from the outside. Ascension conditions met. The path of ascension begins. Please select an option. 1. Head deeper. Descend to the depths of the seabed. The darkness calls you. Respond to its call. 2. Head shallower. Rise to higher waters to find a new path and avoid the call of the abyss. Yul immediately chose option 2. If this place was already so dangerous, he couldn't imagine what lay in the deeper abyss. You have gained 13 karma in this species' lifetime. Current creatures available for ascension based on karma. Jelly octopus, improve intelligence and perform a variety of strategic actions. Cuteness comes as a bonus. Carnivorous sea squirt, fix your body in one spot and consume large amounts of plankton. As it grows, it devours brains and spinal cords, becoming an invertebrate. Pompeii worm, possesses incredible heat resistance, able to survive in water at 100 to 120 degrees Celsius. Can easily find food near hydrothermal vents. Balloon eel, can swallow creatures larger than its own body with its huge mouth. Muscles have degenerated, but it can produce light at the tip of its tail, making hunting easy. I specifically chose to go to shallower waters, didn't I? Yet, why are they all deep-sea creatures? Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Jelly octopus. After much deliberation, Yul decided to ascend as a jelly octopus. First of all, the octopus species has high intelligence and can do many things with its tentacles, which seems advantageous for survival. Or so I thought at that time. The abilities of ordinary octopuses that live in the sea's surface layer and those of deep-sea octopuses were different. Other than its outward cuteness, it had nothing. This octopus had fins attached near the ear-like parts that could flap around, but it had no ink. Nor did it have the special octopus ability of color transformation for camouflage. Its tentacles were stubby, and except for the fact that there was a membrane between the tentacles, making swimming easier, it had no special traits. So the cuteness was just a bonus. Other than being able to endure the deep sea, it had no outstanding abilities. Ascension complete. Jelly octopus. A species of octopus that lives in the cold deep sea between about 200 m, 1,500 m. Because it rarely encounters predators, it lacks defensive functions. It is, of course, cute. Give me something other than cuteness. Wait, why would I rarely encounter enemies? I just saw a sea eel the size of a dragon god from Dragon X not long ago. As the final function of ascension, you inherit one evolution gained from evolving a previous species. Inheritance. Then the ultrasonic organ. Honestly, among the previous evolutions, the most useful was the ultrasonic organ. Without a light-emitting organ, eyes were almost useless in the dark environment of the deep sea. Evolution status, Stage 0. Creature traits. Deep sea creature, can adapt to deep sea environments. Cuteness, cute. Inheritance. Ultrasonic organ, an organ that emits weak ultrasonic waves. It can both detect and emit, making it useful for echolocation. Authority, locked. Awakening, locked. Ascension, Ascension Stage 1. Current karma, 13. This karma value seemed to have some influence on ascension. What is karma? Retribution. Perhaps it was the sum of everything done while living as this creature. Simply eating something, meeting something, and struggling to survive was not enough. If one achieved a great feat, perhaps one could accumulate more karma. For now, since he didn't know exactly about karma, he set it aside and decided to examine the octopus body. The feeling of having tentacles is really strange. The sensation of 8 legs moving separately was truly odd. Each tentacle could feel on its own, and with these tactile receptors, he could sense both taste and texture at the same time. Movement was done by using 2 fin-like wings on top of the head. At the back of the head was a nozzle-like siphon, from which water was expelled, propelling him forward. The movement speed was slow, but later, by using the tentacles to swim, it seemed it could get a little faster. Still, I guess I can save some energy. Not eating brought hunger, but because of the slow speed, the energy efficiency was high. But Yul was not reassured. He recalled the first lifespan sentence he had received after becoming a Zenoya. Since this jelly octopus was still an octopus, it would not live very long. He had to complete his evolution and finish his ascension within his given lifespan to survive. At least it won't be in units of 30 days. I think I once heard that octopuses can live up to 2 years. Wouldn't this deep-sea octopus be similar? He slowly moved away, propelling himself with bursts of water. Scattering ultrasonic waves to scan the surroundings, as expected, nothing was detected. There was a shrimp he had never seen before, so Yul approached and swallowed the shrimp whole. Experience required until next evolution. 3/200. A shrimp is worth 3 experience. If he didn't eat diligently and move diligently, it seemed dangerous. Considering that the experience doubled, he might have to spend a few months doing nothing but eating and moving. ******. A week had passed. Once he got as far away as possible from the region where the deep-sea mermaids lived, he was finally free of both the sea god and the mermaids. The deep sea was long and vast. It was a place filled only with terrifying silence. And the density of living creatures was extremely low. Yul kept repeating the cycle of eating, gaining experience, and swimming. In this world without light, how he felt the passage of time was thanks to the status window that appeared on his right. Your current lifespan. Remaining, 4 years 50 days 1 hour. This countdown to death became the motivation that made Yul diligent. At last, after continuously accumulating experience, came the wondrous first evolution. Finally, I ate enough. Yul knew he could choose the direction of his evolution, but if he strayed too far from reason, the status window would adjust it for him. For example, if he said, I want to use an incredibly powerful hydro pump, then accordingly it would respond with something like, that doesn't seem right, so here, I'll give you an evolution where you can squirt a little water, hee hee. So for the first evolution, it was speed. The deep sea was insanely vast, and the distribution of prey was terribly sparse. 200/200. Evolution conditions met. I need movement speed. 1. Improved siphon efficiency, the siphon nozzle sprays in a spiral to increase efficiency. 2. Improved muscle activity, swim faster with stronger tentacle muscles. Speed comes from strength. 3. Eyes of the deep sea fish, if detection ability increases, Won't speed be unnecessary? With modified eyes, you can detect color even in the deep sea. 4. Locked. The system even finds improvements and puts them on a list. And why does it show the locked one too? For now, more sensory organs weren't needed. Because the efficiency of ultrasonic waves was insane, he could detect almost everything. After much deliberation, he chose to improve his muscle activity. During his time as a human, his dream had been to be a gym rat. Well, not really, but if the muscles grew stronger, the tentacle strength would also grow stronger, leading to an overall improvement. Evolution complete. Improved muscle activity. Until next evolution. 1/400. Wow, the requirement is completely different. Now it seemed he had no choice but to just keep eating to raise experience. This amount is too risky to achieve with just shrimp. I need new prey. As he kept swimming around, Yul discovered something artificial for the first time. What is this? Checking the reflection of the ultrasonic waves, it looked just like a temple. Like the Parthenon temple of Greece, that kind of architecture. Could such a structure really exist this deep in the ocean? Yul even gave up on hunting for experience, moving his fins to inspect the underground structure. Flap, flap. If there had been air, it would have made that kind of sound. Arriving by swimming, he found the surroundings of the structure wrapped in a massive fence of chain material. Go away. He felt as if the structure itself was saying that. As if it was stirring the very roots of a creature, a disturbing sense of rejection was urging his body to turn back and leave. No, but I'm curious. Even so, Yul pressed forward. If he wasn't going to go in, he wouldn't have come in the first place, he would have just focused on raising his experience. Slipping neatly through a small gap between the steel chains, Yul went deeper inside. Wow! Softly glowing luminous stones were embedded in the walls. Inside the temple, numerous stone statues were scattered about, as though sculpted by an artist. Is this some kind of ultra-ancient civilization? Facing the mysterious traces of a sunken civilization, he felt a kind of thrill rising up inside. If he didn't think negatively about becoming an evolving deep-sea creature but thought positively, wasn't this freedom to explore the unknown deep sea at will? When Yul thought of himself as an explorer freely investigating the deep sea, his heart felt a little lighter. He planned to look around the temple moderately, and if nothing special appeared, then leave. While sending ultrasonic waves to examine the structure, Yul discovered something unusual. An underground passage. Coming closer and scanning the structure with ultrasonic waves again, he confirmed that quite a space was hidden below. I wonder what's down there. In the first area, there were a great many stone coffins, but most of them had their lids open and were empty. They looked like human coffins, roughly estimated at around 2 meters in size, varying with each sarcophagus. At the end of the sarcophagi stood a door adorned with dazzling multicolored jewels, leading to another section. As he looked around here and there, Yul discovered something like a cylindrical tube in front of the jewel-adorned door. These were arranged along each wall, and they strongly evoked the image of a cannon. Is this a dangerous place? Should I leave now? He planned to leave if the trap seemed too dangerous, and only look around as much as was safe. He approached the cannon and picked up a pebble that had fallen nearby, then threw it. Thud. Zing. A terrifying heat beam blasted out, instantly vaporizing the pebble, and Yul was startled in shock. What the? It's still working. At that moment, a voice rang out. Defense system activated. Checking. Integrity 99.89%. Error detected. Impurity discovered within the seal. Removal required. Huh? This isn't the status window. It wasn't the status window, something somewhere was actually operating. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yul scanned his surroundings, and then one of the sarcophagi opened, and from within, some sort of doll rose up. Guardian, 08. Remove the impurity. As the command fell, it spoke. Work again. The being stepped out from the sarcophagus, detaching the frozen liquid infusion tubes connected to its body. Yul hurriedly looked for a place to hide and wedged himself in a corner. What is this, an alien? It certainly looked like something one might call that. Its head was in the shape of a long octopus, with beard-like tendrils sprouting from its chin. Its body resembled that of a human, but its limbs were tentacles, and it wore a sleek, unknown material black robe. Now, shall I find it? As soon as the alien fiddled with the device on its arm, Yul felt something sweep over him. Crap! It wasn't an ultrasonic wave. But he realized he had been detected by something. Ah, he shouldn't have entered ruins like this. He quickly stirred his tentacles, trying to escape, but the being instantly surged forward, riding the current. A deep-sea creature? But there should definitely have been a perception-blocking spell cast here. The alien being cleaved through the water in an instant, soaring straight to cut Yul off. There was no escape. Cornered, Yul blasted out a fierce ultrasonic wave, making the being halt in its movements. He tried to flee again, but the enemy blocked his retreat. So Yul darted deeper inside instead. What lay ahead was a laser cannon set in front of the dazzling jewel-colored door. Yul pressed himself low, slipping across above the cannon. It was the tiniest hairline gap, but as long as the mouth could fit, an octopus body could slide through anywhere. The startled being tried to follow Yul, but stopped in front of the active cannon. Do you actually understand this trap is working? As Yul stopped in front of the rainbow-hued door, it kept talking. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. What do you mean? Your system just ordered you to eliminate me. Pouring a bit of wool into it, Yul let out another ultrasonic blast, and the being's two glowing eyes widened in astonishment. My name is Arktar. I'm an unfortunate, unpaid worker who ended up being chosen as a seal guardian for 1,000 years. And I have no intention of harming you. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Stone of Authority. Arktar was acting friendly, but he still couldn't be trusted. For some reason, Yul had also heard the order to eliminate within this defense system. It could very well be that he was planning to coax Yul out from the laser cannon. Can you understand what I'm saying? Ultrasonic waves are not within my audible range. But I am a magic practitioner who trains in mantras. Intentional translation is not difficult. Arktar fiddled with some sort of device and set it up beside his head. Now I can understand your little ultrasonic waves to some extent. Really? Yes. Now, can you understand that I am willing to talk and have no intention of attacking? It's hard to believe. As the guardian of this seal, I can manipulate the laser cannons you are using as a shield at any time. But I'm keeping them active so you feel safe. And besides, I do not harm cute things. At this point, it was clear that this Arktar fellow truly meant to converse. Yul, who had been squirming, slipped out again above the laser cannon. He approached Arktar, who still made no aggressive move. For the moment, he made eye contact. The eyes of this alien were flashing with a mysterious light. Small and cute creature. So precious. Must protect. Did his way of speaking just change all of a sudden? In those eyes, Yul could read part of his emotions. It felt like the sense of being healed just by looking at something cute. If he had knees, Yul would have slapped them. This was it. For some reason, even though the system had ordered Arktar to eliminate him, he really bore no hostility. You're not going to kill me. Of course not. Now, please flap your fins for me. Yul fluttered his fins back and forth. Arktar then rubbed the tentacles on his face furiously and twisted his body. Ugh. Too cute, my heart. Who would have thought that being cute could actually help? At any rate, seeing Arktar suddenly turn friendly, Yul had a question to ask. So then, where is this place? You came here without even knowing where this is. This is a sealed ground, forbidden to ordinary creatures. It has also been my post for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Well, let me tell you about it. Arctar looked like some sci-fi armed super alien come to destroy Earth, but in reality, he was sensitive and full of complaints, just like an ant you'd meet in the marketplace. Apparently, though, his species had no distinction between male and female. As for his story, it went like this: Arctar had originally been living well on his home planet, Jurgen. But one day, while drinking tea at some cafe, he was suddenly conscripted like a marine, forced into a wanna die, or wanna work, scenario and dragged here to work without pay. Yul gazed at Arctar with pitying eyes and asked, "What is kept here?" "Here lies the Stone of Authority. It holds the power of madness, one of the 7 authorities across the universe. That power was sealed here, in this sea, the Fantaratsa." Yul realized that this entire sea was called Fantaratsa. The sea is called Fantaratsa? Then, by any chance, is there land here too? Of course, there is. But deep-sea creatures like you can't go there. If you ascend, you'll die from the pressure difference. Wait, how do you even know about land in the first place? Arctar, fascinated in many ways, propped his chin as if in thought and then spoke. "If it's a small and clever being like you, it might be possible. Could you perhaps help me?" "Help with what?" "To take out the Stone of Authority." Huh? Was the Guardian seriously encouraging him to steal the very thing he was supposed to protect? Yul was so dumbfounded that he stopped speaking. Arctar pointed at the metallic device hanging around his neck and began to explain further. "I'm stuck here because of the Stone of Authority. If I leave this spot, the necklace will explode, so I've injected cryogenic fluid into my body and guarded this place for a long time in hibernation. There are 2 ways for me to escape. Either fulfill the designated term, or the Stone of Authority disappears." "What, is this a quest?" Hearing Arctar's words to retrieve the Stone of Authority, Yul hesitated. "I've never been able to leave this place, so I couldn't remove the Stone of Authority myself." "What exactly is the Stone of Authority?" "The Authority, huh? Come to think of it, the status window had an Authority tab locked. But he didn't know the condition to unlock it? Maybe getting hold of that stone would unlock the Authority. I'll explain the effect of the stone that holds the authority of madness. Once used, you'll enter a state of madness. Oh. The user's strength will surge dozens to hundreds of times beyond the body's limit. It grants tremendous power, and at the same time bestows an invincible state. With invincibility, for as long as madness lasts, no matter what happens, even if the universe is torn apart and destroyed, your durability won't be consumed. That's insane. Yul recalled something from his past life that fit the most. Wasn't this like that mustached plumber, Mr. Ma, when he ate a star? T/N he's referring to Mario of Super Mario. But is it really okay for you to betray like this? It's not even really betrayal. I don't even know if what I'm guarding is the real thing or not. What do you mean by that? A long time ago, our species' High Council created something like hundreds of millions of replicas to hide the Stone of Authority. Then they scattered them across the entire universe and placed guardians like me. So basically, to protect a dangerous relic, they mass-produced fakes and spread them all over the universe? And yeah, so the Stone of Authority here is most likely a replica. But even in a degraded state, it should still function. If you get your hands on it, you can keep it? You said you were curious about the land, right? I don't know how a jelly octopus like you would make it up to the land, but I can put the entire map of Fantaratsa into your head. How about it? After a moment's thought, Yul agreed. Great. Then I'll tell you the way. ******. Yul received the interior layout of the structure from Arctar and then headed for the second chamber. There were several reasons he accepted the request. 1. His trustworthiness rose because who would want to be a guardian, waking from hibernation every time a problem occurred for 1,000 years? 1,000 years unpaid, that's horrible. No matter how long that species lived, 1,000 years was a long time, even with a hibernation device. And the Stone of Authority was tempting. Even if it was a replica, if it retained a degraded version of the original's power, it would immediately help Yul. Also, what Yul lacked was offensive power. All the beings he'd met in the deep sea so far were monstrously strong. He could at least hunt shrimp, but he wanted some special strength to stand up to stronger predators. He didn't want to become a Zenoya again and be picked on like clams in the mudflats. Is this it? The dazzling chamber had something like a keyhole. Normally, one couldn't pass unless one had a specific mantra pattern. I'll handle all the facility's internal codes. I can squeeze through narrow spaces anyway. As a human, he'd had a mild claustrophobia, but as an octopus, he actually enjoyed squeezing through tight spots. It felt kind of like being a cat. Before they set off, Arctar cast a mantra imprint on Yul, some kind of magic. He lent a bit of his guardian authority so they could share vision and communicate in real time from a distance. Slipping through the gap revealed the second chamber. As Arctar had said, the second chamber had narrow passages and a maze-like layout. Why would such a structure have to exist? This was designed as a testing ground. It's meant to test whether a being has the destiny and qualification to take the Stone of Authority. But too many ages have passed since it was sealed. Escaping this maze would take a lot of time, but Arctar knew the locations of the entrance and exit. So Yul used every trick to pass through, squeezing through very small gaps that an ordinary creature would be unable to. Oh! Cute and smart. Arctar's speech, once again, had become strange. I'm not a pet. Even getting angry is cute. Having passed the second chamber smoothly, Yul went through another dazzling door and headed for the third chamber. In the third chamber, another guardian who protects the Stone of Authority. He's the final guardian and knight of our species, entrusted by the High Council with the noble duty of guarding one of the 7 Stones of Authority. A sarcophagus. You'll have to put in considerable effort to persuade them. Or you'd have to defeat him. But the latter is impossible, so. Sure enough, there was a sarcophagus. The problem was that the lid of the sarcophagus had been smashed. It's broken. What? That bastard abandoning his duty to guard the Stone of Power, and trying to escape before me? A wretch with not a shred of loyalty? Huh. An infuriated Arctar began to fiddle tut-tat-tat with the device on his arm. Reading the traces of magic, he smashed the sarcophagus and teleported down to the lower levels. That bastard. And he hacked the system to make the integrity read 100%. Now I'm the only one running around doing all the work. Arctar seemed furious at being left behind. So, you guys don't actually believe the Stone of Authority here is real, do you? They were all trying to run away, not guard it? Even if it was a replica, still. If it were really important, would they store it like this? If it were truly important, they wouldn't have conscripted the likes of us and dumped us at the edge of the universe, don't you think? But there's at least a chance, isn't there? If so, then we can just curse the High Council for their terrible management. That's true. Come to think of it, neither Arctar nor Yul needed to take responsibility for this. By the way, is your species numerous? To have so many of you spread out as guardians. Our species? The Kaiser number is in the hundreds of trillions across the galaxy. Yul was startled. So that was why they could snatch up 100 million guardians and scatter them across sealing grounds, because there were simply that many of them. Damn it! At the end of this chamber is the Stone of Authority. A password is required, so share the vision I show you. Once the stone of authority is gone, I'll be free too. I'll return to my home planet. All right. Though disappointed that the final guardian wasn't in the sarcophagus, he still headed toward the door. Whether it was the real stone or a replica, he would pull it out and see. Through the shared vision, he entered the sequence of strange symbols in order, and the door began to open. Once the code was complete, the inner door opened, and a chilling aura seeped out. The stone was perfectly round, glowing sky blue, with strange characters shining in its center. The moment Yul touched it with his tentacle, he felt its texture. Huh? What the? The stone of authority was being sucked into his body. He felt it burrow into his tentacle and then disappear. He searched all over himself for the stone, but it was nowhere to be found. It's done. We did it. Yahoo! The necklace is off. Arctar. Farewell, jelly octopus. I'll keep your cuteness as a memory in my photos. And I've implanted the map into your mind through the mantra engraving. Wait. Don't go. Listen to me. I'm finally going home. Teleport. No, damn it, I said don't go. The freed slave no, Guardian Arctar vanished, and Yul muttered. This stone, it doesn't feel like a replica. It feels real. Because right before his eyes, a status window had appeared. You have absorbed the stone of authority. The previously locked authority slot has been unlocked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At that moment, somewhere in the universe, the Kdazer High Council. One of the council leaders, a Kdazer with skin entirely white, opened his eyes from meditation. Yoram, answer my call. At once, someone appeared behind him. A young Kdazer, white-skinned, with strong, striking brows. Disciple Yoram, I answer your summons. One true stone of authority has been activated against impossible odds, swept into the torrent of destiny. Locate the location where it lies, and retrieve it. Yoram's eyebrows twitched. It will take a long time, Master. Even if it takes centuries, find it? Yes. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Madness. Authority. Madness, when an authorityful enemy appears, this ability activates automatically. During its duration, strength increases dozens to hundreds of times, and the user becomes invulnerable, taking no damage at all. Activation condition: after assessing the opponent's rank, if you encounter an enemy of higher rank who harbors hostile intent, it activates automatically. Cost of use: lifespan. That warrior knew neither pain nor mercy, a berserker who obliterates all that dares to stand in his path. Even with the certainty of his own destruction looming, he does not stop. Reading the text carefully, Yul realized that the stone of authority absorbed into his body wasn't a replica, but the real thing. But where the hell did that bastard Arctar go? Seriously, was he not obligated to guard the stone of authority? The moment Arctar's necklace was undone, he didn't even bother taking proper care of Yul and just bolted. Later, when he went back whining and checked, there was nothing in the sarcophagus he had just teleported away. That crazy alien. He really left. Yul opened the remaining sarcophagi, too, but they were all empty shells. He regretted not pressing him with more questions, but decided to be satisfied with what he had gained. If the stone of authority really turned into a problem, wouldn't a retrieval squad show up? He'd think about that when the time came. The ones who dumped the stone of authority in a place like this and didn't even manage it properly were the ones at fault. Anyway, the activation condition is insanely strict. First, he must encounter an enemy stronger than himself, and that enemy must have hostile intent. But there were no further details. When does the activation end? Is there a cooldown? It seemed he'd have to figure that out himself. The exploration of the ancient ruins had ended in vain, leaving him frustrated and unsatisfied. TCH. A traitor, a cuteness addict, and a slightly unhinged rebel, but still, not having him around felt lonely. Time to go back to being a deep-sea octopus with nothing to do. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, exploring these underground ruins had completely drained him, and he had absorbed enough dopamine. Now, until his lifespan ran out, all he needed to do was accumulate experience. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He explored quite a bit around the ruins, but there still wasn't anything resembling another site. The bottom of the deep sea was nothing more than uneven and flat. What Yul realized after drifting for quite a while was that even in the deep sea, there were distinct environments. In particular, there were variations in temperature. It's pretty warm here. Finding a strangely warm place, he flapped his fins to move toward it. And the ultrasonic waves are a bit odd too. Do different temperatures mean different wavelength bands? The returning echoes of the ultrasonic waves seemed slightly different. Going in a little farther, he came across a region rich in vegetation. For Yul, whose growth in experience points depended entirely on feeding, a place with abundant prey was important, and this seemed to be exactly that place. What the? Why are there so many bugs here? In the depths of the deep sea, there was a place that was incredibly warm. Yul tried to approach, but stopped. It was too hot. Is that what they call a hydrothermal vent? He saw chimney-like holes where water and gas spewed upward from underground. He had seen it in a nature documentary before, a place where the heat from the deep subsurface vents out. Yul was a deep-sea creature, designed to endure extreme cold, but the core of that hydrothermal vent exceeded 100 degrees, and even the surrounding area wasn't much cooler. From the outside, it looked like a giant magma flow spewing gas. Using ultrasonic waves, he detected a great number of worms, clams, and shrimp. Right, there was one on the evolution list too, the worm that can survive in hydrothermal vents. If he evolved into that creature, he'd be able to freely come and go through the vent. Slurp. All that experience lying around in there, and he couldn't reach it? Just stirring things up inside would be like an experience bonus event. With no other choice, Yul settled for catching the smaller creatures living on the outer edges of the vent. Even the periphery, compared to the number of animals he had seen while exploring the seafloor, was overwhelming. A true hunting ground of the deep sea. Extending his tentacles to snatch shrimps and crabs one by one, he found them so nutritious that each gave him about 5 experience points. Until next evolution. 120/400. If I just keep hunting like this, I'll advance smoothly. Whenever he grew full, he would stop, rest briefly, then repeat the cycle of eating again. And then, among the prey, he spotted a peculiar specimen. What is that? A balloon. It was among the shrimp, but its body was at least twice the size of the others. I'll eat you too. As he flicked out a tentacle to grab the shrimp, its body began to shudder violently. Something about it seemed to have reached a critical point, so Yul froze. Koom! The shrimp exploded, scattering a tremendous shockwave. Gunk! Underwater, the shockwave reverberated even more intensely. Yul felt the impact all throughout his body. What the hell, a shrimp exploding? Does that even make sense? Sensing the danger, he pulled back just in time, so his tentacle was unharmed, but it felt like his entire insides had been shaken to a pulp. The problem didn't end there. The explosion hadn't just been noise, it had drawn nearby predators. As always, Yul scattered ultrasonic waves in steady intervals, and this time he detected a shark far off, swimming in after catching the scent of blood. It looked to be about 5 meters long, a massive shark. Being a deep-sea shark, its eyes were blind. It was a form he had never seen before, with long holes pitted all along beneath its jaw, and it surged through the water like a runaway dump truck. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. What's that? Suddenly, he felt an intense energy. He knew right away he had been detected. Was it an electromagnetic field? This shark seemed to be detecting Yul using a method different from the established system. Not just Yul, but every clam, shrimp, and creature in the vicinity was caught in its detection. Schlack! The shark's mouth opened wide. What kind of shark mouth is that? Its jaws stretched like a snake's, grotesquely wide. It might not even have jaw bones. And then it scooped up a massive mouthful of seafloor dirt. Right next to where Yul was. Crunch, crunch. It filtered the soil through its lower jaw, and like a net catching everything, the sea creature's clams, shrimp, and so on were crushed and devoured. Among them was the bomb shrimp, which exploded inside its mouth, but the shark didn't even flinch. What the hell is this thing? Its mouth must be unimaginably durable. If Yul were a marine biologist, he would be watching with eyes blazing, but unfortunately, he wasn't a predator, he was a prey. As the shark lunged again, Yul flailed and tried to flee, but ended up caught in the range of that engulfing maw. Didn't I get an authority? Authority madness, activated. At that instant, an immense force surged up from within Yul. It was as though memories arose of an ancient warrior, stripped of reason, filled with rage, who dared challenge beasts many times stronger than himself. Overwhelming, heaven-shattering power possessed him, and Yul's eyes rolled back. Rip and kill. Crack. Crack. His skin flushed red, muscles knitting tighter. With sheer strength, he forced apart the two teeth clamped on his tentacles. Rip. The shark's teeth tore out, its jaw snapping shut. Yul's 8 tentacles writhed, grabbing at the slits beneath its jaws. Those gaps, originally sieve-like filters for sifting sand, were ripped apart, just like prying open iron bars with bare hands, and Yul broke free. Brimming with ferocious spirit, his body bursting with explosive elasticity, he charged the shark again, whirlpools forming as he accelerated. In an instant, he caught up to the retreating shark. Clinging to its dorsal fin, Yul thrust out his tentacles, tearing it apart with both hands. Screech! In that moment, the blind predator of the deep writhed in agony. That's right. Hurts, doesn't it? Listen well, I am your end. Rip. Rip. Clinging tight with his suction cups, Yul rammed his reddened tentacles in, shredding its body. It was like riding a tiger's back, impossible to dismount. The deep-sea shark thrashed to shake him off, but Yul only tore deeper, ripping at its head. This was the way to victory. But just as triumph was in reach, Yul froze. The surroundings had turned hot. What? The shark was rushing straight into the hydrothermal vent. If he killed it inside that rising bubble of superheated water, then once madness ended and his invincibility faded, Yul himself would become a nicely steamed octopus. Whether the shark could withstand that heat was unknown, but it was desperate to shake him off. Yul now had to wrench at its head, steering it elsewhere. Creatures respond to pain. When he gouged the left, it veered right, when he gouged the right, it veered left. Good, move as I want you to. Madness hadn't worn off yet. Yul tried to twist its course inside the vent, but it wasn't working. The shark's turning ability was too clumsy. Huh. Then he spotted it, a Pompeii worm drifting leisurely in the water. With a spare tentacle, he snatched it up. It wriggled desperately. Ha ha ha. No chance. He shoved it straight into his mouth and bit down. Crunch, crunch. You have devoured a Pompeii worm. Experience plus 50. Wait, hold on, doesn't that mean while I'm invincible, it's basically an experience farming event? He had a deep-sea shark that boasted overwhelming speed, and he was currently controlling it. Realizing this, Yul kicked off a chaotic experience farming session. This is it. He darted everywhere, flinging out his tentacles to snatch up anything he could reach. Meanwhile, the shark crashed into the seabed, slammed into pillars. But if this car, no, Shark broke apart. That wasn't Yul's problem. Such overwhelming speed. Sturdiness to withstand the vent's heat. Deep sea shark, I've fallen for your specs. In the middle of this insane experience boost, the shark finally began to slow. As they exited the vent, Yul tore into its brain and finished it off. You have devoured a higher rank creature. Experience plus 1,000. Current experience 6,600/400. Holy shit. Overwhelmed by the sheer points, Yul felt dopamine flooding his brain. I need to evolve right away. A quick calculation: Stage 2 needs 400, Stage 3 needs 800, Stage 4 needs 1,600, Stage 5 needs 3,200. Seeing that he could jump all the way to Stage 5 at once, his eyes nearly rolled back. But he had overlooked one thing. Madness, ended. Usage time, approximate 1 hour. Lifespan consumed, 2 years. He had burned 2 years for just 1 hour? Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Sand Shark. Shortly after Yul left, a school of sharks appeared after hearing that the ecosystem near the hydrothermal vent had been ruined. Yul lumped them together as deep-sea sharks, but they were seabed sharks that filtered soil for food. The species name was sand shark. These sand sharks have almost no intelligence when young, but as they age and become elders, they acquire intelligence. Their lifespan is at least 1,000 years. So to them, a shark that had lived 100 years was still essentially a juvenile. What in the world happened here? Who would do such a horrific thing? Looking objectively at what Yul had done in his madness state, it did look, well, grim. It had been a simple battle with deep-sea creatures, but from the perspective of the intelligent sand sharks, he had brutally used individuals of a species that were roughly in their growth stage, trashed the ecosystem inside the hydrothermal vent, and then fled. This was a deadly threat to the sand sharks, who controlled the nearby ecosystem and used it as their hunting ground. We will exact revenge. Find out who this is at once. Summon a mage from within the tribe who can wield mantra. One elder sand shark shouted like that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your current lifespan. Remaining, 2 years 48 days 12 hours. My chest feels tight. He had consumed too much lifespan. If he didn't ascend to the next rank of the jelly octopus, it could become dangerous. What should I evolve first? While a revenge plan proceeded somewhere Yul did not know, he was thinking about what to evolve next. As Yul guessed, evolution is both the acquisition of abilities that the species does not possess and a condition for becoming a higher species. To ascend, you must fully fill your evolutions. The jelly octopus has 6 evolutions. Xenoia has 5, but jelly octopus has 6, Maybe at the next ascension, evolutions could be possible up to 7. He learned one thing this time. Even if you don't evolve, you can hold excess experience. So it might be okay to hoard experience and evolve at the moment you need to. If I use the saved experience to gain heat resistance the moment I see the hydrothermal vent, I could go right in, right? The remaining experience pool for stage 6 was 6,400. He planned to evolve up to stage 4 and leave the stage 5 evolution for later. First, I need attack power. The Stone of Authority is very dangerous. Losing lifespan as a cost felt too wasteful. What weapon is efficient against small creatures? Poison. And he wondered if there were any octopuses that possessed poison. With poison. And then he obtained poison. Biotoxin, this powerful neurotoxin, containing large amounts of tetrodotoxin, is observed in blue-ringed octopuses. It is a deadly poison about 10 times that of cyanide, and no antidote exists. It is distributed in the teeth and can sometimes be spat out. Oh! Indeed, there were poisonous kinds among octopuses. A blue-ringed octopus? He had never heard of it, but in any case, he had obtained an offensive weapon. Stage 2 evolution complete. The next evolution, he was originally going to choose ink, but then stopped. From the start, in such deep waters, ink wasn't of much use anyway. Since I'll eventually go up to the surface, I don't really need ink right now. What I need at the moment is probably body enhancement, isn't it? There's a saying, a strong foundation makes the man. If the base specs are sturdy, you don't need extra evolutionary functions. What's there for basic stat increases? 1. Hardening. While maintaining the unique softness of the jelly octopus, you can obtain tough skin that blocks a shark's teeth. 2. Regeneration ability, the ability to rapidly regenerate damaged body tissue in exchange for experience. Severed tentacles or legs can be regenerated within minutes. 3. Tentacle enhancement, tentacles can be modified to sprout thorns or channel venom. Choosing this evolution doubles the current length of the tentacles. Oh! That's awesome! Then number 2, regeneration. Hardening was pushed down in priority, since once the madness state is activated, it gives even higher level abilities anyway. Having once experienced his innards being churned up thanks to that exploding shrimp, Yul was reluctant about sacrificing tentacles, but regeneration had to come first. Now, for stage 4, is there something more badass? At that moment, the system chimed. By coming into contact with the first-class mystery, the Stone of Authority, you have acquired the authority to evolve into a magical organ. 1. Telekinetic tentacles, invisible tentacles that allow you to manipulate substances in the deep-sea environment or move small, distant objects. This organ attaches to the brain. 2. Ultrasonic wave cannon, your existing ultrasonic organ evolves. You can form a powerful ultrasonic wave cannon, firing it at enemies to destroy them from within. Wow, are you serious? A magical organ? Yul sensed a whole new possibility for evolution. Not just the usual physical evolutions, but maybe even magical evolutions, and those could affect ascension itself. Then, the ultrasonic wave cannon. 8 tentacles were already dizzying enough. Even though each tentacle had its own bit of intelligence and could move on its own, he didn't want to keep adding more arms. Stage 5 evolution, let's keep it for later. Current remaining experience. 3,800/3,200. He was saving his evolution points to use exactly when they were truly needed. Yul focused his mind and examined the inside of his head. Somewhere in the corner of his consciousness, there was a map of the sea. This had been passed on through a special ability called Mantra by the alien Arctar of the Kdazer race, who had once guarded and then abandoned the Stone of Authority. It's so deep. The place where Yul was now was about 2,000 meters deep. This ocean, Fantaratsa, was said to have places plunging as deep as 7,000 meters. Just existing there meant you were a transcendent being capable of withstanding such immense pressure. Like that sea eel, the sea god Kydron. Yul avoided such beings and gradually rose upward. And even now, he continued ascending. There were several reasons, but mainly to avoid dangerous enemies while also seeking weaker prey. Of course, just because I go up doesn't guarantee weaker creatures, but still, the higher levels should have greater biological density than here. The deep sea floor had nothing unless there was a hydrothermal vent. And even then, only shrimps, jellyfish, and crabs are worth 3 experience points each. Maybe Yul just hadn't discovered enough yet, but for now, he decided to keep ascending. As he continued upward, he reached a zone where his body began to feel strange. Yul was aware of the pressure differences between the deep sea and the surface layer. Do I need decompression? The higher he went, the more it felt as though something was pulling him down from below. As the pressure lessened, he felt his body no longer suited for this ecosystem. But the sensation faded if he stopped for a while. It was the unique adaptability of deep-sea creatures. For the next ascension, what should I become? He wanted to transform into a creature that lived higher up. A surface-dwelling creature would be even better. A turtle? A whale? There were also seals and penguins. In any case, he did not want to turn into a fish. As Yul rested for a moment, he realized countless bits of drifting matter were falling like snow above his head. Is this marine snow? These endless particles sinking from the sea's surface to the seabed were made of dead seaweed and animal corpses. Through the gaps in that snow, Yul sensed something. Caught at the edge of his ultrasonic net, they were moving at tremendous speed. Fast. These are sharks. A swarm of sharks was rushing in. Yul was startled. They were heading straight in his direction. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced ultrasonic organ, Yul detected them long before their electromagnetic fields reached him. He immediately pressed himself against the seabed to hide. Sand sharks swept the bottom for food, but floating things were easier for them to find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, how many are there? This is way too many. It was like a whole colony of sharks. To think that so many deep-sea monsters roamed about. This place really is dangerous. I have to leave the deep sea. They reached just above Yul's head. And then, Yul could hear their conversation. I just felt the wave of a Deep King. Search the area immediately. The Deep King tribe. To dare harm a child of our clan, they will regret it. Deep King tribe. Yul remembered hearing that word before. That's right, back in the Zenoya days, he had heard the deep-sea mermaids mention it. His ultrasonic trait seemed to be one used by a race called the Deep King tribe. But why are they here? Yul soon found out. To kill our young in such a brutal way. And worse, to devour his brain so his soul cannot be sent back to the nether. Unforgivable. Vengeance for the hydrothermal vent. Revenge. 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 Was that me? The moment he heard hydrothermal vent, Yul stiffened. No, that sand shark couldn't even talk, it just attacked, so he only defended himself. But there was no way the swarm would listen to his protest. The sand sharks began digging in formation. Digging the seabed, that was their specialty. Yul was trapped by their sweeping advance. As they plowed the seabed evenly like tractors tilling a field, Yul was inevitably exposed. Crack! In an instant, Yul's body turned reddish. The signature skin color change of madness. Authority madness, activated. Die! The true power unleashed by rage exploded forth. Yul's tentacles tore into teeth. This time, it was easier. Tui! He fired venom into the roof of a sand shark's mouth that had tried to swallow him. The shark instantly lost all muscle control and floated upward. One of ours is hit. Greenfin is down. Where is the enemy? Yul ripped open the palate and devoured its brain matter. You have devoured a higher rank creature, the sand shark. Experience plus 1,000. Erg. I'll take you all on. No. Stop. Get away from Green. There's something inside its body. As soon as the eldest sand shark shouted, the others quickly spread out. And moments later, when Yul burst out, the sand sharks were horrified. A jelly octopus? How is a jelly octopus here? It must be an evil creature blessed by a sea god. Or else a demon summoned by an outer god of the abyss. Form a battle formation immediately. Warriors, defend only. Mages, kill it. Magic. Just then, in the distance, Yul saw a sand shark wrapped in dazzling radiance. Strange mantra symbols floated around it, forming a massive vortex. Mantra of the water bomb. No, what kind of shark uses magic? The terrifying vortex struck Yul. He was hurled away in an instant, slamming into the seabed. And then immense pressure bore down on him without end. Though his invincibility let him endure it, Yul felt his lifespan draining away at incredible speed. I have to run. It's fleeting. Chase it. Die. He tore apart the head of one pursuing sand shark with his tentacle, but Yul felt the crisis deep in his bones. Even if invincibility allowed him to kill the sharks, his lifespan was dwindling far too quickly. I have to turn madness off. For the first time, he thought the condition of automatic activation in the presence of strong enemies was far too restrictive. What do I do? How? Yul looked at the marine snow falling in the sea. All right. I'm going to ascend right now. Let's see how long you bastards can follow me. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Ascent. Vertical movement was an extremely dangerous action in the deep sea, because the pressure difference could damage the body. But Yul currently had authority of madness activated. His invincible body did not collapse and was rapidly ascending. Your current lifespan. Remaining, 1 year 9 months 30 days. I was going to ascend slowly. The rate at which his lifespan was decreasing was too fast. At this rate, he might die from a lack of lifespan before the sand sharks even managed to eat him. The terrifying vertical movement caused the sand sharks to begin pursuing. Revenge. Let's take revenge. Fine. Keep following me then. Amid the terrifying, rapid ascent, Yul fired powerful ultrasonic wave cannons at the sand sharks that followed, bursting their entrails. And soon he shot up to 1,000 meters in the deep sea. Some began to fall off, then they couldn't hold on and tumbled away in a heap. Even after the fearsome rapid ascent, there were still sand sharks following. One was an enormously large sand shark, unusual with long white whiskers around its snout like an eastern dragon. You. Who are you? It was the commander who had led the sand sharks earlier, and the oldest of the species. One of his eyes bore a long scar. The sand shark, which had lived nearly 1,000 years, was analyzing Yul. I've never heard of a small jelly octopus like you producing such overwhelming power. I've never seen one that can emit the ultrasonic waves or venom used by the deep-sea king tribe, nor use its tentacles with such might. Your body isn't collapsing. Why? Who are you? Are you a subordinate of the sea god? I don't know either, you bastard. If I knew who I was, I wouldn't be doing this. Yul didn't know either. He was just an ordinary earthling. He had simply been reborn as a parasite in this insane place. And sea god Kydron was nothing more than someone he'd seen from afar, no more, no less. He wanted to answer, but unlike Arctar, it seemed this one would not respond to conversation. Maybe you're a monster that crawled up from the abyssal deep. I have memorized your soul. If you show up in our territory again, I'll kill you. Screw you. Yul made a fist-shaped mass using 2 of his tentacles. What? You understood my words? What is that posture? What are you trying to say? But unable to withstand the rapid ascent, the old sand shark also sank to the seabed. Finally shaking off the sand shark's chase, and as soon as madness was deactivated, Yul stopped his rapid ascent. Go-o-o-ong. Only silence filled the deep sea plain. Am I dead? A moment of silence. And then he realized he was still okay. Did it treat me as having adapted to the pressure while in an invincible state? Or is it still the deep sea, and because I'm a deep sea creature, I can endure it? He wasn't sure. It was startling and terrifying that, even after rising 1,000 meters, this was still considered deep sea. Yul looked around. This place was truly a mysterious region. At least there were more life forms here than where Yul had been, and light was rising. What is that? There was a very beautiful and enchanting red light. It also glowed orange, then again shifted to red, then blue. Drawn by its entrancing appearance, Yul approached and realized it was a massive jellyfish colony. What the? It looked like jellyfish with bodies stretched like threads, interweaving their bodies to form a huge cluster. Yul saw a fish drifting nearby, attracted by that light and swimming closer. He then saw it get caught in a tentacle and immediately go limp. They're dangerous. There were dozens of these coffin-shaped jellyfish colonies in the area. They were gobbling up the fish of this water in a concentrated way, giving the feeling that the entire seabed plain supplied prey to them. Wow, hunting here would be completely useless. All the prey were completely drawn to that jellyfish colony, swarming like a pitiful golem who had found the one ring. Hunting here would be a waste. That jellyfish was hogging all the efficiency. He didn't even have the slightest thought of touching the jellyfish colony, just in case. That jellyfish itself was a massive trap, a place full of poison-covered tentacles. Each individual was weaker than Yul, so he couldn't even trigger madness. For now, Yul hunted just a few fish to ease his slight hunger and began to move. Even in Phantarasa, there were regions of classification by depth. There was the epipelagic zone, which referred to the sea surface area commonly seen by humans. Then came the mesopelagic zone. This was the seabed part of the continental slope, meaning depths of 200 to 1000 meters. From here, since light barely reached, it was called the twilight zone. And from 1000 meters and below was called the deep sea, where Yul now hovered at the very edge of the mesopelagic zone. If he crossed past those coffin-like jellyfish colonies, he could soon reach a region where even a small amount of light came in. To go further up, maybe I should develop my adaptation ability. Yul checked his experience points. Until 5th evolution stage. 8800/3200. I did get some experience from killing a few sand sharks. Next evolution should focus on adaptation. Currently available evolutions. 1. Pressure adaptation, strengthens internal durability and organs so the body can withstand drastic pressure changes. 2. Buoyancy control organ, grants the ability to generate and control internal buoyancy, allowing efficient vertical movement even without motion. 3. Enhanced light detection, evolves light-sensing cells to detect and adapt to environmental light. Eyes can perceive more light spectrums, ensuring visibility. 4. Water temperature change resistance, gains the ability to withstand sudden temperature changes or regulate body temperature independently. 5. Oxygen generator, gains an internal organ that can generate oxygen on its own. Pressure adaptation, that's it. Now, even if the pressure changed suddenly, Yul would be able to adapt. It was an ability chosen because using madness, which shortened his lifespan, was too much of a burden for vertical movement. The other abilities were tempting too, but none were a top priority right now. Man, wish I got more evolution points. If he had more, he would have chosen them all, they were that appealing. But it couldn't be helped. 5th evolution stage complete. Until next evolution. 5600/6400. Once I finish stage 6, it's ascension. His remaining lifespan was about a year and a half. If he continued hunting smoothly, the experience gained should be enough, but there was a problem. If I activate madness, I might seriously die for real. He couldn't encounter strong enemies. Especially if he met a group of strong ones, Yul could literally be torn apart by his own lifespan. What would be the point if he burned through all his strength and died of exhaustion? So his conclusion was that it was better to safely hunt and consume weaker creatures without activating madness. But just as he reached that conclusion, something caught on Yul's ultrasonic waves. It was some kind of battle. What the? Did my ultrasonic organ break? After reading the returning ultrasonic waves and seeing the size, Yul wanted to rub his eyes in disbelief. That's the sea god. Sea god Kydron was fighting some kind of creature. What is that thing? Is that even a living creature? In front of him was an unbelievably gigantic creature, something that defied perspective itself. As if it had completely absorbed the light of the deep sea, Its form was like a shadow. That amorphous creature had tentacles that fluttered like curtains, swaying in every direction underwater. Each tentacle was easily hundreds of meters long, and its tips were sharp as spearheads. The colossal monster looked almost alien. Lord of the Abyss. Abyss Aryan. It was Yul's first time hearing Kydron's divine voice, and it was so overwhelmingly powerful that just hearing it made his brain tremble. The battle between sea god Kydron and the abyssal tentacles of Abyss Aryan caused a terrifying shockwave. Holy! A blinding beam blasted out of Kydron's mouth, devastating the surroundings. In response, Abyss Aryan's tentacles extended. From their tips, gravity warped and formed a vacuum that sucked everything in, compressing the sea water. When a high-pressure bomb struck the sea god, Kydron twisted his body and let out a beastly roar. From the sea god's struggle, an enormous stone pillar was swept away. Go! Abyss Aryan and Kydron soon became entangled, beginning a full-on physical battle. The once peaceful deep-sea plain began to collapse. Tentacles seized the body of the serpent-like god, while Kydron's jaws tore into the amorphous creature's flesh. Strength clashed with strength, and the shockwaves reduced the surroundings to utter devastation. The jellyfish colonies that once emitted beautiful light disintegrated, scattering back into their individual forms. If any survived, it would be a miracle. Every living creature in the vicinity trembled in terror and struggled desperately to escape the area. The seabed split open, and from beneath the ground, the crust crumbled as magma burst forth, instantly changing the temperature. The rocky terrain of the deep sea collapsed, and whirlpools spread across the rising stone pillars. Authority madness, activated. Even though those beings were far, far away, madness suddenly activated on its own. That meant their mere presence had reached this place. Yul's existence had no impact whatsoever on their battle. They completely ignored him and everything else as they tore into each other in a ferocious bloodbath. Blood fountains erupted, dyeing the entire sea red. Even Yul was caught helplessly in the turbulent current from the shock waves. No matter how tough his body had become, there was no escaping that flow. A massive current surged toward him, hurling him away at incredible speed. At the same time, he gathered his strength little by little, adjusting his angle to swim upward rather than fight the current. This place is insane. I'm getting out of here. After shooting upward like a madman, he scattered ultrasonic waves to glance down at the battle below. Through the fractured crust, he saw something monstrous rising from the depths, an enormous architectural structure. An ancient monument emerged from the seabed, and atop it floated a statue shaped like an octopus. From it burst forth bizarre blue beams of light in every direction. In the darkness of the deep sea, that sight was strangely beautiful. Radiation contamination level increasing. Radiation. It was emitting radiation. Perhaps the battle between the monsters had unearthed an ancient ruin buried beneath the sea. But whether or not the ancient structure emerged, the colossal creatures remained locked in their duel. Even mere observation of their fight caused the crust to collapse and whirlpools to form, such was the scale of their power. There was no time to watch any longer. When another massive shockwave struck, Yul realized madness was still active and immediately fled. How far up had he gone? When the distance finally widened, madness faded. He had at last escaped the domain of those monsters' battle. Yul checked his remaining lifespan. Remaining, 1 month. Damn it, my lifespan. Then tap, something fell on his skin. It was water. Yul looked around to see where he was. This place was the ocean surface. Above him, the sky was heavy with storm clouds, as if a typhoon were raging, and the sea churned like a violent tempest. Raindrops fell one by one, landing on his skin. Yul felt his breath tightening. His respiratory system was different now, it felt impossible to absorb oxygen completely. Though his body was slowly beginning to adapt, Yul's consciousness cut out in that moment. The last thing he saw before losing his memory was a terrifying pillar of light shooting up into the sky. Shit, call 119. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Yul opened his eyes, he thought he was dreaming. He looked around. He was inside a luxurious stone chamber, the kind where nobles might live. And he was, inside a fish tank? Thinking he must be dreaming, he flapped his fins, but it was real. You're finally awake. There stood a slender man with delicate features. What on earth is going on? Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The Deep-Sea Creature and the Lighthouse Keeper. The founder of the Beltane family was a mage. However, as the family intermarried with ordinary people, the magical bloodline thinned, and by the current generation, having even one mage was considered fortunate. Ian Beltane was the third son of a noble family. From a young age, he had been recognized as possessing magical talent, and thus, he was given a choice. He could attend the academy to study magic, or he could take on a personal mentor and learn magic privately. He chose neither. The moment he entered the mansion's library as a child and began delving into the legacy left by his ancestors, he felt that mastering it was his destiny. Even as a fallen family of mages, they still had rules. Gawi Bulhul. If one is not of the family, it must not be passed on. No one outside the family may learn the ancestral magic. Bihan Bujan. If one is not human, it must not be passed on. If one's character is corrupt, they may not learn the ancestral magic. Bijaja Bujan. If one has no skill, it must not be passed on. If one lacks proper skill, they may not learn the ancestral magic. When Ian, the first in decades to meet all three conditions, appeared in the family's history, every member unanimously agreed to allow him to inherit the magic. Unique magic, great balance. It was a form of magic that deviated greatly from the general schools of common magic. Digging through many lost records and restoring ancient knowledge filled Ian with excitement. Upon reaching adulthood, he realized that restoring the magic required the study of both the sky and the sea. With the family's support, he volunteered to serve as the lighthouse keeper on the edge of their territory. A remote island lighthouse, rarely used after the opening of a new sea route. For someone who needed to observe both the stars and the sea, it was the perfect place. He endured solitude well and had a deep interest in marine biology, so it was, in every sense, his true calling. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He had been frail since childhood, so he spent time every day walking to build up his strength. That day, too, he was walking along the coast as usual. It was purely by chance that he discovered the creature. A strangely shaped specimen washed up on the shore. An octopus. He had never seen an octopus that looked so peculiar before. It was small, about the size of a single arm, quite cute, and had fins on its head shaped like ears. For Ian, who had a deep interest in marine life, it sparked an irresistible curiosity. He poked and prodded the creature a few times before realizing it was still alive. After fetching some seawater and a fish bowl, he brought the octopus home for observation. It seemed to still be unconscious, not moving, but that gave him time to study it calmly. It was truly strange. Why on earth would an octopus need fins? Its tentacles were short, could they grow longer? And how had it ended up on land in the first place? His curiosity only deepened. Then, while he was out for a short while, the octopus had perked up. You're finally awake. Yul was in confusion. He remembered fainting after seeing the sea's surface, but everything after that was blank. How do you feel? Are you okay? Meeting a talking human was, of course, delightful. But more than that, Yul was in despair. He could feel that his lifespan was running out. Until next evolution. 5600/6400. It didn't matter that the man had brought him here. Current lifespan. Remaining, 19 days. Time had passed. Without devouring creatures at least the size of a sand shark, reaching the final evolution was impossible. And in the remaining time, ascension seemed out of reach. There were no physical signs of aging, but Yul could feel it the moment his lifespan ran out would be the moment of his end. So this is it? Still, he had done enough. Starting as a parasite, becoming an octopus, obtaining the Stone of Authority, and surviving the duel between the Sea God and the Lord of the Abyss. That was a fierce life. At least it was better than his previous one, living aimlessly and dying of cancer. What do octopuses eat, anyway? Shrimp, maybe. Even when a shrimp was dropped into the fish bowl, Yul didn't react. There was no point in eating it, wouldn't grant enough experience anyway. What else should I try? This, maybe. He didn't react, no matter what the man dropped in. Then, will it eat a magic stone? At that moment, Yul's senses grew tense. He saw a strange-looking gem drop into the fish bowl. He could feel powerful energy radiating from the glittering stone. As if bewitched, Yul reached out a tentacle and swallowed the magic stone whole. Current lifespan. Remaining, 49 days. His lifespan had increased by 30 days. Oh! It eats magic stones. Only then did Yul look up at the man. A slender man with delicate features, who somehow looked frail. If anything, he gave off the air of a scholar, perhaps a young professor who had earned a doctorate early. However, his enthusiasm for learning seemed immense. Yul wanted to communicate with him, to somehow get more of those magic stones. First, I need to fill up my experience. He spread his tentacles wide and began devouring the shrimp and crustaceans that had fallen around him. As expected, his experience increased by 1 to 3 points at a time. Oh! You've got your appetite back. But it looks like you're eating more than your own body weight. Were you starving? Have you been malnourished this whole time? Yul felt he had to communicate somehow. Ultrasound waves wouldn't work, but maybe he could convey will through consistent actions. Body language, it should work. Sticking to the side of the fish bowl, Yul extended one tentacle out of the water and waved it back and forth. Huh? What is it? Through repeated gestures, he urged the man to hand over the pen lying a bit farther away. You want this? The man instead handed him a tangerine sitting beside the pen. Whack. Yul grabbed the tangerine and flung it aside, then pointed at the pen again. The man, startled, picked it up in surprise. Wait, you mean this? Yul took the pen and began writing letters along the outer glass of his fish bowl. He wrote in Hangul. Korean. Who are you? What's your name? Where is this place? My God. This is the discovery of the century. Is this octopus intelligent? Can it understand human speech and even write? Oh! My God! Oh! Lord above! He clutched his head and slapped his forehead repeatedly, like a man who had just seen an automatic taxi door open for the first time. He was so excited that there was no chance of holding a proper conversation. Well, come to think of it, he's right. It is the discovery of the century. If on Earth, a pet octopus suddenly stretched out a tentacle, demanded a pen, and began writing in some unknown ancient language, people would probably go insane from shock. Some might even suspect they developed schizophrenia or call the octopus a servant of Thulhu and beat it to death. But thankfully, nothing so extreme happened. Ian approached Yul carefully, as if meeting an alien species for the first time. He spoke politely. Ahem, ah. Hello. My name is Ian Beltane. May I know your name? Upon hearing this, Yul pointed at the paper. With his damp pen, he wrote the word Yul on it. Oh. 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 Is that your name? I don't know how to pronounce it, but how extraordinary. You seem to understand what I'm saying, yet you can't speak to me, correct? Do you understand? Tap tap. Yul tapped the glass twice with the pen. As the moisture on his skin dried up, he switched to another tentacle. How about we communicate in a simple way? 2 taps for yes, 1 tap for no. Like that. It would limit their communication to yes or no questions, but it was an efficient enough system. Of course, Yul underestimated this scholar. Where Urio from Urio here what species Urio what part of the deep sea did live and what's in the deep sea ahido your species at magic stones array. Jesus Christ, stop. T/N ha ha ha. Ian Beltane was a madman with clear, shining eyes. He unleashed a barrage of questions at Yul like a storm, and Yul could only pound on the fishbowl in response. Thunk 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 thunk. Thunk. Crash. Finally, Ian's insane flurry of questions stopped only when the side of the fishbowl cracked. As he cleaned up the shards of glass, Ian said calmly, "Well, this method is inefficient. We'll need something sturdier. Let's think of another approach. Would you like to learn to write? Then I'll be able to hear your story as well." Yul decided to go along after all. He needed a way to express himself somehow. Knowing how to speak makes it easier to learn how to write. In that sense, you should have no trouble picking it up. Yul quickly learned the written language of this world. At the same time, he gradually absorbed bits and pieces of human knowledge from the surface. In his previous life, Yul had already been fluent in 6 languages. Ian explained that the script he used belonged to the Western Kingdom. Its grammar was somewhat similar to English, so Yul mastered it in no time. During that process, they exchanged introductions. In his past life, Yul's full name had been Quan Yul. But he decided to drop the surname and simply go by Yul. In this world, that didn't seem strange at all. As Yul learned more about the world, he discovered that Ian lived on a vast continent called Rhonda. This is an island on the western edge of Rhonda. A remote, isolated place. So roughly, the far west of the continent. Now that Yul could communicate through writing, he had one thing he desperately wanted: magic stones. When he consumed one, his lifespan increased by a whole month. His experience didn't grow, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that his lifespan extended. He had to restore the life force that had been damaged during his earlier madness activations. "I need magic stones. Can you give me more?" Magic stones are a valuable resource. They can only be mined in special crystal quarries, so I don't have many. Just enough for alchemy use. Ian spoke with an apologetic look. Of course, magic stones weren't something that appeared out of thin air. I really need them. They're the only way I can extend my lifespan. Your lifespan? Isn't that something incredibly important? I'm not asking for free. Let's trade. There must be things in the sea that your kind would want, right? Yul could travel the ocean freely. Surely there was something humans desired down there. Ah. Then could you perhaps bring back a Vesping pearl? A pearl? Yes. In the southern sea lives a giant clam called Vesping. Its pearls are powerful magical materials. You could trade them for magic stones. All right. I'll do it. Anything else? Yul wrote down a list of items humans might want from the sea. Vesping pearl, energy coral, seaweed fruit, and other valuable resources. I'll need a container to carry these things. How about a net? There are some old fishing tools abandoned near this island. Can I even carry that? Then Yul realized that underwater, weight felt much lighter. It should work somehow, so he accepted the offer. Then I'll arrange a merchant in advance. Shall I take you out of the fishbowl? Of course. As Ian lifted Yul out of the fishbowl, there was a faint look of regret on his face, like a graduate student forced to part with a fascinating research subject. Feeling slightly guilty, Yul wrote, "I'll be back soon." All right. When you return to this lighthouse, Could you ring the bell for me? I'll hang one near the shore. Yul and Ian agreed on where to meet next and then went their separate ways. That brief encounter marked the beginning of a long-lasting bond between Yul and the lighthouse keeper. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The Deep-Sea Creature and the Lighthouse Keeper, 2. Deep-sea creatures die the moment they reach land, unable to withstand the difference in pressure. But Yul possessed multiple evolutionary traits and adaptive abilities. Moreover, when moving vertically with madness activated, the body treated it as if decompression had already been processed, meaning he suffered no harm from pressure changes. However, temperature was another matter entirely. It's hot here. Having lived in the extreme cold of the deep sea, Yul found it quite unbearable to stay in the warm surface layer. The temperature of the epipelagic zone exceeded 20 degrees. Still, for Yul, who had undergone numerous evolutions, it wasn't quite to the point of creature unbearable. What truly was unbearable was the experience points from the creatures here. 6012/6400. At this rate, when am I ever going to fill it up? Nom nom. Even if he snatched and ate a passing tropical fish, it only gave him 1 or 2 experience points, just like the low-rank mobs of the deep sea. It's a completely different environment from the deep, but still, not bad. Though the experience points were few, there were no predators stronger than Yul, so madness didn't trigger. Besides, the number of living creatures here was enormous. Compared to the sparse life of the deep sea, this place was practically heaven. Countless creatures lived in the coastal waters, growing by drawing energy from light. Yul entered a region where massive kelp grew in abundance. Wow! Would you believe it if someone told you there was a forest beneath the sea? This was exactly such a place. Just a little below the surface layer stretched a kelp forest, filled with towering fronds reaching toward the light. Vesping pearls. Vesping pearls, huh? He'd received several trade requests, but apparently, Vesping pearls were by far the most valuable resource in the area. Near the seabed where the kelp grew, various organisms thrived, including the Vesping clams. Oh, is that one of them? There it was, a colossal giant clam. It was enormous, so Yul had to figure out a way to break its shell. Bweek. When he fired his ultrasonic wave cannon, the clam shattered instantly. Crap, I overdid it? Well, considering that same blast could take down a sand shark, it wasn't surprising. Between the fragments of the blasted Vesping clam, only traces of what used to be its body remained. Yul looked for another Vesping clam. Extending a tentacle, he gently aimed at the tip of the shell. Then, from the end of his tentacle, he secreted tetrodotoxin, a potent biological venom. The startled clam snapped its shell shut, but moments later, its muscles relaxed completely and stopped moving. Yul easily pried open the shell with his muscles, popped the lid open, and extended his tentacles to scoop out and eat the flesh. Wow, this is freaking delicious. Until now, after turning into all sorts of other creatures, Yul had thought his sense of taste had dulled, but this clam was truly a delicacy. For the first time, he was eating not for experience points, but for flavor. While eating, his delicate tentacle senses detected a pearl buried within the clam's flesh, and he discovered an item called a Vesping pearl. It's not perfectly round, huh? Each pearl had a slightly different shape, some were oval, others bluntly circular. But there seemed to be some kind of unknown power dwelling inside the pearls. Yul put the pearls into the fine mesh net he had brought, then went off in search of more. After collecting a fair number of Vesping pearls, Yul descended a bit further. Past the kelp forest lay vast coral fields, where Yul discovered something called energy coral, capable of storing magic power. This must be it, right? The coral was a vivid yellow, full of sharp-edged formations here and there. Yul used a powerful tentacle chop to break it off and gathered the pieces. He hadn't yet found the so-called seaweed fruit, but having gathered enough resources, Yul decided to head back to the lighthouse keeper's island. That was when he heard it, a very long sound. Yul froze and turned toward where the sound had come from. It was an extremely long ultrasonic tone. Since his language translation skill didn't activate, it carried no meaning, just a voice singing, a upright arrow, like a drawn-out song. Still, Yul made sure to remember that melody, planning to return later to investigate. Back on the island, things felt a bit more comfortable, mainly because it was winter around here. For humans, this winter would have been bitterly cold, but for Yul, who had lived in freezing depths, it was merely mildly warm. It wasn't anything like the sweltering southern seas. From afar, Yul looked at the isolated island. A massive stone lighthouse stood tall, and to one side was a small dock where ships could come and go. There was no sign of advanced technology. Judging by the setting, it seemed about 17th century Earth level. As he approached the island, he noticed a bell. Oh, he really set it up. It was a bell designed to be pulled even underwater. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Hey, brother, I'm back. The moment the bell rang, Ian came running in a hurry from afar. Oh. You're here, Yul. He brought out a small fish bowl. When Yul slipped inside, Ian smiled broadly. I'm glad to see you again. I was starting to think you might not come back. Not really. Ian had saved Yul's life, and he was also the only person who could provide magic stones, so that was the only reason Yul had returned. Or at least, that's what he grumbled on the surface. In truth, Ian was precious to Yul. Because Ian was the only creature he could actually hold an intelligent conversation. When drifting alone through the deep sea for too long, Yul would often forget he'd once been human, or even that he possessed intellect at all. Time in the deep sea flowed endlessly, and intelligence had little meaning there. But meeting Ian allowed Yul to truly talk again. How could that not make him happy? Inside the fish bowl, Yul surveyed the land around him. The lighthouse was the most striking structure on the island. Inside, it contained furnishings fit for nobles, though from the outside it looked like an old, weathered lighthouse. They entered Ian's room. The temperature there was noticeably warmer than outside. Ian brought out a writing board, something he'd made after parting ways with Yul. Since Yul always had to write on paper with a pen, wet pages made communication difficult. So Ian had crafted a white sand writing board instead. That way, Yul didn't need to extend a pen from his tentacle, he could exchange words directly on the board. How is it? The stuff I brought? They're excellent. Both the energy coral and the Vesping pearls are top grade. Even nobles would love these. Ian set the Vesping pearls down, clearly impressed by Yul's gathering skill. Those pearls, he said, contained innate magical power. I asked my father to send more magic stones ahead of time. This should take care of the urgent situation. Thanks. He said he'd pay Yul in advance. Yul absorbed 4 more magic stones. Current lifespan. Remaining, 157 days. With these pearls and coral, I think we can buy several more magic stones. Thanks. The immediate crisis is averted. Don't mention it. I'm thinking of resting here for a few days. Is that all right? Of course. You're always welcome here. Honestly, I'd prefer that. His eyes sparkled. Yul wanted to avoid another barrage of crazy questions. More importantly, what do you even do here? My job is a lighthouse keeper, though I actually do all sorts of things. Apparently, that part was true. On foggy days, he would light the beacon in the massive lighthouse. I'm a mage. More precisely, a scholar of magic. In this country, you can't be called that unless you've been properly certified. So, like an amateur versus a professional? Something like that. Do you want to hear my story? Of course. I told you mine, didn't I? Well, the glass did break because of it, though. Then he chuckled softly and lit the fireplace beside him. All right then. I'll tell you. I was born the third son in my family. I had 7 younger siblings. But now, I'm the youngest. None of them lived to adulthood. Yul left a message of condolence. My condolences. It's fine. Anyway, through all that, I realized something: humans die far too easily. Life is fleeting, and death can come anytime. So I thought. His eyes looked quietly lonely as he spoke. If I leave nothing behind, then what meaning does this wretched life even have? Yul fell silent. The mood had grown too heavy. So I decided to restore the ancestral magic I found in my family's archives. A unique magic. What's unique magic? If common magic is designed so anyone can use it, unique magic is created to be used by a single, specific creature. One of my ancestors mastered the unique magic called the Great Balance and became the founder of our house. But it was lost over generations. I made it my life's purpose to restore what he left behind. Life's purpose. The Great Balance is a magic that balances disparities between oneself and the target, whatever that target may be. What do you mean? Like, if the target were the entire universe, it would balance your energy state with the whole cosmos? In theory, yes. Though, of course, only in theory. Anyone who could actually achieve that would be godlike. Ian looked at Yul with genuine amazement, surprised that he could understand the theory so well. You actually understand magic? Of course. It's fascinating. Yes. Anyway, to continue, I realized I needed to study both the stars and the sea. I believe the two are somehow connected. So I came to this lighthouse. It's a family property, quiet, and perfect for magical training. Yul clicked his tongue. He'd isolated himself on this remote island just for that. How old are you, anyway? I'm turning 23 this year. And your family's fine with that? Of course, they worry, my mother especially. But I'm the only one in the family capable of learning the Great Balance. Even the elders expect me to restore our founder's magic. Impressive. You flatter me. But you surviving the deep sea, climbing all the way to land, that's far more impressive. I would have given up right away. Deep sea creatures were meant to live only in the deep. To Ian, Yul's very existence defied that logic, and that made it remarkable. But hey. Do you think I could learn magic, too? Ian blinked. An octopus learning magic? Well, that's a new one. There are some ancient myths about primordial creatures using magic, though. I want to learn magic. There's a damn shark in the deep that can use it. What? A shark using magic? That's more shocking than a snake with a gun. Wait, so there are guns in this world? Anyway, I'm gonna get revenge on that bastard. Very well. Ha, let's give it a try. Ha. But, you see, my magic is the magic of Bujin. If one is not human, it must not be passed on. The meaning of this phrase was that it should not be taught to someone who lacked humanity. But, taken literally, does it mean he mustn't teach it to anyone who isn't human? As Ian flipped through his family's records and realized there was no such rule written anywhere. Fine. Let's do it. Let's try magic. Yul grinned broadly. You slit-eyed sand shark bastard. Once I master magic, you're dead. And so, Yul's study of magic began. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Magic. Magic is something you use with your soul. Within the layers of the soul, there exists the magic core, the magic engine, and finally, the magic circuit. These three are the key to using magic. Each core, engine, and circuit is something you are born with. To become a mage, you must first find them. Huh? What do you mean, born with? Yes. I don't know about other species, but humans are. That's why the core, engine, and circuit never change after birth. A mage is someone who finds and applies them. They never change? How's that possible? So that means the amount of magic you have is determined from birth. You can change it, but it's extremely dangerous. Because that would mean modifying your soul. Even modifying the body through surgery is risky. Modifying the soul would be far worse. Anyway, y'all listened carefully to the explanation about magic. To summarize roughly, the magic core is the part that generates magic. You could think of it as a massive magic tank. The amount of magic a human can have is limited from birth. The magic engine functions as an engine. It's there from the beginning, but what kind of magic you can manifest depends on what you install into that engine. I, for example, have installed the Great Balance instead of the common universal magic into my magic engine. The magic circuit takes the magic produced by the magic engine and manifests it into reality. It's often connected to the nervous system, especially to the hands. That's why people usually cast magic with their hands. So that's how it works. Y'all roughly understood. But since this was a human-style magic manifestation, he couldn't help but wonder whether it could apply to him as well. Still, it was worth trying. In ancient times, magic was called mantra. Though all records of it have been completely lost. Mantra? The guys living down below use that all the time. Even that baby sand shark used a kind of magic called mantra, and the alien Arctar used it too. What kind of things are living in the deep sea? Mantra is described as a transcendent power that surpasses even the system of magic. Some really terrifying stuff lives down there, that's for sure. Y'all told him about his most recent memory. Right before I escaped, I saw a gigantic eel called Kidron, the sea god, and a colossal jellyfish-like thing called a Bizarian, lord of the abyss. Because of the war they were waging, the surface cracked open and magma spouted out. There are no such records in human history. Couldn't they be mythological beings? Ian stared blankly into empty space with a dazed expression, as if he were dreaming. Who knows what kind of imagination he was lost in? I wish I could descend into the deep sea myself. It's dangerous. It must be, yes. I have no intention of going there. Anyway, let's return to magic training, shall we? First, you must contemplate your inner self and recognize your soul. Finding your dormant magic core and circuit is the first step. Got it? Yul closed his eyes and observed his inner self. Exhale, then inhale again. I suppose an octopus doesn't do that, huh? He sank deep, as if meditating. Yul. Deeper still until he could hear absolutely nothing, sinking into the very depths of himself. There stood an enormous statue. Yul looked up above his head. Ah! There was a transcendent being there. Its head resembled that of an octopus. It looked like a Kdazer race, but it must not be compared to such a lowly, insignificant creature. That thing existed on a far higher and more omnipotent plane, an existence more evil than anything, more eternal than anything, an existence that destroys and creates the universe. Yul snapped back to his senses. What was that just now? Turning his head, Yul could soon see the layers of his own soul. There was a core of immense size. It was hundreds of times larger than Yul himself. Beneath that core was a gigantic factory. A factory? No, a semiconductor? He couldn't tell at all. It was a place where metaphysical things whose forms were hard to even imagine seemed to have taken on tangible shape. Below that engine, circuits spread out in every visible direction. Yul. Yul. At that moment, Yul opened his eyes at the touch tapping his head. Are you conscious? Are you alive? Ah. Of course. I saw my magic core, engine, and circuits in the layer of my soul. That's a relief. You have the talent of a mage. Considering most mages inherit their powers through bloodline, your offspring might also become mages. A magical octopus, how exciting. I don't really have any desire to reproduce. I'll soon ascend into another creature anyway. Excuse me? Send. Yeah. I'm going to evolve into a completely different species. Next time, maybe I'll try becoming a dolphin. Or any creature with vocal cords would be nice, so I can talk with you. Ian asked back with a blank, dumbfounded expression. Wait, weren't you an octopus? I am. But when I ascend, I can evolve into an entirely different species. That's normally impossible. You may be far more extraordinary than I thought. Yul considered consulting Ian about the massive statue he had seen deep within his soul, but stopped himself. He felt that even speaking of it might cause Ian significant harm. The more he thought about it, the more he felt himself being dragged into a vast madness, so he buried the memory deep within his mind. Anyway, does that mean I can use magic now? Of course you still need to learn a bit more first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Living on the island, Yul definitely felt that things were different. For one, eating land animals didn't give him any experience points at all. This is rabbit meat. I see. This one's venison. He tore off a bit and tasted it. He could tell it was protein, but that was about it. There was absolutely no experience gain. 0. Still, it did satisfy his hunger. So I really am built in a way that I don't gain any experience unless I eat seafood. That said, life on land wasn't all bad. At least he could see the humans of this world. I brought the goods again today, sir. Welcome, Norman. A small ship had docked at the pier beside the lighthouse. From it emerged a merchant named Norman. He was wearing a comfortable doublet, the kind you'd see in a Renaissance drama. The fashion felt like something from the 17th century. At his waist hung a flintlock pistol, a bit more advanced than an early matchlock gun. Where do you get all these pearls and corals? Merchants from the southern seas sometimes stop by the lighthouse. A friend I traded with once keeps bringing them. That was a lie Yul had helped make up. No such southern sea merchants ever came. Whatever the excuse, the merchant's face was all smiles. Well, I'm just glad I can keep selling magic stones. They're expensive, but there are so few buyers, you know. Magic stones, despite their rarity, had a limited market. Unless a noble bought them out of curiosity, most of the buyers were mages and magic scholars. But what's with this octopus? Oh, the southern merchants gave it to me. Cute, isn't it? It really is. Looks like the kind of curious octopus nobles would love. Yul, in the fish tank, blew a few bubbles. While staying here, he decided to live as a pet jelly octopus for now. Won't you sell it? I bet the nobles would pay well. No. Shame. If you ever find another one like it, please let me know, sir. I'll do that. He looked like a pirate, but Norman was apparently a merchant affiliated with the Beltane family. Aside from their current magic stone deal, he'd been tasked by the Beltane family to make sure Ian's daily needs were fully met. Fine leather, candles, paper, books, writing tools, everything Ian needed was brought either from the Beltane estate or from the Kingdom of Britain. After unloading the supplies, Norman said, "The next ship will come in 3 months. If I can't make it, someone else will, so don't worry." "Thank you, Norman. May the sea god's blessing be with this voyage." Once the busy merchant had finished unloading and sailed away on his flute ship, Yul wrote down a word. "You got it?" "Yes, I have it." The continental map. What Yul wanted to see most was the map. He couldn't resist asking Ian to unfold it quickly. His heart pounded as he looked. There it was, a massive continental map. "This here is our continent, Rhonda." To Yul, it felt similar to Europe. He glanced up at Ian. The western edge, huh? Pale skin, long nose. Then, in terms of position, this guy was basically British. Not exactly the same, of course, but close enough. They say the world ends with Rhonda. Everything beyond it is surrounded by the Great Sea, Fantarazza. Is that so? Yul tried recalling. Fantarazza was indeed enormous, but only one continent? I doubt that's all humans have discovered. There's bound to be another continent somewhere. That would be exciting. My heart's pounding just thinking about it. Adventure. When I was young, I wanted to sail the seas and become an adventurer. Sadly, I was too frail for that. Why go looking for trouble when you never know when you'll die anyway? Life is fleeting either way. A mere passing shadow. If one devotes that fleeting life to discovering what humanity doesn't yet know, could there be anything more worthwhile? This guy is subtly cynical. It was a kind of pessimism mixed with a hymn to humanity, a will to overcome it. He seemed to value something beyond life or wealth itself. Yul didn't really understand that kind of thinking, but he found himself learning something from it. Let's train magic again today. I doubt there's much left for you to learn, honestly. That was true. Yul had mastered all of the incomplete Great Balance magic Ian had created. I was confident that the Great Balance magic, even incomplete, was a decent, unique magic. That is, until I saw the enormous magic engine etched within your soul. He sighed. After receiving Yul's permission to glimpse his inner structure, Ian realized that Yul possessed potential far beyond even the greatest human mages. I don't know if it's unique to you, or if your whole species is like that. It's probably just me. He hadn't seen another jelly octopus before, but it was certain only Yul could ascend. My magic is still in restoration, so there are missing sections. I've been filling them with fragments of knowledge and inspiration, but it's still far from complete. A lifelong task. Finally, I will teach you the most recent magic technique I've discovered, the transmission of thoughts. Through the Great Balance magic comes the transmission of thoughts. To resolve the imbalance between oneself and another, it was necessary to convey one state to the other. Forcing that awareness upon them was the purpose of this magic. Do you understand the formula? Of course. Yul comprehended the magic engine arrangement Ian described and engraved the formula into a small corner of the great factory that existed within his soul. Once he'd learned it all, a new status window appeared before him. Congratulations! You have unlocked the category of awakening. From now on, you will be able to fill your vacant soul with many things. Awakening. Great Balance, Magic, Magna, Liber, the unique magic created by Arthur Beltane and restored by Ian Beltane. A magic that corrects the world's imbalance and harmonizes chaos and order. Currently incomplete. T/N Latinized words, Magna equals great, Libra equals balance scales. Oh. It worked. Yul? Did you just speak to me? Of course. Now, he could send his thoughts directly into Ian's mind without writing. It feels like language, but not quite. Something's echoing inside my head. Congratulations. Ian smiled faintly. Now, you have become my fellow disciple. We are people of the same school, walking the same path. People? Haha, let's say creatures. Anyway, there are now 2 followers of the Great Balance School. It was still incomplete, but it wouldn't be for long. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Ian. Yul went out to the southern sea again. Well, it was work again today. Even though he came here often, this heat never became familiar. It felt like walking through a desert. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but he had to rest frequently. Still, Yul came anyway because there wasn't much experience left before his next evolution. Until next evolution. 6200/6400. It's definitely progressing slower. Compared to when he got those experience events in the deep sea, it was much slower, but when he thought about the stable lifespan supplied through magic stones, steady level UPS, and an environment without strong enemies, this place was actually nice. He tried looking for magic stones underwater, too, but there were none. Magic stones only appeared on land. So he spent time hunting here and there, killing boredom. Originally, he used to just hunt mindlessly, but once he started running magic formulas in his head, time passed quickly. Status window. Awakening. Awakening. Great balance magic, Magna Libra. Formula 1. Perception. Formula 2. Connection. Formula 3. Transmission of thoughts. These formulas could be seen as the nodes between which magic was constructed. And each node was practically a spell of its own. The magic of the Great Balance was structured quite differently from general or common magic. Common magic had techniques involving gathering magic from the air and controlling elements like fire, but the Great Balance school was completely devoid of such general spells. All the magical formulas of the school existed solely as preliminary workings for the ultimate goal, the Great Balance itself. Each one was like an underdrawing for a grand symphony, but even a single formula wasn't something to underestimate. Each one could display power near the level of miracles. Moreover, the structure of the formulas was rather poetic. The pulse of two worlds echoes within me, and the flowing power unites into one. Its beginning lies within my soul, but its end shall remain in eternity. This was a part of the verse from Formula number 1, Perception. Each line was imbued with power. Magic was stored within the formula, and inserting that formula into the magic engine was what it meant to learn magic. The verse could also be changed, as only the phrases entered into the engine needed to be modified. Interesting. Core, engine, and circuit all sound like something engineers would use, but the formula itself is described in such a literary way. He raised a tentacle. From the nerves connected throughout it, Yul could sense a magical circuit he hadn't been able to perceive before. He drew magic from the core and connected it to the circuit. Then, through an already formed formula, he manifested it. Perception. Yul cast the formula into ultrasonic waves. He wasn't sure if mixing magic with ultrasonic was even possible, but it just worked. When he told Ian about this before, the man was utterly astonished, once again slapping his forehead with an open palm. He said that he had only ever been able to perceive what he could see, and that perceiving through sound was something he'd never even imagined, and he was consumed by academic fervor. Ian's great and all, but once he gets fixated, he turns a bit crazy. Anyway, countless bits of information are mixed into the ultrasonic waves. Things he'd never noticed before were now popping into his head as if someone were interpreting them for him. Red sea bream between the coral reefs. A camouflaged octopus. A Dead Sea squirt from yesterday. A drifting mahi-mahi. Red sea bream, excellent. You're mine. Now, let's try the next spell. Connection. Yul connected to the perceived target. He could sense the sea bream's position, gauge the distance, and even know its current condition. Connection could only be activated on a target already identified by perception. Yul immediately located the coral reef where the sea bream was hiding. SSSHHHHH. He sprayed poison, stunning it in an instant, then sank his sharp teeth in and chewed it down. No particular flavor. His tongue wasn't as developed as in his human days, so aside from shellfish, all he could feel was a vague sense of fullness. Experience +2. Still, larger prey gave more experience points. The third formula allowed the transmission of thoughts to another creature. These were the 3 reconstructed formulas of the Great Balance School, but there was still a long way to go. The crucial formula for balance itself hadn't even been restored by Ian yet. Yul swept his gaze around. He passed beyond a massive kelp forest and entered a coral zone. The reason he roamed this area was to see if he might once again hear that beautiful song he'd heard before. Whenever he passed through this area, there was always something far, far away singing with ultrasonic waves. But even when Yul sent out his own ultrasonic waves, there was no reply. It's probably just a difference in ultrasonic capability. Unlike the high-powered ultrasonic on the other side, the ultrasonic of a small jelly octopus like Yul's didn't reach very far. So Yul planned to hear the singing directly and then track it down. If he could somehow activate connection on the song itself as the target, he might be able to trace it across that great distance. While steadily gaining experience, Yul soon began to hear the song coming from somewhere. Upright arrow. Still such a sweet song. A human ear would never have been able to hear it. With his sense of hearing shifted into a different realm, even the song sounded completely different. Yul perceived the singing. High-frequency ultrasonic singing. He grasped the concept and began tracking it with connection. The distance to the source of the singing was at least 3,000 kilometers. That's incredibly far. It amazed him that he could hear the song all the way from there to here. Ordinary ultrasonic waves didn't spread nearly that wide. After hesitating for a moment, Yul gave up on going there. Even from the lighthouse to here was already several hundred kilometers. If he went there, he would be truly, tremendously far away. Besides, his current life with Ian wasn't bad. There would be a chance to look into the song later anyway. He was curious, but he held himself back. He could always go after finishing his evolution. After finishing his hunt and returning, Yul noticed a ship he hadn't seen before. Should I ring the bell for this? No, wait, it's close enough. I should try transmitting a thought. Yul summoned the formula. Transmission of thoughts. Ian, there's a ship I've never seen before. Ah. Yul, is that you? For now, please stay there for a moment. Right now, why? Just a second. The transmission cut off there. Yul was startled. What? Is Ian in danger? Yul quickly climbed onto land. He crouched and sprang with his tentacles. Thunk. 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 He bounced like a ball, an odd movement that would have been impossible for a normal octopus, but Yul's strength had long surpassed the level of an ordinary cephalopod. There were definitely traces of an intruder. The footprints were from shoes, unlike Ian's. These look like high heels. So not a thief, probably. But in any case, he had to check. Yul entered the lighthouse. He retracked himself from the round fishbowl beside the door, then leapt upward and arrived at the upper floor. Hearing a commotion, Yul dashed forward, jumped, grabbed the handle with one tentacle, anchored himself with another, and threw the door open. Please wait a moment, miss. No, I can't wait any longer. Creak. As soon as the door opened, Ian was lying on the floor while a noble girl with passionate red hair was straddling him. Sorry. Did I interrupt? After seeing the scene, Yul quietly closed the door again. And no, wait, Yul. It's not what it looks like. Did an octopus just open the door? Yul slipped back into his round fish bowl. Good timing to leave. It wasn't that octopuses couldn't, it was just that Yul himself had absolutely no sexual desire. It felt like he'd become asexual, in a sense. Still, he retained his memories from his previous life, so he understood that the situation was awkward. Then, a loud crash came from the bedroom. It's a monster. A monster. I'll handle it. Kya. Miss Celestia. Put down the sword. The woman called Celestia held her rapier in her left hand and flung the door open. Where are you, foul creature? I, the eldest daughter of the Drake family, Shall cut you down myself. What a heroic type. Miss Celestia. Yul isn't a monster. He's an intelligent creature. It was no use. Celestia looked around frantically, then spotted Yul in the fishbowl and pointed her sword at him. Why, you monster? Huh. So she plans to fight. Given that she hadn't activated madness, she was clearly weaker than Yul. He climbed up onto the glass rim of the fishbowl, spread his tentacles, and waved them. Quay quay. Celestia's sword began to glow brightly. Yul watched with admiration. So she's channeling magic into her sword. Yul. Miss Celestia is just a little mistaken, that's all. Got it? I'll just knock her out. As Celestia charged, Yul leapt above her and smacked her cheek with a tentacle. She spun several times and collapsed, unconscious. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Weak, human. Even if your sword is sharp, if it cannot hit, it may as well not exist. Feeling rather pleased with himself, Yul watched Celestia regain consciousness and raised a tentacle again. But Celestia, apparently done fighting, lowered her sword. At last, she seemed to have calmed down. Ian, you'd better explain exactly what's going on here. Well, you see, ha ha, ha ha. A moment later, Yul was sitting in his round fishbowl and was carried in Ian's hand into the bedroom. There, they talked and Celestia's identity turned out to be far more than Yul had expected. Fiancé? Yes. The Drake family is very close to our Beltane family. Our elders arranged the marriage long ago. But because you decided to become the lighthouse keeper here, our wedding has been delayed for ages. Celestia pointed an accusing finger at Ian. He only smiled awkwardly, looking flustered. And to think you've been living with such a grotesque creature. Tisk. Do you want to get hit? Threats won't work on me, grotesque creature. I'll let it slide since you're Ian's fiancé. Ian sighed deeply. Yul is practically my colleague. Please stop treating him like that, Miss Celestia. Perhaps realizing how serious Ian was, Celestia's tone softened a little. If you insist, then. Anyway, weren't you two making babies or something? WH what, how can you say something so indecent in broad daylight? Just asking. Oh, of course, we'll have to make children after we're married, but not now. Celestia stammered. She might have trained with the sword, but it was clear she was a sheltered noble lady. So, why did you come here? They told me to set a date for the wedding with Ian. Miss Celestia, this is a really critical time. I've found a clue to restoring the magic, I can't just leave now to get married. But Ian, both our families are expecting our union. Yul crossed his tentacles. I see. He was starting to understand the situation. Ian wanted to continue his research here, but his family was pushing for marriage. So what will you do? My life's work can't be postponed. Miss Celestia, could you live here, on this island? What? That's a bit. Celestia glanced around. The lighthouse interior was nicely furnished, but its location was the problem. The lighthouse keeper's island was completely isolated, no residents, no towns. Occasionally, a ship would stop by, but only in passing. Aside from a few merchants who brought food and supplies, it was utterly remote. Anyway, I hope you two come to a peaceful agreement. After all, it was their matter to settle. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. For a new ascension. After much thought, Ian decided to return to his family's estate. He declared that he would get married there, have children, and then come back to the lighthouse to continue learning magic. That process would take several years at the very least. Yul told him to do so. It was a pity that they wouldn't be able to meet for a while, but Ian said he would return, so they could meet again then. And in the meantime, Yul planned to actively pursue what he had been unable to do before. The first was to identify the source of the singing voice, and the second was ascension. At this rate, he would soon complete his final evolution and achieve ascension. He had more than enough lifespan left, around 4 years worth, so it wasn't threatening. I'll bring back more records from my family. I'll be back within 3 years at the latest. Be careful. Don't worry. The estate is close to here by ship. I might not be in this form the next time we meet. You said it was called Ascension, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of creature you'll become next. Ian set down the fish bowl containing Yul on the floor. Yul left the bowl and descended into the sea. Then, Yul, I'll be off. Though parting was sad, it wasn't forever. After parting ways with Ian, Yul headed to the southern sea, deep in thought. Ian said he has a clear purpose in life. But what about me? Yul pondered for quite a long time. He wondered if there might be some meaning to his own birth. No matter what species he ascended into, he never really felt any sense of kinship with that species. He also had no thoughts about reproduction, and even as time passed, his body did not age. He only assumed that when his lifespan ran out, he would die like a computer shutting down when the power's cut off. Then what am I supposed to do? Why was I born? What is this ascension ability that no one else has? He thought about his ultimate purpose. After much contemplation, Yul realized he had been trying to solve an unsolvable riddle. Why do you need a reason to live? You just live. Yul was not like Ian. Living with a kind of mad devotion toward a goal was truly difficult. For now, Yul had 2 short-term goals. One was to explore all the seas in this region. I'm a sea creature, right? Exploration's a piece of cake. He wanted to find another continent, discover a new island, or simply explore the vast waters he had yet to visit and find something new. An adventure into the unknown world. The first place he headed for was the southern sea, where the kelp forest had once been. The song he had heard there still gnawed at his curiosity to the point he couldn't bear it anymore. I have to find it no matter what. With Ian gone from the lighthouse and his lifespan secured, Yul was unstoppable, despite the journey being over 3,000 kilometers. The Fantarazza was vast indeed. Even with Yul's high-speed movement, it took a considerable amount of time. On his way, Yul achieved his final evolution. 6402/6400. Let's go with the water temperature change resistance that appeared in the last available evolution. Water temperature change resistance develops an organ capable of withstanding sudden temperature changes or regulates body temperature independently, maintaining a constant internal temperature. Stage 6 evolution complete. Done. Then, in front of Yul, the list for the next ascension appeared. Ascension. Path of ascension, shallow stream. You have walked the path of the shallows. The list of species available for your next ascension will be limited to those that inhabit shallow parts of the seas. Conditions required for ascension are presented. Satisfy at least 3 of the conditions below. Encounter at least 10 intelligent species. Hive minds not included. Indirectly defeat a creature stronger than yourself. You must not harm it directly. Consume and absorb the magical metal Voridum. Jump more than 30 meters above the sea surface. Consume a land-dwelling creature that has entered the sea. What's with these conditions? They were very different from Zenoya's. The requirements had become more complex, and now he could choose which conditions to fulfill among several options. They're all difficult. During the Zenoya stage, it had been extremely easy, but now that he was a jelly octopus, things had gotten tougher. The land creature condition seemed impossible without Ian's help, but maybe the jump 30 meters above the sea surface one could be doable somehow. For example, if I jump when the waves are strong, it might be possible. It seemed he would have to wait for a storm and leap above the surface of the sea then. Yul chose a few of the options. For now, the sea surface jump, meeting 10 or more intelligent species, and he'd think about the rest after observing for a bit. Indirectly defeat one, what does that even mean? His head hurt. For now, Yul continued forward. Through the connection, he knew exactly where the source of the sound was, so there was no chance of him getting lost. Also, since he could now withstand extreme temperature changes, he had no trouble enduring the warmth of the southern sea. Huh? What's that? A ship. While swimming near the surface, Yul suddenly spotted a massive vessel. A carrack. It was a ship shaped like a 17th century Western vessel, the kind Ian had said was often used in his country. It was a carrack weighing about 500 tons. Yul, having learned the heraldry of various nations with Ian, recognized the flag bearing a white bird. It was the flag of Francia. A navy ship. In this era, naval sailors were adventurers, merchants, and sometimes pirates. Of course, none of that had much to do with Yul. Ah, right. Maybe I could clear a quest here. Meeting 10 intelligent beings, if he just showed himself to them and then left, would that count? But the closer he tried to get, the farther the ship drifted away. Damn, it's fast. Catching a favorable wind, the carrack was sailing swiftly, and Yul couldn't keep up with its speed. He eventually gave up chasing it and continued onward, following the singing voice as his guide. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He was getting really close to the source of the song now, just a few dozen kilometers away, maybe. That day was strangely peculiar. It was as if all the things he'd been meaning to do for so long were happening at once. Yul sensed a storm approaching. The light filtering down through the water suddenly dimmed, and he thought it odd. It wasn't even night yet, so he rose to the surface and saw an enormous typhoon raging toward him. That's massive. The waves are going to go wild. If he jumped from one of those huge waves, he might be able to complete the jump quest. Sending out a long burst of ultrasonic waves, Yul found the kingdom of Francia's carrack again after several weeks. The flag was the same, so it had to be the same ship he'd encountered before. Oh, a ship. But will it be okay in this typhoon? A carrack was an enormous ship, but the storm was equally tremendous. If it capsized, everyone aboard would be doomed. While waiting for the storm, Yul detected a turtle following him via echolocation. It was still some distance away, but it was approaching at an incredible speed. What the? That's no ordinary turtle. The shape was turtle-like, but when Yul saw it with his eyes, he was shocked. His body reacted on its own, glowing a bright crimson. Authority madness, activated. Authority is surging. Yul barely restrained his rising madness. He still had plenty of lifespan left. The opposing turtle, however, was no normal creature. Its entire body was made of metal. It looked like a knight clad in armor. An armored turtle. And the power streaming from its webbed feet was far from ordinary. That wasn't human magic. It's using a mantra. From a distance, he heard the turtle's mental voice. You there? Beast imbued with magic. How dare you swim these waters? Yul locked onto the turtle, activated connection, then used transmission of thoughts to send his thoughts. Who are you? I am Kagan, of the Proud Turtle Knights. By order of His Majesty the King, I am to patrol the borders and purge all suspicious creatures. Now, kneel before my might? And become my prey. No, I mean, what are you? Flesh mantra activate. You woo. The turtle's body suddenly swelled to 1.5 times its size. A muscle-bound, bulked-up turtle charged through the waves toward him. Oh, come on. Yul quickly spread his tentacles and fled. Never in his life did he imagine he'd be chased by a crazy, muscle-boosted turtle. Then the quest list flashed in his mind. Indirect kill, then maybe. He darted toward the eye of the storm, luring the turtle behind him. You coward! Where are you running to? Face me with honor, you weak octopus. Yul knew he was much faster. With the authority of madness, his physical capabilities had skyrocketed beyond reason. No time. I have to end this quickly. But he didn't rush, he deliberately adjusted his speed so that Kagan could stay right on his tail. All the while, he kept checking the ship's position through ultrasonic waves. The waves made it hard to see, but he had a rough idea. After a brief chase, the turtle knight Kagan finally caught up to Yul, unaware that Yul was intentionally letting him. He was practically gloating. I finally caught you. At that moment, Yul's figure vanished. He had gathered all 8 of his tentacles together, then released them downward at once, propelling himself sharply upward with tremendous force. He disappeared to the surface. When Kagan leapt high into the air, he suddenly found himself face to face with a massive carrack rising on the waves. It was coming down straight toward Kagan's face. The hard prow of the ship was plummeting right at him. What? You bosta dash. Crack. That was the end of him. The weight of a ship, hundreds of tons riding the surge of a wave and falling back down, was more than enough to crush Kagan's skull. Quest complete. At that instant, the authority of madness was released. Yul could tell Kagan was definitely dead. His remaining lifespan was about 2.5 years. Yul had been flung even higher, drawn up to the peak of the waves before plunging back down. His target had been the kingdom of Francia's ship, but his landing point was off. He fell not onto the deck, but into the sea beside it. A terrifying impact crashed over his body. GHHK. Even for a sea creature, waves could still cause damage. Falling from that height into rough water was much like hitting solid ground. But his body was soft and flexible, easily absorbing the shock, and his regenerative ability allowed him to heal quickly. Now if I can just get to the ship. Too far. He realized he'd lost track of the carrack's position. In that storm, the ship had vanished in an instant. He wasn't sure whether they had survived. The turtles dealt with, but only 2 quests cleared. Jumping over 30 meters success. Indirectly defeat a creature stronger than himself success. Meeting 10 intelligent beings still incomplete. Yul also realized that the turtle named Kagan counted as one of those intelligent beings. He could meet more if he went to the waters where those turtles lived, but they were far too aggressive. They attacked on sight. Guess I'll meet others eventually. After completing the 2 quests, Yul dove once more toward the source of the song. Though the surface above was ravaged by the storm, the deep sea below was calm and silent. There, Yul found something glowing beautifully on the ocean floor, something like a round, luminous pearl. As he got closer, he saw it wasn't a pearl at all, it was a massive dome made of glass. Inside were structures that resembled the temples he had seen before. It looked like a miniature globe. One side of the dome was shattered, and the song was flowing out from that breach. What is this? Surely, there wouldn't be another Kaiser inside this time, would there? Chapter 13. Chapter 13. At the end of the song. The deeper he went, the stronger the song that filled the sea became. It was truly a sweet and beautiful melody. Certain emotions or sensations can sometimes have an intense effect on someone. For Yul, who was hearing such a high-frequency song for the first time, it felt like curiosity and enchantment. The huge, round, orb-shaped dome had cracks in it, and one side was broken open. Large fragments that had fallen from the hole were floating around, and between the shattered pieces of glass, the song leaked out. The outer glass of the dome was so clean that it was strangely easy to see the inside. The ancient buildings within were delicate and beautiful, as if someone had preserved them. Yul scattered ultrasonic waves. The waves bounced back, revealing every corner within. This looks like another ruin. But it's definitely not made by humans. It didn't even resemble that temple he had seen before. The architecture seemed to have been made by an entirely different race. Most of the buildings were enormous, With no stairs, they were mostly composed of circular passageways. What kind of race could have built such massive structures? And why did this place sink to the bottom of the sea? Yul couldn't suppress his fascination. He wanted to retrace the flow of history deeply engraved within this place. It'd be nice if I gained an ability like psychometry someday. I want to find out what happened here. He thought that maybe magic or evolution could grant him a similar power someday, but for now, it was just a thought. The strange thing was that there were no sea creatures inside other than Yul himself. Why is that? The glass is broken, so ordinary fish should be able to enter. The inside of the dome was warmer than the outside, and it seemed like a good habitat for living beings, so why weren't there any? Yul continued moving inward. Deeper and deeper. On the inner walls, ancient murals were engraved. In the elaborate murals was depicted a strange, humanoid race. Turasa. Their bodies, resembling those of humans, were close to gray. At the ends of both arms were fin-like sleeves. Their skin was smooth, with scales covering some areas. The immortal race that built the great empire of the sea. He didn't know the language at all, yet somehow, Yul could understand it. He turned his eyes along the ancient murals. They fought a war against the outer god that crawled up from the abyss, and in the end, every race was erased from reality. At the end of the mural, countless Turasans were shown reaching out in despair. And at the very end of it, Chzzzzzzzzzt. His memory was erased in an instant. Yul realized he should not have looked at the mural depicting the outer god's form. If he kept watching, he would become corrupted. He turned his eyes to another mural. There was a giant clam, a great king clam. Inside its open shell was a bizarre creature. Sirandran. It was far too strange to be called a living creature. It had the upper body of a human. But it was by no means human. Nor was it like the Turasan, its supposed original form. Its whole body was covered in pitch-black skin, and on its jet-black face, only the eyelids glowed in fluorescent color. Behind it trailed hundreds of extremely long, string-like dorsal fins, fluttering gently like ribbons. Sirandran. A biological weapon created by the Turasan to fight against the outer god. The immortal Turasan modified their own bodies to create it. Most were made using the corrupted corpses of Turasan, who had fallen to the outer god. Until it was erased, the Sirandran fought a desperate battle against the outer god. It possessed powerful mind control and mental resistance abilities. Each of its tentacles was imbued with a mantra, it had tireless determination, and a regenerative capacity that restored itself infinitely. When the Turasan race perished, all Sirandrans were destroyed as well. But the last remaining one was sealed here. The reason is unknown. Yul smacked his lips. It was a habit he used to have when he swallowed saliva back when he was human. That was how tense he was. So, that thing actually exists in here. Just looking at the Sirandran, that biological weapon, was terrifying enough to send chills down his spine. Honestly, he had absolutely no desire to fight against such an ancient creature. If the Sirandran was waiting at the end of that song, Yul fully intended to run away the moment he saw it. Creeping forward through a narrow gap that didn't seem like the proper path, Yul finally found a chamber on the deepest level. Whoa! It was as if auroras were blooming in every direction around him. And in the center of it stood the Sirandran. The purple giant clam was closed, but strange, magical energy leaked from the cracks between its shells, and the song could be heard. Time to run. Yul turned his body to escape but then froze. What's that? From the main passage, not the narrow gap he'd entered through, a group emerged. They were a pod of orcas, true predators of the sea. Yul had seen orcas from afar before. But these looked different. Their black skin bore white tattoo-like markings, which glowed fluorescent whenever they swam into darker areas. The seal? It's weakened further. Judging by the volume of the song, the creature will break free soon. We must prepare. Assemble the war division. The orcas were conversing with each other like that. Yul, instantly intrigued, forgot about running away and decided to watch from a distance. A seal? They sealed the Sirandran. The orcas called for reinforcements from those outside. Soon, their numbers doubled. They prepared with grim determination. Yul realized that every one of them was a powerful warrior and that they were prepared to risk their lives. Open it! The leading orca charged forward, striking the top of the purple giant clam with its tail. Thump! A tremendous shockwave burst out. The beautiful song cut off abruptly, and the glowing light dimmed. Moments later, the clam's shell creaked open. And from within, the black, monstrous figure emerged. Its entire body was jet black, yet its eyes gleamed with such vivid light that it was frightening. From its back, countless tentacle-like appendages unfurled, each glowing with an eerie light. Looks like there are over 100 tentacles. We must destroy them all. Only by removing the tentacles can we seal it again. A brutal battle erupted between the orcapod and the Sirandran. The orcas were astonishingly fast and agile. They bit down on the floating tentacles, crushing them, and at times, tore them off by force. But the Sirandran didn't stay still either. It spread its tentacles wildly, transforming them into sharp, spear-like blades that shot in every direction. It was like watching countless guided missiles flying through the water. One of the smaller orcas, performing acrobatic maneuvers like in a deadly circus, failed to dodge a single tentacle. Slash. Arg. A single tentacle impaled it, then dozens more drove into its body like spears. No. The limp orca's body trembled, then suddenly turned to attack another of its kind. Look at his eyes. They're white. He's already under control. Amid the terrifying onslaught, more victims fell. Faren is down. Impossible. Nug, there are too many tentacles. We still have to do it. By the time the largest orca bit through the sixth tentacle, fewer than half of the orcas remained alive. Some had fallen under mind control, others were trembling and convulsing, their bodies impaled by countless tentacles. If the Sirandran is completely unleashed, our waters will be destroyed. Defend it for the sake of our families. Yul, who had been carefully observing the desperate struggle of the orca tribe, thought that maybe, just maybe, he could intervene. Its back is completely exposed. The Sirandran's main target was the orcapod. Every one of its tentacles was directed toward them. It seemed not to have noticed the small creature that was Yul. Its back was facing him. Ah, what should I do? Go in, or not? Yul honestly didn't care about the seal business. He had only followed the song here. He wasn't particularly interested in the orcas battle either. It's not like he even liked orcas in the first place. This stretch of sea had nothing to do with him, and he had no particular stake in it. But, still. That bastard turned its back on me. Yul's ambush happened in an instant. He accelerated rapidly, and at the moment he closed in, madness activated, muscles swelling in an explosive pump. Authority madness, activated. Take this. Spinning attack. He gathered 8 of his tentacles neatly together, forming a whirlpool, and spun like a drill straight through. The Sirandran noticed Yul at the last possible moment. Several tentacles turned toward him, but before they could react, Yul's body had already pierced through the bundle of tentacles. He burst clean through the Sirandran's body and out the other side. The authority was a cheat skill. Yul scattered ultrasonic waves toward the Sirandran's pierced torso. Dash! The creature froze, as if utterly caught off guard. What? You there, octopus? Well done. The tentacle mass has been severed. Just a little more. Even so, the Sirandran looked down at the gaping hole in its abdomen, almost curiously, then raised its hand to cover the wound. And then it started regenerating. Yul knew it had regenerative abilities, but to heal even a wound that massive? That was new. Most of the tentacles are cut off. Good. Reseal it? We'll close the shell together. All around, severed tentacles floated. The surviving orcas gathered, pushing the purple clam shut. They slammed their tails against it, forcing the shell to close. Others took turns hammering it shut. The Sirandran stretched its arm outward. Something about that sight gave Yul a déjà vu. It looked eerily similar to what he'd seen in the ancient mural. Coincidence, perhaps. Soon, the Sirandran was sealed back within the clam's shell. Yul's madness was released immediately. The orca pod approached him. Yul realized they had no intention of hostility. If they had, madness would have reactivated instantly. Deep-sea octopus, we offer you our gratitude. Thank you, octopus. You are our hero. Me. To think that such a small creature could display such power. I just attacked because its back was showing, that's all. But Yul's legendary strike seemed to have deeply impressed the orcas. They looked at him as though they'd just witnessed David strike down Goliath. They were showing respect to a creature they would normally consider prey. Indeed. The Sirandran possesses the power to destroy entire seas. Only when its tentacles are few can it be brought down. We've been fighting this endless battle. Seal it, it regenerates, and we seal it again. Only those who survive this war are considered warriors among our Eastern Blue tribe. Because of the Turasan nature of immortality, the Sirandran was undying. It seemed they had no choice but to repeat the sealing process endlessly. You are no ordinary octopus. We would like to invite you to our village. Sure, I guess. Yul was reluctant, but he accepted. It was partly curiosity and partly greed. After all, he needed to meet 10 intelligent beings to fulfill his ascension requirement. And even counting all the orca warriors here, the total didn't yet reach 10. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Orca Village. Nug was the leader of the orca warriors. He was male, and across his forehead, he had a horizontal streak of white luminous paint. He truly looked like some kind of Amazon tribal warrior in orca form. Guided by him, Yul was invited to their village. You might wonder why orcas would even need a village, but in this world, orcas were as intelligent as humans, and they lived and acted in unison. And that village existed within this underwater cave. The walls of the cave shimmered with strange lights. Whoa! Yul confirmed that the enormous underwater cave had many holes carved into its sides. Inside each hole was an orca. Each seemed to live inside its own home, resting safely there. From the center of the cave, the largest orca emerged. He approached Nug, the leader of the orca warriors. Nug, did you achieve victory? Of course, Great Mother. But the sacrifice was great. If it was a victory, that's a relief. And the octopus beside you, who is that? He can speak our language and aided us in battle. Is that true? When Yul felt the attention turning toward him, he answered. Of course. How could you understand our tongue? And this octopus looks like one of the deep-sea creatures. The huge orca called the Great Mother swam closer, circling Yul curiously, inspecting his entire body. Just by looking at her, Yul could tell she was an immensely powerful creature. If she bore even the slightest hostility, his madness would have activated instantly. He charged at the Sirandran, a creature many times his size, and dealt the strongest blow, allowing us to seal it away. Is that so? Treat him as an honored guest. See to his comfort and give him what he desires. Thank you, Great Mother. Thank you. As the enormous orca swam away, Nug spoke. Your name was Yul, correct? Yes. You have the Great Mother's permission. You are now our guest. However, we have no idea what beings of other species might want, especially an octopus. Because usually, octopuses are our prey. Right? It is rather unusual. We're not sure how to reward you properly. As the warriors murmured among themselves, Yul decided this was his chance to gather information first. Then, for my reward, may I ask you a few things? Of course. Yul planned to dig for information while he was in their village. There was simply too much in these surrounding waters he didn't yet know. Ascension conditions met. The quest is complete. Yul could feel the orcus gazes as they swam around him. Even though they merely passed by and looked at his face, meeting 10 intelligent beings seemed to have satisfied the quest's condition. He could evolve any time now, but he decided not to, not yet. It would be safer to do it in a secure place. I'd like to ask you a few things. Ask whatever you wish. Yul first recalled the armored turtle he had seen before and decided to ask about it. The powers in these waters, you say? You must be a deep-sea creature, then. You probably don't know much about the surface seas. You do know this ocean is called Fantaratsa, yes? Yes. In Fantaratsa, there are known great oceans. Each ocean is divided into its own territories, each ruled by different powers. The names of the oceans were as follows. There's the Great Celestial Ocean, the Continent Ocean, the Archipelago Ocean, and the Outer Ocean. That's about what we know. Which ocean is this? This is the Great Celestial Ocean. Yul listened as Nug briefly explained that the Great Celestial Ocean was an immensely vast sea within Fantaratsa. And the sea adjacent to the continent was the Continent Ocean, where humans were the dominant species. Yul realized that this Continent Ocean must be the one bordering the human continent called Rhonda. The Continent Ocean doesn't have many powers. Perhaps only the dolphin tribe, who were pushed out by other power struggles. He then continued, explaining about the Archipelago Ocean. The Archipelago Ocean lies to the south. It's a sea covered with countless island chains. And the Outer Ocean? The Outer Ocean lies beyond all the seas we know, a truly dangerous, mysterious, and unexplored sea. It's in the northwest. I see. Then what kinds of powers exist in the Great Celestial Ocean? Nug started by mentioning a faction Yul already knew. First, there's the Turtle Kingdom. Those turtles gather around the world's longest and largest kelp, which they call the World Tree, forming a kingdom there. A race that coexisted with the massive sea kelp they called the World Tree, guarding their domain, able to use magic, aggressive and long-lived. And then there's the strongest faction of all, our Orca tribe. Oh? Could you tell me a bit more about that? Sure. We began as ordinary orcas. But it's said that the very first of our kind attained strength through self-cultivation, and then ascended. Huh? Ascended? Yul blinked twice. This was the first time he'd learned that another creature could also ascend. Yes, it means evolving into an entirely different species. That next stage is what we call the Deep Kings. Deep Kings? Yul shouted in surprise. The creatures everyone in the deep sea had been talking about, those Deep Kings, were actually evolved from orcas? When an orca ascends into a Deep King, it gains tremendous authority. It's said that our ancestor who ascended took pity on our state and bestowed a blessing upon us. We used to have the intelligence of children, but thanks to that gift, our tribe gained great intellect and quickly prospered, expanding our power. I see. Then, may I know more about the Deep Kings themselves? The Deep Kings are said to be able to go anywhere, rising to the vast heavens above or descending to the deepest abyss below. Yul imagined a whale soaring through the sky. Perhaps that's what a Deep King was like. He couldn't say for sure, he had never seen one himself. These Deep Kings, after ascending, do not interfere with their former species. I understand. Are there any other factions? There are. In the southeast, there's the Sea Dragon tribe. They have huge webbed fins, very long necks, and incredibly powerful teeth. They're massive creatures. One of the warriors interrupted. Right? They're so huge that when we hunt one, there's enough meat to feed the entire tribe. But we can't just attack them carelessly. Hey, don't interrupt. At Nugga's words, everyone fell silent. Anyway, aside from the sea dragons, there's something you must truly be wary of: the hives. They usually dwell in the outer ocean, but sometimes, they appear here. Hives? The Great Mother once said that these creatures were originally deep-sea anemones. Anemones? Yul's interest was piqued. Why must we be wary of them? Because the hive, a collective organism made up of countless anemones, absorbs all living things. They're truly dangerous. They absorb numerous creatures and take only their greatest strengths. For example, by consuming the heart of a giant humpback whale, they gain an immense pulse. By using an armored turtle's shell, they reinforce their outer layer. That's how they strengthen their bodies and expand their collective. That's horrifying. Yul shuddered. People say you can destroy a hive by eliminating its core, but to reach that core, you must pass through countless zones of tentacles. They're even worse than the Sirandran. Even our kin who venture northwest flee immediately if they spot a hive floating on the sea's surface. Yul listened as they described the many mysterious creatures of the ocean and the regions they inhabited. The more he heard, the more he realized that what he had encountered so far was merely a drop in the ocean. The Great Mother says that in the outer ocean, hives are everywhere and there are beings even more terrifying than them. You'd better not wander out there. I won't. The seas of this world were vast and filled with things beyond imagination. Yul already felt chills running all over his body. How many more monsters existed out there, in those distant waters? And what lay hidden in the depths of those seas? A vast, unknown terror seemed to loom before him, but Yul decided not to think about it. It was foolish to worry about something that hadn't come yet. After talking with them for a while, Yul decided to stay for about a day in the village, and was given his own personal cave. It was the smallest of the holes, too tight for an orca to enter but perfectly sized for Yul. Yul rested there that day, taking the time to read through his long-neglected status window. Ascension conditions met. After ascension, you can evolve into a different species. Upon becoming another species, your evolution limit will increase to 7 stages, but it will require much more experience. Karma accumulated in this species' life, 1,105. Whoa, that's a lot of karma. Over 1,000. Considering he'd only earned 13 during his time as Zenoya, that was an overwhelming number. Yul recalled what he had done since becoming a jelly octopus. He had acquired the miraculous Stone of Authority, an artifact left behind by an alien race in an ancient temple. He had leveled up explosively in the hydrothermal vents. He had slain a sand shark and witnessed the battle of colossal, myth-like beings. Then, upon surfacing, he had spent time on land, consumed magic stones to extend his lifespan, lived with the lighthouse keeper Ian, and awakened magic. So, karma builds up when I achieve something or when I'm with someone. Current creatures available for ascension based on karma. Because you have acquired a large amount of karma, additional information is provided. Based on your past experiences, new evolutionary paths that align with your desires will be suggested. Solar flying fish, a flying fish that absorbs sunlight and converts it into magic for storage. It glides swiftly above the sea surface, capable of sustained flight. Evolution traits: energy absorption, high-speed gliding, solar energy techniques, scale reinforcement, and optical abilities. This option was formed from your tendency to go upward toward the surface. Oh! Now it's even showing its potential. Yul liked that he could finally glimpse what kind of evolutionary direction awaited him. Maybe gaining more karma unlocked new functions. He looked at the second entry. Lance squid, a squid species with spear-like, sharpened horns. A highly aggressive, battle-oriented life form. Evolution potential: high-speed movement, martial skill acquisition, texture alteration, ink ejection, electric discharge, and horn enhancement. This option was generated from the many combat experiences you've had as an octopus. Phantom jellyfish, nearly invisible to others due to its transparency. Its mass of tentacles carries potent neurotoxins. Can temporarily slip into another dimension to evade harm. Abilities: invisibility, neurotoxin, magic field generation, and dimensional step. This option was created based on your magical aptitude. Oh, nice, feels like the fighter class and the rogue class. The land squid was clearly a direct evolution of the jelly octopus, boasting far more abilities. The fact that it could gain electrical powers was especially appealing. The phantom jellyfish, on the other hand, seemed better suited for stealth and mobility but probably not very fast. Then you'll check the final entry. Orca, possesses exceptional intelligence and hunting ability, forming social structures and cooperating within a tribe. Evolution potential, physical enhancement, charisma, and high affinity for magic. This option was formed through your accumulated karma and your encounters with orcas. Whoa. Seriously? An orca? On Earth, that was the apex predator of the ocean. Though here, who knew what that meant? If he evolved into an orca, y'all might even be able to join the orca tribe. The unknowns in its evolution potential gave him pause, but still, these 4 choices were incredible. Which one should I pick? They all looked good, so good that choosing was hard. But after a moment of thought, y'all made up his mind. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Became an orca. Come to think of it, there was no need to hesitate. If you're given the choice between a squid, a flying fish, a jellyfish, and an orca, of course, you'd pick the orca, right? Even if the others might use magic or soar through the skies, the orca is still the apex predator. That's the right answer. Having reached his conclusion, y'all judged when the best time for ascension would be. Too many eyes on me here. Ascension was based on violent physical transformation. This place was far too conspicuous. Maybe I should prepare somewhere quiet. Well, it's not like the orcas will keep me in the village forever anyway. He figured he could stay for a few more days and then leave. Then a thought struck him. Do I really need to leave to become an orca? What if I show them the process right here in the village? For these creatures, ascension wasn't an entirely foreign concept. They themselves ascended to become one of the Deep King's tribe, so perhaps their perception of ascension was different. Showing them how I ascend, that's a bit of a gamble. If things went well, y'all might be accepted by the orcas. But if it went wrong, they might see him as a threat. I'll put that idea on hold for now. The next day, y'all went outside. Nug was a warrior who had taken a great liking to him. Especially after seeing the small-bodied y'all charge headfirst at a monstrous, electrifying creature many times his size, he considered y'all incredibly brave. Maybe that's why he often went out of his way to help. What does your octopus species eat? Pretty much anything. Oh, really? That's fortunate. I was thinking of treating you to a meal. And I was going to show you around our village. That'd be great. That was when y'all first learned that orcas stored food. Usually, sea creatures just ate whatever they found, but some of these orcas actually kept livestock within the village. They're a bit different from the other orcas, huh? These ones were, in human terms, settlers. They built villages and kept their food close by. Y'all hadn't expected to see a civilization-like structure even in the ocean. When a few mackerels escaped from a fish pen in the middle of the underwater cave, y'all snatched and devoured them all at once. You've got quite the appetite. For some reason, Nug looked at him the way a cat might look at a hamster cracking nuts. Want to look around the village? I'll show you around. Of course. I'm curious. Y'all followed the orca through the underwater caves? He learned that this place had originally been a natural cavern, later expanded by the orca tribe that moved in. Not just our tribe, other orca tribes also form villages and live in underwater caves like this. There are other tribes. Of course. We may not speak the same way, but all Orca tribes get along. There are plenty of enemies in these seas, after all. While exploring with Nug, Yul came across a strange cave emitting a faint green light. What's that place? That's where the sacred stone tablet of our tribe lies. Oh, I'm curious. I probably can't go in, right? Normally, no. But just a quick look should be fine. The matriarch said to treat you as a guest, after all. Following Nug's words, Yul headed inside. The green-lit cave had walls made of a reflective material. It looked a bit like glass, or maybe like crystal, he couldn't tell exactly. The source of the green light was in the center. Is this some kind of temple? In the middle stood a massive rectangular stone tablet, radiating a soft green glow. A line had been drawn around it to keep others from approaching, and surrounding it were several orcas, softly murmuring in ultrasonic tones toward the stone tablet. Protect us, O ancestors! The ultrasonic chant was so low and rumbling that Yul couldn't make out the words clearly, but it sounded like a prayer. What's that? It's a stone tablet inscribed with the words of Isnail, the first of the Deep King tribe. He was once an Orca before he ascended. Ah! Roughly speaking, it seemed like a form of religion. This must be some kind of holy site where they worship their god. And those people praying up front are all practitioners. Practitioners? Yes. They pray before the tablet to cultivate themselves, using mantras to undergo the process of ascension. Oh. So they were praying in order to become divine beings. It reminded him a bit of Buddhism. It seemed the legend of the Deep Kings was well known among the Orcas. The difference from humans on Earth was that here, ascension actually was possible. But not many Orcas ever ascend. Only a few can read the words Isnail left behind on that tablet. Oh. Mind if I take a look? Sure, just don't cross the rope. Yul approached the stone tablet. The practitioners glanced at him, but their concentration never wavered. Compared to the curious stares he got outside, the atmosphere here felt solemn and devout. Yul wondered if his translation ability would work on the tablet, too. I, Isnail, the first of the Deep King tribe, proclaim this. Your kind, the foolish Orcas, lack the intelligence to comprehend language. This is my lament. Thus, I have decided to bestow my grace upon you. Accept the light, and give form to the mantra, for the source of the Deep King tribe is light. I sought the path within the darkness, and at the end of that path, I embraced the great azure ocean. The depth of the sea is equal to the depth of the heavens. The power of the Deep King tribe is not mere physical evolution, but the awakening of the soul. You shall take your first step toward that boundless potential. When you embrace the light, you shall attain true freedom. But those who reject the light shall be bound to the darkness, fated never to escape the call of the abyss. Await the coming of the heaven and earth reversal. What kind of nonsense is this supposed to be? Just like any self-proclaimed prophet, he had scribbled down a bunch of vague, lofty nonsense. Embrace the light? What's that even supposed to mean? As Yul tilted his head in confusion, a status window suddenly appeared. You have read the epic of the Deep King tribe. Your fate begins to draw toward the Deep King tribe. A new path to ascension has been detected. Indexing. Path of Ascension, Deep King tribe has been unlocked. You may now evolve from Orca rightward arrow Deep King tribe. Oh. Yul blinked in surprise. He'd thought the tablet was just full of meaningless rambling, but it had actually opened a new evolutionary path. Wow, that's insane. I've gotta become an Orca quickly. To do that, he'd first have to leave the village, ascend safely somewhere else, and then come back. User's approval received. Ascension to Orca will now begin. Wait, no. That wasn't approval. But the stone tablet's power seemed to trigger on its own, causing the status window to go haywire. Wait. Hold on. Please. Not here. This is gonna cause so much trouble. What's happening? A brilliant light burst from Yul's body. It was unlike when he'd evolved from an octopus before. His entire body began to transform. The form of a cephalopod creaked and twisted into a completely different creature. New flesh formed, new organs developed, and fins grew across his body as he changed. Defying all laws of physics, he ascended into an entirely new species. When he finally opened his eyes, every orca around him was staring in shock. Oh! Oh! It's ascension! Unbelievable! How could an octopus ascend into an orca? A sacred creature. A lower species ascending into a higher one, was that octopus a practitioner too? My goodness! I knew he wasn't an ordinary octopus. Any creature strong enough to defeat the Siren Drawn had to be something else but to become an orca? The orca's clamor and shock were 100 times greater than Ian's reaction to discovering an intelligent octopus. One orca even slammed its head against the wall. Even an octopus ascends. Why can't I ascend to the Deep King tribe? Why only me? No. Hurry and inform the Great Mother. Report this strange phenomenon. Capture that creature. Strange phenomenon? Isn't this an auspicious occurrence? Our species has long believed it had no origin. But if another species evolved into ours, this could reveal the truth of our beginnings. What kind of nonsense is that? Isn't that octopus just special? A practitioner can ascend. That orca might become one of the Deep King tribe. The orcas suddenly split into factions and began arguing noisily. This is a total mess. Feeling their shock and fear, Yul checked his body first. Given how things had turned out, he had to adapt and choose his next move. Yul first checked for escape routes and observed how they would react. If they turned hostile, he had prepared to flee immediately. If they attack, madness will activate, and I'll survive. Nothing to worry about. Still, he had truly become a completely different species. An orca, no less. Fins on both sides, a fin on his back, and another on his tail. A streamlined body. If there were a mirror, Yul would probably look no different from the other orcas. The only difference was that his body felt smaller than the others. A new status window appeared. Ascension complete. Orca. A natural-born hunter found across the widest range of all whale species. It possesses high intelligence, lives in groups, and is equipped with an ultrasonic organ. As the final function of ascension, you inherit one evolution obtained from your previous species. Huh? Inherit. Right. Now that he thought about it, there was such a function. Yul recalled his previous traits. Muscle enhancement, toxin, pressure adaptation, temperature resistance, regeneration, ultrasonic wave cannon, something like that. Among the previously inherited traits, the ultrasonic ability was unnecessary. Orcus already had the natural ability to use ultrasonic waves. Which ability would be best to inherit? Orcus were said to live everywhere, from polar seas to tropical waters. So temperature resistance wasn't needed. I'm not diving back into the deep sea either, so pressure adaptation is useless. That left toxin, regeneration, and the ultrasonic wave cannon. Offense or defense? Choosing defense meant gaining regeneration, offense meant toxin or ultrasonic attack. Let's go with defense. The wave cannon was tempting, but it might show up again later through evolution anyway. For now, regeneration seemed the best choice to quickly recover from injuries. Evolution state, Stage 0. Experience required for next stage. 1/600. Creature traits. Marine creature, a marine creature capable of diving from the surface layer to considerable depths. Hunter, you are a natural-born predator. Ultrasonic organ, can perceive and interpret ultrasound to use echolocation. Temperature resistance. Thick skin allows you to maintain a stable body temperature in varying water conditions. Inheritance. Regeneration. At the cost of experience points, this ability rapidly restores damaged body tissue. Severed fins, tails, and internal organs can be regenerated. Authority. Madness. When a powerful enemy appears, this ability activates automatically. During its duration, strength increases dozens to hundreds of times, and the user becomes invulnerable, taking no damage at all. Activation condition. Automatically triggers when you encounter an enemy stronger than yourself, after evaluating their rank. Cost of use, lifespan. Awakening. Great Balance, Magic, Magna, Liber. The unique magic created by Arthur Beltane and restored by Ian Beltane. A magic that corrects the world's imbalance and harmonizes chaos and order. Currently incomplete. Formula 1. Perception. Formula 2. Connection. Formula 3. Transmission of thoughts. Ascension, Ascension Stage 2. Current Karma, 1118. Your current lifespan. Remaining, 70 years, 50 days, 23 hours. Wow, insane. A lifespan of 70 years. Yul was thrilled. As a jelly octopus, he had never lived past 5 years, but this orca could live for 70. The orca was an innately powerful hunter. With regeneration as his inherited ability, Yul had no need to fear fighting. On top of that, if he combined his magic and authority, he might be overwhelmingly stronger than other orcas. While Yul was taking a moment to examine himself, in the midst of the chaos, the matriarch of the orcas entered the cave. Matriarch. Matriarch. A most auspicious occurrence has occurred. Nug has told me of it. You're saying that the jelly octopus we met before has ascended into our kind? Yes. And it ascended after seeing the stone tablet left behind by Lord Isnail of the Deep King tribe. It seems this is no ordinary matter. Child, come with me. Hearing himself being addressed as child, Yul blinked twice. Apparently, his current appearance was that of a young orca calf. Me, an orca calf. Perhaps because of that, they might be more inclined to accept him. Underscore 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 T/N orcas are called killer whales, but they're actually dolphins, and they still count as whale species because they belong to the big ocean family called cetaceans. It's kind of like how a tomato is technically a fruit, but everyone treats it like a vegetable. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The Orca Tribe. Aside from the status window, something else appeared. It was the Path of Ascension. Just like during the Jelly Octopus days, there was a quest this time as well. Ascension. Path of Ascension, Deep King Tribe. Having read the stone tablet, the path to ascension into a higher species opens. The next species available for ascension will be one of the Deep King tribe, Sea Dragon tribe, or Spirit Abyss tribe. The option with the highest probability among higher species is prioritized in the list. The conditions required for the species ascension are presented. After completing all evolutions, satisfy 4 of the following conditions. Encounter the Snail of Darkness. Form a good relationship with one human being. Gold is desire itself. Gather 1 ton of gold. Encounter a creature possessing divinity. Retroactive application is not possible. Defeat 1 sea creature stronger than yourself. Deal with a creature that has risen from the deep sea. What the hell? A ton of gold? Divinity. What even is this? It felt like the difficulty had increased compared to the jelly octopus days. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Orcas were traditionally a matriarchal society. The reason was simple: females lived about 30 years longer than males. Because of this, orcas, regardless of gender, rarely left their mothers and would form large tribes under the leadership of an elderly female. The eldest grandmother was, accordingly, an experienced and skilled hunter. Thus, the head of a tribe was called the matriarch. These orcas, blessed by their ancestors who had ascended into the Deep King tribe, possessed far greater intelligence and longevity. The tribe's matriarch was an astonishing 160 years old. Matriarch Lancha was bewildered by an event she had never experienced before in her long life, but her age and wisdom kept her from acting rashly. What should I do? According to the tribe's rules, an orca born from a different mother cannot be accepted into the same pod. The orca who introduced himself as Yul had an extraordinary origin. He had not been born from any mother's womb. He hadn't even been born an orca, yet the orcas understood what ascension was: the act of transforming completely from one species into another. If that was the case, then that creature was no longer an octopus, it was an orca. All the tribe's elders, regardless of whether they belonged to the traditional faction or the traditional faction, gathered together and started arguing heatedly. That's a freak. It wasn't born from a mother, it turned into an orca from some weird creature. And it even speaks our language. Kill it now, that ominous thing. Nonsense. You're talking about killing a child? Get a hold of yourself. And besides, you're saying it transformed from another species into ours? That's no trivial matter. This is ascension happening right before our eyes. That's right, elder. If it truly ascended from a lowly creature into our kind, doesn't that make it a divine creature? Perhaps it might even be capable of ascending into the next species after ours. Bah! You young ones, get out of here. How dare you interrupt when your elders are speaking? When even the younger ones who had been listening jumped into the fray, chaos erupted. Especially the leader of the traditional faction, he was the most vocal of all. Hand him over to us, the traditional faction. He must be protected and taught to share with us the knowledge of ascension. What nonsense! Didn't he himself say he doesn't know why he ascended into our species? Isn't that right, Nug? Yes. From what I observed, that is the case. He was the jelly octopus who helped us seal the siren drawn, but he said he doesn't understand why he became an orca himself. The warrior Nug, who came forward as a witness, testified with a dazed expression. See? If that's not ominous, then what is? The divine is always accompanied by ambiguity. As the argument threatened to escalate, Matriarch Lancha made a swift decision. Enough. Forget about his origin for a moment and think differently. Suppose our tribe went out hunting and found a calf that had lost its mother in another sea. What would we do? We'd bring it back and raise it. Then treat this as the same. At Lancha's firm words, the dispute finally reached a conclusion. No matter the origin or different former species, a motherless calf would be taken in and raised. Aside from his unusual birth, Yul looked no different from any other orca, so the reasoning made sense. However, that did not ease the tension between the traditional faction and the traditional faction. It was only the matriarch's overwhelming authority that kept their conflict buried deep beneath the surface. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yul was captivated by the orca's strength and speed. The smooth, streamlined body was perfectly designed for swimming. With just a small twist of his body, he could travel much farther than he ever could as a jelly octopus and with far greater power. Even a muscle-enhanced jelly octopus couldn't compare. It feels like the entire physical scale of my species has increased. Roughly speaking, if evolution had previously raised his stats by 10 points, then evolving into an orca felt like every stat had increased by 100. And though his body length was currently only about 2 meters, it would grow several times larger as time passed. "What are you doing?" After Launcha and Nug left to continue their discussion, Yul was checking over his own body when a voice startled him. It came from above, from someone he hadn't sensed at all. The owner of that ghost-like presence, whose movements carried no sound or sign, was a smaller, more delicate female orca than Nug. From what Yul could tell, she seemed nearly an adult or just about to become one. "Hi. I'm Twania. You're that orca called Yul, right?" The orca looked him over with curious interest. "So you're the strange one Grandpa mentioned. You look ordinary, though." "Grandpa? Nug. He's my grandfather." Yul blinked. Nug had a granddaughter? From what he'd sensed, Nug had felt like a young adult, maybe in his 30s. "How old is Nug, exactly?" "My grandpa? 80. "That's surprising. Well, our kind is blessed not only with intelligence but also with longevity." Even so, Nug had been such a formidable warrior, still looking fit and nowhere near old. Truly a blessing of longevity. "You know there's chaos in the village right now because of you, right?" "I'm aware. Especially the traditional faction, they're in an uproar." "Traditional faction?" Twania moved beside Yul as silently as a shadow, not making the slightest sound. Even though Yul was watching her with his own eyes, he couldn't sense her presence at all. It was unsettling. The Orca tribe's traditional faction revere the Deep King tribe as gods and worship their power. In contrast, the traditional faction wants independence, to walk their own path apart from the Deep King tribe. Orcas have politics, too. From the sound of it, it wasn't quite like a political party, more like a primitive division of beliefs. Still, Yul could roughly guess how each faction might view him. Twania continued speaking to him with a friendly tone. "You know, about you, huh? I should go now." "Huh? Why all of a sudden?" Twania vanished as silently as she'd appeared. Yul soon realized why. The head of the Orca tribe, Matriarch Launcha, had arrived. "Yul, the meeting in the village has ended." Yul turned toward her as Launcha relayed the decision made during the assembly. "If you choose to accept your fate and live as an orca, then you must learn our ways as the others do. In that case, we will accept you into the village." "Understood." "Are you sure?" It sounded like an easy decision, but it wasn't. Yul had already been thinking that it would be nice if he could blend into this orca village. After all, Ian had said he wouldn't return to the lighthouse for another 3 years, so staying with the orcas until then didn't seem like such a bad idea. "So, I've somehow been accepted as one of their kind, huh?" Even though the orcas' reactions toward Yul were split, some welcoming, others wary, he wasn't particularly worried. If things ever got dangerous, madness would activate automatically. In that case, he could just smash through the nearest wall and escape. But there was no need for that. Yul had been accepted here, albeit imperfectly. Just as he was thinking that. "Huh? My breath." Yul suddenly felt as though he couldn't breathe. It was a first for him. Ever since he was born as a deep-sea creature, he had never once breathed. But unlike his previous form, orcas despite their powerful physiques required oxygen. Instinctively, he swam up toward the surface. Poof! As he took his first breath and exhaled, the cold night air of the sea filled his lungs. The blowhole was on top of his head. The strange sensation fascinated him, and an unexpected wave of emotion washed over him from that single, short breath. It was only breathing, but that first breath of his life was deeply, overwhelmingly moving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Then let me introduce you to the orca you'll be living with. You already know him, don't you? It's Nug of the Warrior Corps. Since he's successfully completed his recent mission, he'll be returning to his family for a while. Nug was assigned to take responsibility for Yul's training and education until he reached adulthood. He had temporarily left the warrior corps and said he would travel with his family for a time. Yul would be joining them. At first, Yul felt some resistance toward the idea of a creature raised, but given that his current body was about the size of an orca calf, he eventually accepted it. It felt strange, realizing that throughout his twisted life so far, he'd never really had a childhood as a living creature. He didn't need protection, yet someone was offering it to him. In any case, Yul left the village with Nug and, for the first time, swam through the upper ocean layers. "Come, Yul. I'll introduce you to my family." Nug presented his family, his mate, Nemery, along with their 3 children and grandchildren, 13 orcas in total. "This is the child?" "Yes. He's the one we'll be taking in. Welcome, Yul." "Hello." Nemery was about the same size as Nug. Normally, a female would be the leader, but in this pod, Nug seemed to hold that position. The one who welcomed Yul most warmly was Twania. He later learned why most of the pod consisted of older orcas, and the only one younger than Twania was Yul himself. "So you're coming with us too? Where are we going?" "The northern region where the blue wave sleeps." Yul followed the pod as they departed the village. Nug's family migration led them far to the northern seas. As they swam through the vast open waters, Yul began learning the basics, starting with hunting. "You have consumed a great azure ocean tuna. Gained 22 experience points. 302/600. That was the first time Yul ate prey that someone else had caught, and he realized his experience points still increased. "Even if I don't catch it myself, I still gain experience. That's amazing." The tuna had been caught by one of Nug's sons, not Yul himself. He passed one tuna over to Yul, who, upon seeing it, couldn't stop his mouth from watering. As he bit into it, he savored the warm, fatty, oily taste. Chomp, chomp. How can he eat an entire tuna by himself? Twania, surprised by Yul's appetite, teased him. "He's like a pig, uncle." Dash. "Well, maybe so. Isn't it normal to eat a whole one? Most can't, you know." "A pig?" Yul almost asked how she even knew that word, but then remembered that everything he heard from them was somehow translated into words he could understand, so he let it go. "Now that I think about it, I've never really felt full or hungry before." There had been times when Yul seriously wondered if everything he ate just vanished into a black hole in his stomach, turning straight into experience points. At first, he only ate what they caught for him, but when the others noticed how fast he was growing, several times quicker than normal, Nug began taking him along on hunts. Yul carefully observed how they lured fish, how they formed encirclements, and how they hunted together. What an intelligent way to hunt. It was a method that used every aspect of the orca's physical abilities. The large females would first swim upward and take deep breaths. Then, from below, they would create bubble nets, forming a kind of wall or net in the water. The school of tuna, unable to think of breaking through, would flee in other directions, and in doing so, they were guided into a trap. Then, the waiting orcas would charge in like bullets, each snatching up a tuna small enough to fit into their mouths. Looks doable. Though Yul was still smaller than the others, watching the larger orcas hunt made him confident he could do it too. "Wanna give it a try?" Without even answering Twania, who had been watching from the side, Yul moved. "Huh? Hey. Wait, it's my turn." Yul shot forward like a torpedo, clamping down on the smallest tuna in the school and catching it in his jaws. Then he slipped out through the bubble net, holding the wriggling fish tightly between his teeth. "Oh? That's not Twania, it's Yul." From afar, Nug watched in amazement. Yul had succeeded in his first hunt. Twania did grumble at Yul later for taking her turn, though. So this is what it feels like. Living as an orca felt like joining a hunting tribe. The strange sense of belonging and the satisfaction that came with it stirred something deep inside Yul's heart. The orcas packed their catches neatly into enormous giant clamshells for transport large enough to hold a bounty of prey. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Ancestral Spirit. It had been a month since they headed north. The pod of orcas moved slowly, hunting along the way as they migrated. Nug, who was leading the wandering pod, had one thing on his mind. Isn't it strange? He's growing way too fast. He already knew that the cub's origins were unusual, but Nug had come to realize that Yul's growth rate was anything but ordinary. In just a month, he had already grown to the size of a juvenile. Considering that the infancy of an orca usually lasts about 10 years, it was an astonishing rate. And he has a massive appetite. A normal orca would eat about 200 kilograms of food per day on average, but Yul just kept eating and eating. It seemed endless. It was as if there was a separate hole in his body just for food. He ate twice as much as the others, and still, there was no telling when he'd stop. He simply stopped eating when he felt like it. Nug remembered what matriarch Launcha had once said. Yul is no ordinary creature. Treat him as one of us for now, but decide for yourself whether he'll bring us harm or not. Coming from the outwardly benevolent Launcha, those words might have sounded cold, but that was the way a leader had to be, especially the head of a tribe made up of many families. He shows no aggression at all. He plays well with Twania every day. The only difference was that he ate a lot and grew fast. He learned just as quickly, too. He had quickly grasped how the pod hunted and slipped naturally into their formation without causing any disruption. So Nug no longer treated him like a mere child, but rather as a young member of the pod. At least until I'm certain. To gain that certainty, Nug was taking Yul to the northern regions. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. No, not like that. It's supposed to go beep like that. Dash. During a short break, Yul was training in ultrasonic under Twania's guidance nearby. There were 3 types of ultrasonic techniques. The first was the ordinary vocal pattern used for communication among orcas. The second was ultrasonic waves, a method of perceiving the surroundings in 3 dimensions. And lastly, there was a third technique using ultrasonic waves as a weapon. It's different from the sound we use to talk. You have to compress it with all your strength at the front of your head. Beep. What he was learning now was the technique of ultrasonic condensation. It was a skill that released an intensely condensed ultrasonic wave forward. Once mastered, it could knock out a 2-meter-long fish in a single blast. In human terms, it was like letting out such a powerful roar that it stunned nearby creatures. What is this, a battle cry or something? Yul suddenly remembered a skill from one of the games he used to play. Mimicking that sensation, he gathered all his strength in his head, focusing it into sound. Yeah, just like yelling with all your might. Beep. That's about right. You really do learn fast, don't you? Swimming beside him, Twania gestured that he'd passed. Yul felt a sudden surge of confidence. Ultrasonic is a technique unique to us orcas. Most other sea creatures communicate through magical signals. What's a magical signal? Something like this? Yul noticed that Twania's voice suddenly sounded different. That's a magical signal. Any sea creature that's reached a certain level can use it. Yul searched his memories. Back when he was a jelly octopus, the turtle Night Kagan, who had attacked him, had spoken in a similar way. So that must have been this magical signal form of communication. Hey, you two at the back, why aren't you keeping up? Coming. They followed the call of the other orcas swimming ahead. Nug looked up at the sky, noted that the sun was setting, and spoke. All right, let's rest lightly as we go. Keep the watch order the same as usual. Yes. As night fell, the orcas began their unique way of half-sleep swimming. Sleeping while keeping half the brain awake. Yul had never experienced anything like that before, but since living as an orca, he'd grown used to it. Of course, orcas also had what they called deep sleep. They'd take a deep breath, turn their bodies vertically in the water, and sleep that way. Sleeping in this upright position allowed for a very deep rest, completely washing away fatigue. Sleeping like this for 2 to 3 hours was considered deep sleep. When there wasn't time for that, they would enter a lighter sleep while still moving. This was called shallow sleep. Their swimming speed slowed considerably, but it allowed them to recover while staying in motion. It wasn't as efficient as deep sleep, but it was a sleeping method unique to whale species, which must constantly keep moving. After several cycles of sleeping and swimming, Yul felt them catch a current. It was a stream flowing steadily northward, toward the Arctic. Riding the current, Yul continued upward until he spotted a massive underwater volcano. Across the raised mountain range ran enormous fissures glowing with a hue like the light from daylight bulbs, spreading like spiderwebs across the range almost like decorations on a Christmas tree. He could feel the water temperature change drastically. Just from a glance, he could tell this was no ordinary landmark. That place is where Parang sleeps. Nug swam closer and spoke to Yul. What kind of place is it? Long ago, an ancestral god named Parang was buried there. He became a spirit, resting in Origin's embrace, completely severed from the world. What's Origin? It refers to the land of this world. Origin is the name of the earth god, who has existed since ancient times. According to myth, all things in the world were created by Origin's hand. Now, come. Let's go to the shrine that enshrines Parang. So, it's like a creation myth, Yul thought. Isn't it dangerous? It may look that way, but that volcano hasn't erupted in thousands of years. Yul swam toward the underwater volcano with the orca pod. Even from afar, it had looked enormous, but from below, its depth seemed endless. When he used ultrasonic waves, he confirmed that the bottom reached all the way to the deep sea. It doesn't go any deeper. If even ultrasonic waves couldn't reach beyond that point, it showed just how immense this underwater volcano was. Near the summit, a massive pile of crudely shaped stones had been stacked together. The orcas entered the shrine. Inside, a vast passage stretched ahead, and the water was noticeably warm. The heat of the volcano seemed to seep through the stones. As Yul slowly followed, Twania swam up beside him, chatting quietly. No one really knows why we come here for pilgrimage. It just feels like we're supposed to. It's called tradition, Twania. Come along now, let's offer prayers to Parang and our ancestors. Nemri, Nuga's mate, nudged Twania forward as she entered the shrine. All right, I get it. Yul, this way. Nug guided Yul toward where the male orcas were gathering. There was a separate area inside the shrine, a peculiar space where several stone cairns were stacked. The other male orcas were taking stones from their mouths and adding them to the piles. Now, pick up a stone nearby and place it on the cairn. Then pray. This ritual is to express gratitude and to wish for peace. We pray to the god Parang, to the ancestors he took with him, and to the spirits. Ah, so it's like a memorial rite. From a Confucian perspective, Yul realized it was something similar to an ancestral ceremony. He was fascinated that orcas even held rituals like this. Seeing how they valued customs and traditions, they really did feel like some kind of human clan. When it was his turn, Yul picked up a stone to place on the cairn, but suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him. It felt like someone was watching him. What is it? He turned his gaze slightly, looking around, but it wasn't the orcas' eyes he felt. It was something far greater, a gaze that came from beyond. As he placed the stone on the cairn and closed his eyes in a gesture of prayer, a voice echoed. A strange one I've never seen before has come. Who's there? The voice was clear, but no form could be seen. When Yul opened his eyes, the other orcas were completely still, frozen in place as if time itself had stopped. I thought I'd met a soul strong enough to hear my voice after so long, but something's off. A ghost? I am an ancestral god. More precisely, a spirit, you rude little orca. Before him appeared the faint, translucent form of an orca about 50% transparent, yet massive and imposing, its forehead exuding a commanding presence. I am Parang, the one who dwells in the northern depths, your ancestor and the oldest of all orcas. What did you do to everyone else? I merely accelerated your thoughts so we could speak for a moment. They're all fine. Yul stared at the semi-transparent orca. He had thought this shrine was just symbolic, a traditional ritual of faith among the orcas, but now realized the entity truly existed. You're wondering why I appeared before you, aren't you? Well, I was simply curious. Do you have something you need me to do? I did, originally, but I've changed my mind. Among all the orcas I've met, your soul is the strongest, which is why you can see and perceive me. But you weren't born holding the fate of our kind. You were originally something different, weren't you? It seemed he had seen right through Yul's true identity. Then, please just revert things back to normal. Really? You're not curious about anything? No, not really. Come now. You've met a rare and mighty spirit like me, shouldn't you be asking for something? Like, please grant me your power. Or something. And if I did ask, would you give it to me? Of course not. Why would I? You're not even a real orca. Then fine, just put things back the way they were. I'd like to get going. What? Wait. Don't be so cold. It's been ages since I last had a proper conversation. A question mark might as well have popped above Yul's head. He had no idea how to deal with this unpredictable spirit. Was he a green frog? T/N in Korean culture, calling someone a green frog means they're disobedient or always do the opposite of what they're told. So, how about we make a contract? Yes. And what would that do for me? You'd be able to talk to me from time to time. That sounds like something you'd enjoy more than I would. For Yul, there didn't seem to be any real benefit. No. Talking to someone like me, who's lived for thousands of years, might teach you something, don't you think? Besides, I can help ease the suspicions of those other orcas around you. What do you mean, suspicions? Yul, who hadn't been particularly interested, suddenly perked up. I can tell your origin isn't ordinary. You were something else before becoming an orca, weren't you? The others must have their doubts. Even old Nug looked uncertain when I saw him. But if I show up and clear their suspicions myself, that works in your favor, doesn't it? Yul thought for a moment before replying. So what kind of contract exactly? It's a contract that allows us to talk from afar whenever we wish. Nothing special. If either side refuses, the conversation ends right away. It didn't sound like the kind of contract that involved granting power or anything dangerous, and Yul figured that chatting once in a while wouldn't hurt. Still, making a contract with a spirit gave him an odd sense of unease. Do we write a contract or something? The contract will be engraved on a corner of your soul. You seem capable of using your own soul already. Observe it later. All right. My name is Rookit. What's yours? Yul. Yul accepted the contract. Instantly, he felt a sticky, thread-like bond connecting him to Rookit. He realized the sensation was functioning like some kind of magic. A system window appeared. Contract with the spirit Rookit has been completed. A new contract tab has been added to the status window. Contract. Spirit, Rookit. Mutual agreement contract. The two parties can communicate with each other anytime, anywhere. Perceived time acceleration applies during conversation. No additional effects detected. Yul quickly checked the system and confirmed that Rookit hadn't deceived him in any way. At least he doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Alright then, let's release the acceleration and show myself. Play along a bit. A strange sensation swept over Yul, as if the world around him were slowing down again. The translucent Rookit before him gradually became more solid, almost lifelike. Oh! It's the ancestor. Yul sensed the surprise ripple through the nearby Orcus as Rookit began to emit a soft, sacred glow. I am Parang of the northern depths, your ancestor and the oldest of all Orcus. The ancestor has manifested. This child has formed a contract with me. My blessing shall be upon him. Dash. Oh. Leaving those words behind, Rookit slowly faded back into transparency. Yul could feel it, the looks from the Orcus around him had completely changed. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Penguin Refugees. How is it? Hasn't everyone's attitude toward you changed? Yes. But I think I liked it better before. Nugga's children had begun treating Yul with a certain stiffness. They were no longer as friendly as before, still polite, but now there was a subtle distance between them. Beside Yul, after leaving the shrine, was Rookit hovering like a small ghost. Yul still found Rookit awkward. To think that something like a spirit or a ghost could actually appear before his eyes and casually start talking to him, it was unsettling. How long are you going to keep following me around? Hey, look at this brat. Do I look like some stray spirit that just clings to people? Is it really that hard to chat with an old man from time to time? Yes. Honestly, having a ghost-like thing hovering next to you is just uncomfortable. TCH. After all the help I've given you. That's one thing, and being uncomfortable is another. Imagine, when you were alive, if a ghost just popped up beside you. Back in my day, mythic beings walked the earth. Things like that didn't bother anyone. Excuse me? It was an age when giants that created swamps and giants that raised continents still roamed around. There weren't even any beings called the Deep King tribe back then. Just how ancient is this old man? An orca older than the Deep King tribe? Didn't the highly intelligent orca tribes originate from the Deep King tribe? At that moment, Yul felt one of his quest logs update. Encounter a creature possessing divinity. Retroactive application is not possible. Completed. A creature possessing divinity? Yul felt oddly uneasy, realizing the quest had been completed just like that. Maybe Rookit was a far greater entity than he appeared. In any case, some things had changed because of Rookit. Nug seemed a little more lenient toward Yul now. He had once spoken to Yul with a stiff, formal tone, but lately, his attitude resembled how he'd spoken back when Yul was still a jelly octopus. On the other hand, the orcapod had grown a bit more distant. The only one who hadn't changed was Twania. Alright, we'll talk later. As Rookit faded away with a soft whoosh, Yul turned his head. Twania had approached. Are you really a chosen one now? Can you wield divine power or something? What's with this chosen one talk all of a sudden? Of course not. I just made a contract to occasionally talk with Rookit, that's all. No, seriously. Normal orcas can't do that. I think the uncles are right. About what? That you're the chosen orca, that you'll ascend and become one of the Deep King tribe. Deep King, chosen orca. Yul couldn't care less. Anyway, now that you're accepted by the family, I'll teach you something. Teach me what? You said before you wanted to learn how to control your body, right? The art of moving in silence. Oh. Twania's movements were unlike any other orca's, completely without a trace. Yul had asked her about it back when he was learning ultrasonic waves, but she had refused to teach him then. We call it the stealth form. At that moment, Nug swam up to them. Twania, How many times must I tell you that Yul isn't a fully grown orca yet? I started learning the stealth form when I was young, too. Humph. That's because you. Yul slipped in between them. What exactly is the stealth form? It's one of the ways orcas control their bodies, Yul. You could say it's a physical art that's been passed down since ancient times. So basically, a systematized way of using the body efficiently. Nug glanced back and forth between Yul and Twania. Ha. Fine, teach him if you want. I'm sure Yul will figure it out. With permission granted, Twania's eyes sparkled as she began explaining. The essence of the stealth form is a physical technique that values stealth and heaviness. Stealth and heaviness. When you cut through the current, don't force it. With just the movement of your fine muscles, you can draw out immense strength. I'm not good at explaining things, so from here on, experience it yourself. Without warning, Twania flicked her tail upward and struck Yul's jaw. Thwack. Ugh. After taking the hit, Yul finally realized he had been struck. He hadn't even managed to react in time. No, it wasn't that she was too fast. He simply hadn't perceived it at all. Gotta heighten my senses and emit ultrasonic waves in all directions. Yul released radial ultrasonic waves around Twania's position, using ultrasonic waves to pinpoint her movements in real time. Thwack. Too slow. Yul only realized he'd been hit again after it happened. This time, it was his back. Before he knew it, Twania was behind him. But she was right in front of me a second ago. Ultrasonic's a great ability, but you have to remember your opponent can use ultrasonic too. Ultrasonic cancelling out ultrasonic, and then there was that strange way she moved. Normally, orcas move by cutting through the water. But stealth form moves by bouncing off the current instead. You have to make your whole body quiver, like vibrating through the water using your muscles. She demonstrated as she spoke, and Yul was left baffled. How am I supposed to mimic that? Let's stop here for today. We'll be arriving at the Arctic soon anyway. The Arctic? Why are we going there? To trade. After the stealth form lesson ended, Yul joined the orca pod heading north once more. Asterisk. Yul had already known that the orcas stored what they hunted inside massive clamshells. Since they lived a nomadic life centered on hunting and gathering, he'd assumed they kept extra food for hard times. But apparently, the surplus catches were meant for trade with species living in the Arctic. Yul turned around. Behind him, other orcas were carrying the enormous clams, tied together with strands of seaweed like strings of dried fish. He swam up beside Nug. Who lives in the Arctic? The penguins. Huh? Hearing that from a creature like an orca who could literally split a pen/gin in half was absurd. They're intelligent beings, just like us. Huh? That's right. I heard they even established some kind of kingdom not long ago. They call it the Inskull Kingdom. Its leader and I have some history. What? Penguins founded a kingdom? Yul was dumbfounded, but he let it slide. When he thought about it, nothing in this world was particularly strange anymore. There were magic-wielding alien squid people and colossal eel-like monsters, so a kingdom of penguins wasn't that far-fetched. Eventually, Yul and the pod reached the vicinity of the massive Arctic continent. The cold here was truly brutal. Nug's pod didn't seem to mind thanks to their thick skin. Yul, aren't you cold? No. Some orcas do get chilly up here, you know. Yul checked his body. He didn't feel cold at all. It must be a biological trait of orcas that lets me endure this temperature. From each species he'd evolved through, Yul had retained certain natural traits even without additional evolution. When he was a jelly octopus, it had been regeneration and deep-sea resistance. Let's check the status window. Evolution status, Stage 0. Experience required for next stage. 1123/600. Creature traits. Marine creature, a sea-dwelling organism capable of diving from the surface layer down to significant depths. Hunter, you are a natural predator. Ultrasonic organ, you can understand and utilize ultrasonic waves. Temperature resistance, thick skin allows you to maintain a stable body temperature in varying water conditions. Contract. One contract with spirit, Rookit. Mutual agreement contract. The two parties can communicate with each other anytime, anywhere. Perceived time acceleration applies during conversation. Inheritance. Regeneration, at the cost of experience points, this ability rapidly restores damaged body tissue. Severed fins, tails, and internal organs can be regenerated. Authority. Madness, when a powerful enemy appears, this ability activates automatically. During its duration, strength increases dozens to hundreds of times, and the user becomes invulnerable, taking no damage at all. Activation condition, automatically triggers when you encounter an enemy stronger than yourself, after evaluating their rank. Cost of use, lifespan. Awakening. Great Balance, Magic, Magna, Liber, the unique magic created by Arthur Beltane and restored by Ian Beltane. A magic that corrects the world's imbalance and harmonizes chaos and order. Currently incomplete. Formula 1. Perception. Formula 2. Connection. Formula 3. Transmission of thoughts. Ascension, Ascension Stage 2. Current Karma, 1618. Your current lifespan. 69 years 228 days 23 hours remaining. So that's it. It's thanks to the temperature resistance trait. Yul hadn't chosen to evolve yet. For now, he planned to stay as he was while living with Nug as Orcapod. Even now, there was still some distance between him and the others. If he changed physically, it would probably make things even more awkward. They already think I'm weird enough as it is. No need to make it worse. It wasn't exactly hostility, more like polite avoidance, but Yul could feel it. In any case, Yul and Nug's pod finally arrived in the Arctic. He lifted his head above the surface to look around. At the front of the group stood a penguin with a spear strapped to its back. A weapon. Yes. It was actually holding a spear. Its head was tinged red only at the top, like a rooster's comb. Yul gave up trying to make sense of it and surfaced quietly with the rest of the Orcus, like an extra in a film. Nug then spoke not through ultrasonic, but through a magical signal to the penguin at the lead. It's been a long time. It's been a while, Lord Nug. How have you been? I brought the fish your people requested. Oh, thank you so much, Lord Nug. Here, these are the gems. At the penguin leader's gesture, his subordinates tightly grasped the sacks in their hands, which Yul knew were actually wings, and handed them over. Inside the animal hide sacks were heaps of gems. Then, the other Orcus raised the giant clams they carried in their mouths to the surface. As both sides exchanged their goods, Nug asked the red-crested penguin at the front. Yorkdan, you don't look well. Has something happened? To be honest, I can't say we've been doing well. Why is that? War has broken out. Oh dear. A penguin calling himself the Sorcerer King has appeared at the far north. He's been conquering everything in sight and claiming the land as part of his kingdom, so now all the tribes are in an uproar talking about forming alliances and the like. The Sorcerer King? Who is he? Supposedly a penguin from the far north, but no one knows his true identity. Nug seemed troubled. The Sorcerer King says he'll accept anyone into his kingdom as long as they don't resist, but if they defy him, he kills them brutally. His reputation is fearsome. And what side are you on? To be honest, I don't know. Life's already harsh enough as it is, and now he's talking about a kingdom. As you know, our tribe has nothing but gems. We have to import food like this just to survive. Listening to their conversation, Yul couldn't hide his fascination. He hadn't expected there to be such tribes in a place like the Arctic. Then, Yokdan made a rather meaningful request to Nug. That aside, might your Orca tribe be willing to take care of our children for a while? Children? Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Observation. If war breaks out, we might all die. The penguins around here are talking about forming a tribal alliance or something, but honestly, to completely trust and rely on that. Right. So you need a place to escape, I see. Yes. I don't think you'll need to make an official report to the tribe for that. If you go a little farther south, there's an island where no one lives. How about that place? Really? Yorkdan's face brightened, and he decided to accept Nugga's offer. Yul asked Twania. Since when have you guys been trading with the penguins? For quite a long time, I think. They said it started back in my great-grandfather's generation. Our family is the only one in the tribe that trades with the Arctic penguins. Oh? But don't orcas eat penguins? Well, that's a bit. Do you hunt creatures that can speak and think like you? Yul realized that Twania was making a dumbfounded expression. He could even read an orca's face now. Hey, I was just asking. I might not know. Of course not. Orcas are intelligent beings. Across the entire Great Azure Ocean, we never hunt species that possess intelligence like us. But we do eat everything else. In this vast sea, the line between intelligent beings and the rest seemed to be a big one. Then maybe orcas and humans could interact someday. No, that's not right. Ordinary humans couldn't send or understand magic signals like the sea creatures of the Great Azure Ocean could. Maybe they'd just end up trying to kill each other. After their short conversation, Nug decided to take care of some of the penguins. The penguin called Yorkdan thanked him and handed over more gems. Later, Yul heard that those gems were used like currency in Orca society. It seemed all intelligent beings like small, shiny things. Heading south from the Arctic, once it gets warmer, there are about 3 islands. We'll go that way. We're returning, then. Yes. We're going down there on the way. And so, Nugga's orca pod began to move again. Yul watched the penguins closely. Unlike on land, they moved with incredible speed underwater. Still slower than the orcas, though. Even though the underwater penguins seemed fast, they were slower than the speed at which the orcas moved. Yul was intently watching them when Twania interjected beside him. You're not going to eat them, are you? Of course not. Sometimes I do feel like trying to eat one. Seriously? I'm joking. Unless eating penguins could make me stronger. Chatting idly, they headed south, searching for the island. It was one of the few islands floating in the middle of the Great Azure Ocean, the same one Yul vaguely remembered seeing when they were going north. According to Nug, there was nothing there except a massive forest. While they were heading toward the island, Nug suddenly stopped and spoke. What's that? There's something huge. I'll check it out, Grandpa. Yul, come with me. As Twania spoke up, Yul followed behind her, quickly approaching the island. They surfaced and looked toward the inside of the island with their eyes. The island was thick with forest, and along the white sandy shore, a massive sailing ship lay stranded. Huh? What's that? Twania tilted her head, but Yul already knew what it was. He had even seen it before. It's a human ship. Looks like it's been wrecked. The ship on the shore was horribly damaged, and Yul had seen that ship once before. Back when he was still a jelly octopus, during that stormy sea when he dealt with the turtle chasing him, he had seen that same sailing ship. A ship from the kingdom of Frangia. Yul examined the bow of the ship, looking for signs of collision with the giant turtle. There certainly were. The figurehead of the goddess on the prow had been completely shattered. The human ship he had once tried to make contact with was now wrecked on the coast. The mast was broken, and the bottom of the ship was full of holes, leaving it stranded on the beach. It looked like it had been there for a very long time. Looks like they couldn't survive that typhoon. After all, they had faced a massive storm at sea, with waves towering dozens of meters high. If you mean humans, the creatures said to live east of the continental ocean? Yes. But it looks like there aren't any people left on the ship. There was no sign of life aboard the wrecked vessel, but countless footprints marked the shoreline. So, some humans did survive. All the footprints led inland, into the island's deep forest. Yul wanted to know their story, but since there wasn't a single human left on the beach, there was no way to find out. After briefly scouting the area, Yul and Twania returned and reported to Nug. It seems humans went to that island. Their ship's wrecked, and traces of the survivors lead into the forest. A ship? Ah, that strange thing humans ride around in. There weren't any 20 years ago, but lately, I've been seeing more of them. Really? Yes. They say humans are intelligent creatures who live on land, but judging by their actions, they're unbelievably foolish. Why leave their homes just to come out to sea? Good question. Yul actually knew a bit about that. There were all sorts of political reasons involved. According to Ian, a powerful empire dominated the center of the Ronda continent, and once its expansion was blocked, the people turned to the sea as a second option. It does feel exactly like the age of exploration. When their power was blocked on the continent, adventurers were overflowing in search of new sea routes to find a way forward. It really felt like the age of exploration in this world. Among them, the Kingdom of Phrygia sent the most ships, and the same was true of the Kingdom of Britain, where Ian lives. Anyway, if humans are spotted near the Great Eastern Continent, we usually save them, but those who come this far out must have a death wish. Either way, it seems too dangerous to use this island as a hiding place for the penguins. You're right. Even if the island was said to be uninhabited, it was clearly not a good idea to keep humans and refugee penguins in the same place. There's no helping it, then. There's another small island to the west. Let's take them there. Orcus couldn't intervene deep inside the islands. Nug understood that and chose to drop the penguins off on a different one. Fortunately, that place was truly deserted. Thank you, Lord Nug. Stay here for now, and when the Arctic stabilizes, return home. If you meet any other Orcus, just tell them my name. We will never forget this kindness. Since this area was within Orca territory, Nug's concern was understandable. After settling the refugee penguins on the island, Nug's orca pod decided to return to their village. Yul, of course, went with them. As they swam together, Twania spoke up beside him. When we get back to the village, it'll be time for my coming-of-age ceremony. Coming-of-age ceremony? Yeah. Orcas each choose a profession when they reach adulthood. Huh? There's something like that? You'll probably be about the size of an adult by then, but who knows what the elders will decide. Yul will be joining the ceremony too, Twania. Nug approached them. Yul immediately sensed his presence as always. Only Twania could move without a sound. Eh? Really? Yes. At this rate, Yul will likely have his ceremony around the same time as you. Ugh. Twania glared at Yul, then whipped his side with her tail. Ow! Why'd you hit me? Annoying. As Twania swam off somewhere, Nug laughed. Twania probably thought you were still younger than her. She did get irritated easily, but she still looked after Yul in her own way, even teaching him stealth techniques. ******. Ian was adjusting the massive astronomical telescope he had recently installed. The island where he lived, the westernmost of Britain, was officially called Skilgbrigg Island, known locally as the Lighthouse Keeper's Isle. It used to be important, but due to various political and social issues, it drifted far from the main sea routes where ships came and went. In the end, it was practically abandoned. No one visited anymore. Even its lighthouse had lost its purpose. At Ian's request, the Beltane family had completely dismantled the lighthouse's magic beacon and installed a research telescope in its place. The giant celestial telescope was named Padashile, meaning the eye of the giant in the old tongue. The reason such a massive instrument was needed was because of Ian's magic. To restore his magic, he had to properly understand and reconstruct the underlying mysteries, the formulas that formed its foundation. And inspiration for those formulas could only be drawn from observing the heavens. Until now, Ian had relied on a small telescope meant for use on sailing ships, but this was his first time using a large, family-funded celestial one. Good. It's night. As darkness fell, Ian turned his gaze toward the vast sky. A huge, blue-tinged moon hung above, surrounded by countless stars too numerous to count. The moon has gotten bigger. The blue moon in the sky waxed and waned every 15 days. On the 15th day, the full moon, it grew slightly larger. Ian pressed his eye to the telescope and began his observation. With his right hand, he set a paper beneath his palm and began to write down what he saw. The moon in the sky is clearly visible. To the left of the moon, there appears to be a massive formation resembling a dragon's head, clearly, the Dragon Head volcano. And as expected, it seems certain that there is water on the lunar surface. There was indeed liquid water on the moon. Though the composition of the liquid is unknown, it is likely that sunlight reflected off this water is what creates such an intensely blue hue. A moment ago, I observed foam forming on the moon's surface, perhaps the result of an enormous tidal wave. Scratch. Scratch. The quill pen danced across the paper as Ian wrote. After a pause, he added his own commentary beneath the formal notes. But strangely, I can't shake the feeling that the liquid on the moon's surface resembles the seas of our own world. Perhaps it is the same ocean that once split away long ago. There's no evidence for this theory, it's purely a hunch, a speculation born from intuition. Just as he was about to finish his celestial observations, Ian noticed something faint moving across the lunar surface. What's that? Something, a presence, seemed to shift. Startled, Ian grabbed his pen and began to record it. Scratch, 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 scratch. For a brief, entranced moment, Ian stared at that great something, and then, all of a sudden, he came to his senses. What was I trying to write? He couldn't remember. Even he had no idea what he had just been attempting to record. He set down his pen and looked at the page. It wasn't writing. It wasn't even a drawing. Just a chaotic mess of marks, something even a 6-year-old's scribble would put to shame. Had that immense inspiration that flashed through his mind been false? Was everything he saw merely a hallucination? No. He was certain he had seen something magnificent. While he pondered this, dawn began to break over the sea. The full moon was ending tonight. If he wanted to observe it again in detail, he would have to wait until next month. But still, I did gain something. Ian's fingers tingled with restless energy. Even catching a glimpse of that magnificent something had already sparked a new inspiration, an idea for a new formula. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Coming of Age. It's already been almost 3 years since the promise with Ian. Yul's body had grown rapidly, his days as a young orca were long gone, and in just 2 years, he had reached the size of a full-grown adult. Considering that an orca's juvenile stage usually lasts about 10 years, it was an incredibly fast rate of growth. With the coming-of-age ceremony approaching, Yul began wondering how long he was meant to live as an orca. If I keep evolving, I'll eventually ascend into another species. But if that's the case, should I continue living as an orca? Traveling alongside Nuga's family was fun, but Yul knew deep down that one day he would ascend into another form of life. Then, was it really fine to keep living like this? Just as he was lost in thought, he sensed a tail strike coming for his head. "Twania, you tried to hit me again, didn't you? You've gotten pretty strong." Yul had become accustomed to the stealth form and could now perceive Twania's presence. "But you can't beat me." Thwack. Yul noticed that Twania's tail suddenly appeared not from the left but from the right. He could have sworn it came from the left side. "How are you doing that? Figure it out yourself." "But really, what were you daydreaming about this time? You didn't even notice me coming." "Just thinking about stuff. I always tell you, your head's too full of thoughts. If you want to get stronger, you need to clear your mind." Yul didn't particularly care about becoming stronger, but Twania seemed obsessed with the idea. "Were you maybe thinking about what job you'll take, Yul?" "Something like that. When Orcus came of age, they each received a job." Following Nugga's suggestion, Yul was to undergo his own ceremony this time mainly because he had grown to be nearly the same size as Twania. In the Orca tribe, there was the scholarly class known as the Recorders. The warriors, who protected the tribe from dangerous species. The practitioners, who trained before the stone tablet, in hopes of ascending into a new species. The merchants, few in number, who made trade their livelihood within the village. There were even some rather odd jobs, such as the breeders, who focused solely on reproduction to increase their offspring. What Yul was trying to choose belonged to the miscellaneous category as well. "So, what do you plan to become?" "A patroller." It was similar to a warrior's role, but instead of moving in groups, a patroller worked alone. They patrolled their assigned regions and kept watch for external threats, roaming along the borders between the Orca tribe's territory and the outer ocean. It was a solitary life, but one with immense freedom. Unless a formal summons was issued, even a patroller could do whatever they wished, no one interfered. "What about you, Twania?" "I'm going to follow my grandfather and join the warrior corps. I'll take on the missions bestowed by the great beings." Within the village, warriors held the highest honor. They lived communally and carried out tasks entrusted to the Orca tribe. Many lost their lives in the process, and that was why being a warrior was regarded as one of the most honorable jobs of all. A mission, huh? Yul knew that they were receiving orders from the Deep King tribe, the beings they communicated with. For instance, the recent sealing of the Sirandran had all been carried out under the commands issued by the Deep King tribe. It was said that the Deep Kings had ordered the Orcus to maintain the Sirandran's seal, and they had been carrying out that duty for hundreds of years. "It's a busy job. We have to make sure the Sirandran seal hasn't been broken, check whether the dark bubble scallop near the underwater volcano is rampaging, repel any invaders that rise from the deep sea through the Starlight Gem Cavern, and if a monster shows up in the outer ocean, we've got to drive it back. Sometimes the Turtle Kingdom stirs up trouble, too, so we've got to deal with that as well." The warrior corps functioned much like an army. Because they lived collectively, there were many restrictions, making it far from appealing in Yul's eyes. "Sounds exhausting. You'll have it harder, won't you? You'll be all alone out there." Yul's chosen role as a patroller was the opposite. He was to monitor things coming from other seas rather than from the deep sea. For example, he would patrol places like the outer ocean, where it bordered the Great Azure Ocean, or around the Archipelago Ocean. "Still, I prefer that. Better than being tied down somewhere." Yul found solitude comforting. Traveling around with this nomadic family felt inconvenient, even stifling at times. "Because of that, I haven't even evolved yet." He had already gathered enough experience to trigger his second evolution, but he hadn't dared attempt it, afraid someone might witness it. "There are already Orcas who worship me like some divine creature. If they saw me evolve right here, it'd be chaos. Especially the faction known as the Practitioners, who spent their days meditating before the sacred stone tablets. They were the most fanatical of all." The number of incidents that had happened since Yul returned to the village was beyond counting. Those orcas who lingered before the stone tablets behaved like crazed fans at an idol concert, leaving Yul utterly bewildered more than once. Sometimes, you look like you're always ready to leave for somewhere, at any moment. That hit home. He flinched. Twania had struck a nerve, though she didn't press any further. Anyway, it's tomorrow. Think carefully about it. I'm heading home first, okay? Yeah. I'll just grab something to eat. Don't get caught by those Ascension fanatics. Got it? In the Orca village, they still traded with a form of currency. Fish sealed within giant clams or gem-like minerals were commonly exchanged. Trading fish for gems, what an inefficient system. If he compared it to the human world's exchange rate between fish and gems, it was absurdly overpriced. But still, that was the standard here. On his way back from shopping, Yul spotted an orca blocking his path. Again. There were two factions in the village: the traditionalists and the ascensionists. The traditionalists treated Yul like a sworn enemy, while the ascensionists idolized him. Either way, both sides were equally troublesome to deal with. Thankfully, Nugga's faction belonged to neither. Still, even within the ascensionists, there were the kinds of orcas Nug and Twania had repeatedly warned him, and Yul recognized this type all too well. Greetings. You must be Yul, right? This orca gave off an eerie presence. His jet-black body was covered in white tattoos, and his eyes glowed with an unsettling orange hue. Who are you? I'm a practitioner who wishes to become one of the Deep King tribe. You may call me Oak of the Rising Tide. A practitioner? Yul remembered that Nug had repeatedly warned him not to get involved with such people. Ah, hello. I have some things to do, so. I heard you're coming of age soon. Do you know about mantra? Hearing such an interesting topic, Yul glanced back at him. Mantra? It's magic that grants power transcending the flesh. Don't you want to obtain it? As Oak said, Yul did have a longing for mantra. However, Nug once told him that he would naturally gain mantra upon becoming an adult anyway. Look at my body. Everything engraved here is a mantra. Oka's whole body was covered in tattoos. Originally, orcas had white bellies and black backs, but Oka's entire body was black, inscribed with white markings. Yul knew that mantra was a kind of magical engraving etched onto the flesh. Ian said that mantra was a higher form of human magic, but I'm not sure. Isn't it more like a side grade? Mantra was a magical engraving technique that could manifest instantly with thought, but whether it truly surpassed magic was hard to say. If you declare during your coming-of-age ceremony that you'll walk the path of a practitioner, I shall pass on to you my mantra and all the visions I've accumulated. But I'm going to be a patroller. The mantra acquired by a practitioner and the one bestowed by the matriarch to a patroller are of completely different dimensions. It seems you've learned a physical technique called stealth form, but such petty skills are nothing compared to mantra. Oak spoke with confidence. Perhaps he was right. But surely, it couldn't be without cost. So what do I have to do in return? Nothing much. You just need to read the stone tablet. The one in the center of our village. I told you, I can't read it. Every time Yul visited the village, there were always requests for him to read that tablet, but he had consistently maintained that he couldn't. This was understandable because none of the orcas could understand the writing on it in the first place. Even the oldest and wisest among them had no idea, so it was an undecipherable monument. Read it for them. With the kind of fanatics around these days, who knows what kind of trouble that'd stir up. And even if I read it, I wouldn't understand a single word. It wasn't even some kind of prophecy, it just rambled about light, the heavens, and other cryptic nonsense. If it hadn't been written by one of the Deep King tribe, he wouldn't have bothered looking at it at all. I see. Oak didn't speak again, like other practitioners would. Instead, he only stared at Yul with strange and profound eyes. Yul felt as if those orange eyes were piercing right through his soul. I understand. Ugh, that gave me chills. This practitioner was creepier than any he'd met before. There was something grim about him. He looked like the kind of guy who'd stab you in the back in some dark alley. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later, the village held the coming-of-age ceremony together with the appointment ceremony. Countless orcas that were reaching adulthood that year had gathered here. Didn't know there were this many orcas in the tribe. Once they came of age, each orca would state the job they desired and receive the blessing of the matriarch, Lancha. To Lancha's right floated a massive crystal orb. So that's the one. Yul recalled what Twania had told him. That artifact was said to be crafted by the Deep King tribe. It was within that crystal orb that a fitting mantra would be bestowed upon each orca according to their role. Dookie, come forward. Yes. What job do you wish for? I wish to join the warrior corps. It seems that won't do. The orb rejects you. When Lancha placed the crystal orb upon Dookie's forehead, the light began to glow but then quickly faded. A failure. It can't be helped. Then, make me a recorder. Here is the mantra of memory, suitable for a recorder. And in this manner, each orca received one mantra suited to them. Twania, come forward. I'll join the warrior corps. All right. You are now a warrior of our orca tribe. Here, take the mantra of resolve. Each mantra was said to hold a special power, though Yul still didn't quite understand how. Yul, come forward. I wish to become a patroller. Yul was granted the job of patroller. You are now a patroller of our orca tribe. I bestow upon you the mantra of communication. For Yul, who preferred a looser connection to the orca village, it was the perfect fit. He had worried it might not work out, but it fit just right. He had no idea what the criteria were, though. Light burst from the crystal orb, and a strange white marking appeared on part of Yul's broad forehead. Then, a status window appeared. Awakening. Mantra of communication, allows communication even across great distances. You may specify a target and convey your thoughts directly. This ability is not restricted by spatial limitations. Not bad. If transmission of thoughts was a short-range ability, then the mantra of communication seemed to work over long distances. Yul thought he might even be able to contact Ian later on. Since the ceremony wasn't over yet, Yul waited a while longer. A few female orcas who had received the breeder job were wagging their tails at him flirtatiously, but Yul shuddered and desperately averted his gaze. No, I'm not an orca. I'm not an orca. When the ceremony ended, the matriarch called Yul separately. There was another patroller orca present when he arrived. This is Borjan, a former patroller. He will tell you what your duties are. At the matriarch's words, Yul looked toward Borjan, a scarred warrior whose entire body was marked with old wounds. He had a couple of tattoos across his body, and his left tail fin was completely severed. Greetings. I'm the patroller of the Western Waters. I'll teach you the duties you'll be responsible for. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The patroller. Borjan didn't have as much to hand over to Yul as expected. Since the job itself was rather free, as long as he maintained the general framework, the rest was up to him. Your job is to patrol the borders between the western and northern seas, and the boundary lines between the territories. If I hadn't been injured, I would have still been there myself. Because Borjan's tail fin had been severed, it seemed he had retired from his duties as a patroller. Even the western area alone is quite vast, isn't it? What you'll do is patrol around the boundary between the Turtle Kingdom's waters and the Orca clan's waters. Aha! Understood. Yul thought of that fellow called the Turtle Knight. That's where he said he had come from. You won't be the only patroller patrolling that area. Each patroller has their own mantra of communication, so recognizing one another shouldn't be difficult. When something dangerous happens during patrols, we usually take care of it ourselves, but sometimes patrollers call for reinforcements from one another. When that happens, make sure you go. Understood. But right now, there's some trouble up north, in the Arctic. The Arctic? Where the penguins live? That's right. It's a bit of a headache. I heard there's a penguin who calls himself the Sorcerer King and is waging war. Y'all remembered that time when he and Nug had helped evacuate the penguin refugees to an island. I heard that they had built a gigantic smelting furnace. And that a hero of the penguin tribe had risen to fight the Sorcerer King. I also heard they even established a nation. A lot must have happened while he wasn't paying attention. Penguins forming a nation, who would have thought? Would that affect the orcas in any way? No one knows. But you should be aware of it. Every sea creature living in the Sea of Fantaratsa tends to keep each other in check, fearing that the others might grow stronger. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. Aside from the penguins, there's one more thing to be cautious about. To the northwest lies the path to the outer ocean. There, unless under special orders, you'll find a patroller said to be the strongest among the Orca clan. He's one of the great powers. The strongest? The great powers? You don't know about the strong ones of the great Azure Ocean? No. I can't believe this. Borgin scratched his head roughly against the wall, as if it itched, then said. You mean you don't know about the 5 great powers, the 3 grandmasters, and the 4 dragon lords? No. Humph. The matriarch told me a bit about your origins, but you really lack common sense, don't you? Fine. I'll explain. These are the most dangerous beings that dwell in the sea. It seemed that each title represented a kind of top-tier powerhouse, like something straight out of a martial arts novel. The great powers refer to sea creatures with the greatest combat ability. 2 orcas, 1 turtle, 1 mackerel, and 1 black conger eel. Huh, a mackerel? Isn't that, pray? Something seemed oddly out of place. The Grandmasters are masters of marine martial arts who've achieved incredible skill. Each of them was strong enough to found their own school. 1 turtle, 1 spear squid, and 1 solar flying fish. Now those are names I know. Among the creatures y'all had once considered evolving into, some had reached the level of masters. That meant those species had enormous potential. The 4 dragon lords refer to the sea dragon tribe of the southeast. They're said to be as powerful as the great powers. Oh ho! These strong ones usually belong to the surface layer, epipelagic zone. From what I've heard, once you descend into the deep sea, bathypelagic zone, there are beings with power rivaling the great powers scattered like plankton. I see. But is there no Deep King tribe? They're considered a tribe of the deep sea. The Deep King tribe rarely involves themselves with the surface layer dwellers. Feels like a heavenly realm kind of hierarchy. Living among the Orca clan, y'all had learned that the deep sea was considered something extraordinary. Beings who lived in a completely different world from the sea creatures of the surface layer and ones they deeply feared. So that's how it is. Y'all had been living a fairly ordinary life as a jelly octopus, but thinking back, he recalled the sea god and the lord of the abyss who had once waged a monstrous war in the deep sea. Yeah, I can see why they'd think it's dangerous. In their worldview, all beings of the deep sea were said to be comparable to the strongest in existence, and they feared them greatly. In any case, y'all was able to learn from Borgin which parts of the Turtle Kingdom's waters he was to patrol, what markers to use as references, and various tips and know-hows. If I weren't injured, I'd have escorted you directly to your post, but it can't be helped. Despite his boastful attitude, Borgin was actually rather kind. Though it probably helped that y'all had been good at keeping on his good side. Borgin, may I ask you things again next time? Are you going to use the karma of communication? Sorry, but I'm heading into a dark cave for physical regeneration. Even if you try to contact me, I won't be able to respond. He had heard that entering the dark cave meant being in stasis for quite a long time to regenerate the body. Yul had also heard that there were Orca healers who oversaw that kind of recovery. After completing the final handover, Yul said goodbye to Borjin and decided to leave the village. He also parted ways with Nuga's family. They each had their own work to do, after all. 3 months, huh? The place he was assigned to was fairly distant, but 3 months should be enough time. Before leaving, he met Nug to say goodbye. Nug, thank you for teaching me so much. Take care of yourself, Yul. Yes, I will. Nug had looked after him like a grandfather. Because of that, Yul felt a special bond with him, something he didn't feel with any other Orca. After that, Nug returned to the warrior corps and resumed his usual duties. I've decided to join the warrior corps, too. If I go now, I'll be the youngest. Take care, Twania. You too. Don't forget to visit when you come by the village sometimes. After saying goodbye to Twania as well, Yul soon set off for the southwestern sea. Yul rose to the surface and looked up. Several stars hung in the sky. The enormous blue moon stood out the most, and among the constellations, faint stars glittered. At last, I'm free. Yul felt a sense of relief as he left the village behind. He really wasn't the type to enjoy being tied down by others. A free profession like that of a patroller suited Yul perfectly. In truth, he could have ignored the Orcus work altogether and run away. The ocean was vast, and the Orca clan's territory was only a fraction of it. Eventually, as Yul continued to evolve, he would move beyond the Orcus anyway. But Yul had received much help from the Orca village. He'd learned about the surface layer, about marine knowledge that was considered common sense among sea creatures. Because of that, he intended to do his share. Once he felt he had worked enough to repay what he had received, he planned to stop. Anyway, maybe it's about time I evolved. 3,900/600. This was the experience he had gathered over the past 2 years of steady effort. In the beginning, he'd earned it by eating the food that Nuga's family brought him, basically being fed and doing nothing. But later, he started hunting on his own. After evolving into an Orca and losing his previous evolutions, Yul had been debating what to evolve into next, but the first choice came easily. The part he'd long felt was necessary: breathing. Ordinary Orcas could hold their breath for about 15 minutes. But those were the unintelligent, ordinary Orcas of the continental ocean. The Orcas of the Great Azure Ocean, on the other hand, possessed high intelligence and could stay underwater for up to an hour. But was an hour really enough? For Yul, who back when he lived as a jelly octopus never needed to breathe at all, that kind of time limit was irritating. I've gained strength and bulk, but also the limitation of needing to breathe. Evolution isn't all good after all. Let's make the first evolution about breathing. Rather than amplifying his strengths, Yul's approach to evolution was to patch up weaknesses and strive for perfection. The moment he made up his mind, a list of options appeared before him. Stage 1 Evolution. 1. Oxygen-storing pigment increases the level of myoglobin in the blood, allowing muscles to store large amounts of oxygen. Enables extremely long dives. Type: physical, internal transformation, fluid transformation, versatile. Oh, so additional tags appear like this, huh? 2. Heart enhancement, strengthens the heart, allowing it to deliver oxygen with lower energy consumption, reducing overall oxygen use. Type: physical, internal transformation, metabolic adaptation, versatile. 3. Skin oxygen absorption, alters the skin tissue to absorb trace amounts of dissolved oxygen through the surface. Not a perfect gill, but it supplements oxygen during prolonged underwater activity, extending breath-holding time. Type: internal transformation, biological adaptation, versatile. Even the status window itself seemed to be evolving. Each new evolution appeared to define what part of his body would change. So, in short, I can either alter my blood, strengthen my heart, or change my skin, one of the three. Exactly the kind of evolution Yul wanted appeared before him, something that wouldn't change his outward appearance much, but would still enhance him. They all serve the same purpose through different means. But if I strengthen my heart now for oxygen retention, I probably won't be able to enhance it again later. It felt like equipment slots in a game. Once one body part evolved, it couldn't evolve again. After a short moment of thought, Yul chose the first option. As long as it didn't create something bizarre like acidic blood, enhancing his breathing efficiency seemed like a good choice. Number 1 it is. Once the acquisition was complete, there was no visible change, but Yul realized he could now dive deeper and longer with less oxygen than before. He tested it out by diving deep and found that his diving time had increased by 30 minutes. He could now stay underwater for up to 3 hours. Amazing. And there's no drop in physical ability, either. Yul then began his second evolution. This time, he hadn't thought ahead about what to choose. Give me 3 random evolutions. Discovering 3 suitable future evolutions for the user. Stage 2 Evolution. 1. Horn of the Sea King. As an orca's massive body holds great magical power, the horn that grows from your forehead becomes an organ that can manipulate surrounding ocean currents using magic. Type: magical, control ability, speed enhancement, external transformation. 2. Blade tail, strengthens and hardens the tail fin, allowing powerful physical attacks. Type: physical, external transformation. 3. Metal consumption, enhances your feeding ability. Each time you consume metal from the seafloor, your jawbone and teeth gradually adapt and reshape themselves to match that metal. This process occurs slowly over time. Type: physical, internal transformation, versatile, continuous effect. Whoa, what's this? Yul was a little surprised. These evolutions were completely different from the ones before. This time, they were truly fascinating. 2 of them especially stood out. The Horn of the Sea King and metal consumption. I didn't know evolution could go in this direction. Until now, Yul had always thought of evolution as enhancing strengths or covering weaknesses. But these were entirely new abilities. Which one should I choose? Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Wrecked Ship. After much thought, Yul decided to choose the Horn of the Sea King. A magical evolution, as shown by the ultrasonic cannon he used back in his jelly octopus days, possessed tremendous power. He really wanted the metal consumption ability too, but Yul had never actually seen any metal around the nearby seafloor. There must be an undersea mine somewhere, but I've never really paid attention to it. Besides, since metal consumption was a continuous effect, it wouldn't show immediate results anyway. Pop! As soon as Yul selected the evolution, a tiny cone-shaped horn sprouted on his forehead like a small bump. The tip of the horn was blunt, looking rather like the horn of a baby goblin. If another orca asked why he had a horn, at this size, he could probably bluff it off as just a lump or swelling of some kind. Yul tried activating the Horn of the Sea King. As always, he instinctively knew how to use it the moment he obtained it. At first, it felt awkward, like suddenly gaining a third arm, but the more he used it, the smoother it became. Wow, was swimming always this easy? Moving the heavy body of an orca used to consume quite a lot of energy. But after activating the Horn of the Sea King, the energy expenditure was almost negligible, allowing Yul to swim at an incredible speed. As my proficiency increases, the magic consumption will probably decrease too. Manipulating distant or large-scale currents was still difficult, but even controlling the currents just around his body provided immense speed while drastically reducing stamina drain. Amazing. He thought that maybe he should ask his status window to give him random choices more often. While swimming, Yul suddenly realized he had gone too far. Did I get too carried away with the horn of the Sea King? I've come way too far. Even while using the horn of the Sea King, Yul barely felt any significant depletion of magic. After all, the magic core embedded in his soul produced terrifying levels of magical output, and this orca body seemed extremely specialized for handling magic. The magic circuits are spread all throughout my body, too. If humans used their hands to channel magic, orcas seem to have magic circuits woven through their entire nervous system. When it was about time to breathe, Yul surfaced and looked up at the sky. It's night. What's that? There's a light below too. In addition to the stars in the sky, he noticed a light near the surface and, curious, swam toward it. Ah, isn't this the island I came to last time? I've drifted all the way here. Yul had returned to the island where the shipwreck lay. It was the same island he had seen when helping the penguin migrants. There had been a wrecked ship stranded there. But now, 2 years later, there was an astonishing change. Huh? The ship's been restored. The completely shattered ship had once been tilted and stuck aground, but now it had been repaired and stood upright. No, wait, the shape's different. Looks like they scrapped the old one completely. They built a new ship altogether. It wasn't as large as the one before. Even if the island had trees, it didn't seem enough to fully reinforce it, so the new ship was slightly smaller. It looked as if they had dismantled the old vessel and reused the materials to construct a new one. Though it had become a much smaller carrack, it still looked incredibly heavy. All right, not much left now. A booming voice echoed. Yul poked his head up and scanned the sea's surface. There, he saw lights floating in the air, magical lights hovering above the deck. A common magic spell. So that's the light I saw earlier. The man who seemed to have conjured the lights, a mage and likely the ship's captain, was commanding his crew. The day we return to our homeland is near. The day we sail back to the kingdom of Phrygia. Ho! To think they had survived all this time and even rebuilt their ship here, it was impressive. Yul recalled one of his quests. Form a good relationship with one human being. Maybe he could clear it this time. Yul observed the captain closely. The man was large and broad-shouldered, with a goat-like beard. He was missing one leg and wore a wooden prosthetic in its place. He must be quite charismatic. Even injured, he's leading his men effectively. He looked like a pirate captain straight out of the Age of Exploration. Looking closely, the repairs on the ship seemed almost complete. Once the dawn shift is done, we set sail at first light. Yes, sir. Only about 20 crew members had survived. They must have suffered terribly over the 2 years spent on repairs, but finally, they were ready to depart. Curious, Yul cast connection. Who's there? The captain flinched in surprise, whipping his head around. In an instant, he drew a pistol from his coat. Show yourself. Mage. Startled by the captain's shout, the sailors stopped their work and stared in confusion. Yul, not wanting to alarm them, cast Formula 3. Transmission of thoughts. I'm not here to fight. I can't trust you unless you show yourself. At the captain's words, the sailors gripped their cutlasses and glanced around nervously. But judging by their expressions, none of them could locate Yul's position. If you're holding that gun, I can't show myself, can I? Fine. I'll put it down. The captain placed his gun on the ground and unbuckled his sword belt, letting it fall beside it. There. I'm unarmed. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. Yul drew in a deep breath of water, then exhaled. Fwoosh. At the sound of the great spray of water, the men turned toward the sea, alarmed. Yul noticed that the captain's magical orb illuminated him clearly. GG, good heavens. It's a sea monster. It's trying to stop us from leaving the island. You fools. That's an orca. The crew shouted in panic, but the captain, radiating strong charisma, calmed them down. "Are you the one who spoke to me?" "Yeah." Yul spouted water again in affirmation and continued. "Want me to help? I can send you back to your homeland." The captain's eyes flickered. So communication through connection works just fine. Humans can't comprehend the magical signals of marine life or the ultrasonic waves of Orcus, but when thoughts are transmitted through a connection spell like this, they can understand them. Am I practically the only sea creature who can communicate with humans? Yul wasn't offering goodwill purely out of kindness. He had several reasons for making the proposal to the captain. He couldn't deny that he personally felt some goodwill toward humans. He also had the freedom to decide how he spent the half-year before he had to report to his assigned patrol area. But beyond those secondary reasons, there was a direct motive. "I want to form a friendly relationship with you." "We be friendly with you?" "Yeah. You know, mutual help and trade." "Do you have any magic stones?" "If you do, I could help you." Magic stones were like a tonic to Yul, something that could extend his lifespan. He'd sampled one back in his jelly octopus days, but never as an orca. Even without testing, he was sure a magic stone would lengthen his life. "No, we don't have any." "No? Well, then I'll be on my way." As Yul eased himself beneath the surface, the captain suddenly sounded frantic, splashing from the shore toward the sea. "Wait. We don't have any right now? But if you help us, the kingdom of Phrygia will repay you." "With what? How? Explain specifically. Who are you, and why are you here?" He needed information from these humans first. "I'm Etienne Drake, privateer captain for the kingdom of Phrygia." "A pirate, then?" "I'm not a pirate. I'm a privateer captain." Yul knew the difference well enough and didn't press it. "We were charting a new route through the great Azure Ocean. Until we hit a massive storm and were set adrift. We drifted and were trapped on this uninhabited island, and we've spent 2 years repairing the ship." "You don't have to tell me everything. Want to come out in a boat and talk?" "Can't we talk from here?" "You scared?" "A man of the sea doesn't get scared." Etienne Drake ordered his men to bring a skiff and rowed alone toward where Yul bobbed. Seeing the several meter-long orca, Etienne swallowed hard but still rowed closer without showing fear. As he neared, a thrill ran down Etienne's spine. A talking sea creature. If I capture this creature alive and bring it to the Trombone royal family of Phrygia, how great a reward might they give me? It could be enormous, far beyond any ordinary prize. That thought flashed through his head. "Are you thinking I might be captured and sold somewhere if I show myself?" "Oh, of course not. Naturally not. It'd be reasonable to think so, right? If I were you, I might try to catch a sea creature like this and make a fortune." "Aren't you a sea creature yourself?" "I'm speaking from your perspective. If I were a privateer, I'd consider it. But judging by my power, you can see that's not possible." Yul dove beneath the surface and, a moment later, burst upward beside Etienne at tremendous speed. He leapt nearly 20 meters into the air. Etienne watched, awestruck. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere, splashing across Etienne's face and rocking his skiff. "Imagine if I directed a strike like that at your ship. We'd all be dead. Right? I might get hurt and need some healing, but you lot would become fish food." I suppose so. Also, I can use magic. So don't get any foolish ideas, okay?" Under Yul's threat, Etienne nodded up and down. "This creature is fundamentally different from the ordinary sea creatures we know. It's like a person who's become an orca. I must negotiate." In old-school seafaring life, merchants and privateers were two sides of a coin. If an opponent was strong, immediate negotiation was often their instinct. So Etienne, abandoning the idea of capturing Yul, considered persuasion instead. Do you want magic stones? How many would you need? Yes. About 1 ton of magic stones. That's far too much. It's roughly 300 ducats worth. Think of it as the price of your lives. That seems fair, doesn't it? How do you know the price of magic stones? My friend told me. When Etienne realized Yul even knew the market price for magic stones, he nearly lost his mind. Was this really an orca or a person? We're the first ship to chart the deepest reaches of the great Azure Ocean. Flying the Phrygian flag and coming this far is valuable in itself. Our charts, the logbooks I have, if we hand all of that to the Trombin royal family, it'll be worth a lot. That valuable, huh? The Trombin royal family proclaimed to the Phrygian privateers that anyone who brought back a chart of the unknown sea, the great Azure Ocean, would be rewarded with 1,000 ducats. Oh, I see. So that's why the ship came all the way from Ronda to this far and dangerous place. It answered questions Yul had had since his jelly octopus days. Also, you can speak and you use magic, right? So how about this, form ties with the Trombin royal family and share your knowledge of the sea with us? You'll probably be rewarded with plenty of magic stones. An intriguing offer. Yul needed to think it over. Underscore 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 T/N privateer, a legal pirate hired by a government to attack enemy ships during wartime. They're not criminals like regular pirates. They have official permission to raid and steal from enemy vessels. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Return. Is that possible? If I help, of course it's possible. I'm a captain of the House of Drake. Yul dug through his memory and realized that the name Etienne Drake sounded oddly familiar. Do you know Celestia Drake? That's my niece's name. How do you know that? Celestia was the name of Ian's fiancée. By now, she was probably married and even had children. Etienne was visibly startled upon hearing the name. Though he was now a citizen of the Kingdom of Phrygia, his niece Celestia Drake's family originally hailed from the Kingdom of Britain. To hear a sea creature not only mention her name but identify her so precisely, he couldn't comprehend how such a thing was possible. Well, that's convenient. All right. I'll help you return to the Kingdom of Phrygia. As for forming ties with the royal family, I'll think about it. Yul found it oddly refreshing that Etienne was related to Celestia. The world really was small. Yul had only ever met 2 humans he knew personally, and now it turned out that one of them was related to the other. It was a strange coincidence indeed. In any case, Yul decided to help him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yul identified each sailor one by one through perception and linked them all with connection. The sailors who weren't mages didn't understand what kind of magic had been cast on them. Well, it's just a precaution. If any of them pulls a gun or tries to attack me, I'll sense it through perception. Still, Etienne was quite reasonable and kept his crew in line with strong charisma. To rebuild a ship after being wrecked and stranded for 2 years, all while keeping his men together. Etienne really is a remarkable captain. Normally, after being stranded that long, a crew would grow resentful and fall apart, but Etienne had earned their loyalty instead. It meant he wasn't just skilled, but a truly resilient leader. Even so, sailors were unpredictable beings. No one could tell when they might act out, so some safety measures were necessary. When dawn broke, Etienne and his crew boarded the ship. Yul? Are you there? I'm here. Yul poked his head out of the water and looked at Etienne. They had exchanged names the night before. Do you know the way back to Rhonda? Of course. Yul had never gotten lost since becoming a sea creature. His sense of direction was flawless, thanks to the map engraved in his mind. Back in his jelly octopus days, Actor had imprinted in him a map of Fantarazza, granting Yul the ability to perceive his position in 3 dimensions. I wonder if that alien ever made it back home safely. Anyway, since he could visualize not only the depths but also the areas near the surface, he knew exactly how far this place was from Rhonda. Roughly 6,000 kilometers away. That was about the same distance as Japan to Hawaii on Earth, an immense stretch of ocean. Now that I think about it, even at that distance, there's still quite a way to go before reaching the continent, isn't there? He wondered how much farther they'd have to travel before reaching the eastern shores of Rhonda. Or maybe, instead of Rhonda's eastern coast, we might end up discovering an entirely new continent. Yul still didn't fully grasp the geography of this world, and it seemed even the Orca clan didn't know either. It's quite far. Do you have enough to eat? We've got food, but how far exactly? About 6,000 kilometers. Even though Yul used the metric system, thanks to transmission of thoughts, the concept automatically translated into their familiar units of measure. That's quite a distance. So we've drifted that far west, huh? I can help with food, but the problem's going to be fresh water. Don't worry about that. We can collect rainwater or use magic if needed. Oh? A common spell? Yes. By using water condensation, we can gather plenty. Enough for all 20 men to drink. The real problem is the sails. He pointed to the ship's tattered sails. They were so torn they barely held shape anymore. There's no fixing that. We tried hunting beasts for hide, but there were no animals with strong enough skin on that island. I was thinking we might patch the sails with our clothes. There's a better way. Take those shredded sails and turn them into ropes. Once they agreed, Yul let them tie the ropes around his body. They didn't make them too tight, instead, they wrapped the ropes evenly to distribute the force across his frame. Man, this feels like wearing a dog harness or something. Still, Yul stuck with the method. It lessened the strain on his body since he could manipulate the surrounding currents. Oh. Oh. The ship's moving. Captain. The ship is moving. That orca's strength is incredible. Indeed it is. Etienne's eyes widened. Yul was pulling the ship at tremendous speed. Faster, even, than when their sails caught full wind. This isn't the strength of an ordinary orca. With his natural power combined with the current control ability of the Horn of the Sea King, Yul was able to tow the ship at incredible velocity. The fact that the vessel was smaller now, with only 20 crewmen aboard, also contributed to the speed. Either way, Yul towed the ship straight toward Rhonda. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 months had passed since they'd left that nameless island. Thanks to Yul's exceptional abilities, they were already nearing Rhonda. GG, good heavens. I can see land. Land ahoy. We're saved. But why? Why? The sailors were hugging one another, overcome with emotion. Quest complete. That was easy. Form a good relationship with one human being. Completed. He confirmed that one of his ascension conditions quests had been fulfilled. During that time, Yul had been observing things carefully. But, can I really trust Etienne? Over the past month, Yul had demonstrated a portion of his power. He hunted sea creatures at incredible speed and supplied food to the sailors, and he had the stamina to tow the ship both day and night. But once they reached land, the balance of power would reverse. Whether or not their magic stone trade would conclude peacefully depended entirely on Etienne's attitude. We're almost there now. Thank you. Thank you. Etienne's face shone with joy as he looked upon the continent of Rhonda. Though he didn't speak of it, he was filled with emotion. He had lost many of his men and even his leg during this voyage. He had been stranded on a deserted island with no way home. Yet now, he had finished repairing the ship, led his surviving crew, and returned to his homeland. I always keep my promises. I'll bring back the magic stones. Just wait a bit. Well, I'll wait then. Yul wasn't expecting much but decided to wait anyway. He also began making plans, just in case. I have a few scenarios in mind. 1. Etienne might faithfully keep his promise. 2. Etienne might betray him. 3. Etienne might not betray him, but news about Yul could leak, attracting humans who'd come hunting for him. Whichever it is, I can handle it. He planned to make Etienne bring the magic stones by ship. Through perception, Yul could distinguish every object aboard. If he spotted anything resembling a net, he could flee immediately. Even if a mage were hiding, he would sense their presence and escape. If Etienne didn't betray him, but pursuers appeared, Yul could simply drown them all. If Etienne performed his duties sincerely, Yul was willing to continue their trade. He seems like the type who keeps his word, though. During their 2 months at sea, Yul had come to know that Etienne was a true man of honor. Once he said something, he followed through no matter what, and he was fiercely loyal to his subordinates. If he had a flaw, it was greed. But then again, greed was a captain's virtue. When they parted ways, Yul promised various forms of cooperation. If Etienne brought the magic stones, Yul was willing to provide valuable information about the sea territories of the Great Azure Ocean, information Etienne desperately needed. He would understand that sustaining a long-term trade relationship was far better than killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. While waiting, Yul decided to circle around the waters of the continental ocean to gather more information. ******. A few days later, Etienne Drake was having his attire inspected before appearing before the king. He wore an elegant doublet beneath a jeweled coat. His wooden prosthetic leg had been replaced with a steel one engraved with intricate sigils. The chamberlain approached and spoke to him. "You've gained quite a few new scars, I see. And you've lost a leg as well." "I may have lost a leg, but I've gained the secrets of the Great Azure Ocean. Far more valuable than a mortal body." "Heh. Well then, please proceed forward." As he entered alone, the king of Phrygia awaited him. King Jean XIII of the Trombon dynasty, an absolute monarch known as the Sun King, was a ruler deeply fascinated by the sea. "Oh. You've returned, Captain Drake." "Your Majesty, I, Drake, have returned with the sea chart of the Great Azure Ocean." Etienne pulled a bundle of papers from his coat, the map he had drawn during his voyage, more precious to him than his own life. "Splendid. Excellent. So, how was it? Was there a continent beyond that horizon? Or did the Western Sea really end where the ocean falls off the edge of the world?" "We did not see either, Your Majesty. What we found were countless islands scattered across the vast waters." "Oh." The Sun King studied the chart. Seeing the expanse of the ocean almost as vast as the continent of Ronda sent chills down his spine. "To think there's a sea this wide. I wonder how many more islands lie hidden. What could be beyond those uncharted waters?" "Your Majesty, there is something of even greater value than that." "Oh? And what would that be?" "It is something that must not be known to anyone else." "Oh, Chamberlain, leave us. You two, guards, step outside." As soon as he requested a private audience, the Sun King dismissed his attendants. And what the Sun King heard from Etienne Drake was something grand and astonishing. "You're saying there's an intelligent creature in the sea?" "Yes. At least as far as I could tell, the Orcas possessed intelligence. The one who guided us back to the continent was that Orca itself." "Oh, what a marvelous tale." Etienne recounted everything from his shipwreck, the loss of his leg, and the desperate repairs, to the miraculous encounter with a mysterious Orca possessing magical power who had helped him return. It was an unbelievable story one most would dismiss as fantasy. But the Sun King understood magic, and knowing that mana existed in the world, he possessed the flexibility to accept that strange things could indeed occur. An intelligent creature, you say? Then, would it be possible to form an alliance with such a creature? He seemed to have experience cooperating with humans before. He knew the precise value of magic stones. And also, Etienne almost mentioned that the Orca had known his niece's name but decided to keep that to himself. He would speak to his niece about it privately. He requested magic stones. Magic stones? For what purpose? I don't know the exact reason. But I assume they're beneficial to him in some way. Ho! The Sun King could barely contain his excitement at this revelation. A new world. An intelligent creature beneath the waves. I shall meet this creature myself. That will be possible, yes. Yes, Your Majesty. But the creature is extremely cautious. If anyone approaches with weapons or if a mage appears, it will react immediately. Drake's warning was directed toward the royal mages who constantly guarded the king. Very well. I shall dismiss my guards. The Sun King readily accepted the suggestion and declared that he would make the journey personally. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The Sun King. For a short while Etienne was on land, Yul wandered near the continental ocean, observing various creatures. It was to confirm exactly what differences existed compared to those of the Great Azure Ocean. There are no creatures that use mana signals. Most of them could not use mana signals. If the sea creatures of the Great Azure Ocean saw them, they would surely think of them as prey. There were orcas here as well. However, unlike the orcas of the Great Azure Ocean, they were not very intelligent, and their scale was much smaller, traveling only in groups of 4 or 5, or at most 6 or 7. They could have small talk with Yul, but not higher-level conversations. You. Who? I am Yul of the Orca tribe from the Great Azure Ocean. I also serve as a patroller. Are you the tribe of the sea? What say? Don't know. It seemed their intelligence was rather low. A female orca swam up to Yul and said, Mate? You want? No. Yul flinched and swam away. Indeed, the orcas of the Great Azure Ocean were special. Yul reconfirmed that the intelligence of orcas who had not received the grace of the Deep King tribe was quite low. They were ordinary orcas who communicated with ultrasound waves, but had no idea how to send mana signals. While wandering around, Yul thought about visiting the Kingdom of Britain when he discovered a ship from the Kingdom of Phrygia carrying magic stones. Let's see what we have here. Yul approached cautiously. This was his first major contact with humans, and safety couldn't be checked enough times. To make sure there was no possible danger, he approached from below the ship and used perception to analyze information. It was an enormous carrack. A gigantic ship with a displacement exceeding 1,000 tons, and with a considerable crew. Phrygian sailor, sailor. Armed with flintlock muskets. At the bow, Etienne Drake. And beside Etienne, an unidentified man. Appears to be a very high-ranking individual, with clothing distinctly different from other sailors. Estimated to be a noble. Who is he? However, since there was no mana, he was not a mage. After confirming that there was no hostility, Yul surfaced and revealed himself. The man in splendid clothing shouted in surprise. A real orca has appeared. How magnificent! Yul spoke to Etienne. Hey, who's the man beside you? My apologies for not telling you beforehand. This is the Duke of Albardo, the Duke of Alcasho, the Count of Relim, and the Supreme Ruler and Absolute Monarch of the Kingdom of Phrygia, His Majesty Sun King Jean XIII. Quite the list of titles. The Sun King, dressed in garments adorned with dazzling jewels, stepped to the bow and puffed out his chest proudly. Then he made a ridiculous demand. You, orca. Become my pet. No. Then how about the guardian beast of the royal family? I don't like that either. The Sun King found this rather amusing. To think one would defy my command to my face, how rare this must be. Listen. Maybe on land you're a king or an emperor, but on the sea, you're just another mortal. Ha ha ha. That's true. I do not rule the sea, after all. Enough. Give me the magic stones. Although one might have taken offense at Yul's words, the Sun King seemed to think otherwise. He laughed boldly and gestured with his hand. Ha 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 ha. Forgive my rudeness. Bring the magic stones. Yul suddenly observed. When he used perception, there were no nets, and none of them held guns. This king seemed to have quite a bold nature. Put them in my mouth. Ah! A sailor holding a barrel of magic stones stood by the railing. Carefully, he tilted the barrel and poured them in. R. Because they were small, they poured into his mouth like a handful of ice. Chomp, chomp. All right. I forgive your rudeness, Sun King. Ha ha. Look at him eat. Prepare more for the fellow. That tone like saying, give that creature another treat. Even as Yul crunched on the magic stones, a small irritation rose within him, but it soon melted away under the allure of more stones. How adorable! Look at this orca eating magic stones. Your Majesty, please, it's too close. Even if it shows no hostility, this is far too dangerous. Excellent. I shall remember this meeting, and from this day on, the royal banner of the Tromban dynasty shall bear the orca. The Sun King declared this as he pleased, but Yul had no interest whatsoever. Whether they placed an orca or a lion on their banner, what did it matter? With an indifferent look, Yul continued to crunch on the magic stones, observing his lifespan. Your current lifespan. 120 years 30 days. As expected, it increased. Despite being less efficient than he was as a jelly octopus owing to his larger size, the sheer quantity made the lifespan enhancing effect remarkable. Even if madness activates, I should be able to endure it to some extent. Quite an encouraging result. Even in his jelly octopus state, when he used madness, he could tear through sharks and similar creatures. What would happen if he used it now, as an orca? Hey, Etienne. But why did you bring that king along? His Majesty is our ship's most fervent patron, so there was no choice. Besides, His Majesty also paid for the magic stones. His Majesty, huh? Yul's translation rendered it as His Majesty, not His Highness, which was indeed the appropriate title for a monarch of an absolute kingdom. Yul, who had grown accustomed to Eastern traditions, found addressing a king as His Majesty a bit awkward at first, but he adapted quickly. Paid for the magic stones, you say? In truth, Etienne hadn't intended to reveal that much, but between paying for the magic stones himself or receiving royal support, he leaned toward the latter. Who cared whose name the magic stones were bought under, as long as they were supplied? He figured it only made sense for a wealthy and curious king to foot the bill. Well, I don't really care either way. Hey, King, so is there anything else you wanted? Yes, I do. I want to form an alliance with you. What do you say? An alliance, huh? I seek to conquer the western seas. Are you not curious about what lies at the end of that vast western ocean? Behold that distant sea. From his story, it seemed the Sun King harbored a grand ambition to explore the western seas. If Yul were to help him, exploration would proceed faster and with far greater ease. There's nothing much out there, even far away. Have you heard nothing about it? Yul recalled the western seas. He had heard various stories from other orca tribes. I've heard that at the far western edge of the great Azure Ocean, there lies an enormous land mass. I don't know if it's an island or a continent, though. Then take me there. It's extremely far. I've never been there myself. But it wasn't wise to refuse outright, Opportunities to meet a king weren't common. Yul didn't plan to reveal information about the seas so easily. If you share your sea charts with me, I'll consider an alliance. And you'll also have to provide magic stones regularly. How about it? Oh. Would that be enough? For now, that'll do. Besides, it's not easy to trust you yet. We're meeting for the first time, after all. I am the king of Phrygia. There is not a shred of falsehood in my words. But you said it yourself, remember. On the sea. On the sea, I am but a mortal. Ha ha ha. True indeed. Then I shall swear it upon my name, before all these sailors as witnesses I will uphold my promise to you. Scribe, record this. From behind the Sun King, one of his attendants, who had been watching this unbelievable scene unfold, leapt forward and began frantically writing down everything happening before him. If he was going this far, surely the king had his pride. At least a shallow trust could be formed. I don't know how long this deal will last, but it's not bad to have another ally on land besides Ian. Yul fully intended to keep his end of the bargain, but as the saying goes, a king's word can twist with the wind. He could stop fulfilling the promise and strike from behind at any moment, so trusting him completely was difficult. Good. To work together properly, I'll need a representative. Do you have someone who can manage my assets? I do have a clever fellow. I'd like to entrust my assets to him. I plan to handle magic stone transactions through an agent as well. Excellent. The Sun King nodded. The more this Orca became entangled with human affairs, the longer he could see him, after all. It was also beneficial for Yul. Dealing with humans wasn't easy, but if such a channel were established, it would make things much simpler. From now on, Yul would periodically receive their exploration logs and check the progress of their expeditions. Even without exploring himself, he could learn about places he had never been through human records. He also agreed to trade undersea items regularly in exchange for magic stones. After that, he parted ways with the king of Phrygia. Though the king regretfully told him to visit the royal palace anytime, Yul declined. He had no desire to be kept in a tank as a spectacle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later. Hugh Retell, the third son of the house of Count Retell from the kingdom of Phrygia, stood by the shore. As the third son of a noble family who had started working as a merchant, Hugh had recently heard, through the Sun King's recommendation, that he was to serve as someone's representative. He had his own affairs to tend to, but he was a noble loyal to the king. He entrusted his current business to others and came here to fulfill this new duty. But the strange thing was, he wasn't being sent to manage some noble's estate. Swaya. With the sound of waves, the cold sea breeze blew in. To be told to wait here, at this dock, what does that even mean? Hugh, shivering in the chilly air, pulled his mink coat tighter around himself. If nothing appeared after a bit more time, he planned to leave. And then it happened, an enormous creature suddenly erupted from the surface of the sea. What is that? A whale. It's an orca, milord. Even the servants behind him were stunned, but what shocked them even more was that the orca spoke to them. Are you the representative the Sun King mentioned? Why yes. Yes, that's right. After stammering for quite some time, Hugh finally managed to form proper words. Good. What's your name? My name is Hugh. I'm Yul. Remember it well. And the magic stones. I brought them. Good. Wait a moment. Though there weren't many this time, Yul poured a few magic stones into his mouth and then dove back into the sea. When he resurfaced, he was holding a massive clam. How about this? Amazing. There are so many jewels inside. I brought it from the deep sea. It should be worth the magic stones, right? Hugh examined the clam Yul had handed over. Inside were numerous precious gems. He picked up one of the pearls and checked its quality. It was quite remarkable. Then, momentarily forgetting that his trade partner was an orca, Hugh's eyes brightened as he spoke. Oh, of course. In fact, this should be worth even more than the magic stones. For now, I'll trade magic stones for things like jewels. If you help with the Sun King's affairs, you'll also receive magic stones. And I'd like any remaining money to be deposited in the royal bank. Yes, that's possible. However, the bank requires a separate contractual procedure. Really? Then, for now, you hold on to it. Later, once the money accumulates, we'll deposit it in the bank and make some investments. Find something worth investing in. Understood. Apparently, the royal bank required a special contract process. Yul could have offered far greater treasures, but he decided to start with small trades first. He memorized Hugh's face and spirit. Later, by using the mantra of communication, he could contact Hugh even from afar and exchange goods as needed. This should work as a trading method. He was simply following the way the Nug family conducted business now. It was with humans. There might even be room to explore something like stock investments here. For now, getting accustomed to human society should come first. And, of course, making sure Hugh faithfully carried out his part of the agreement. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Lucian. After finishing discussions on several detailed trade arrangements such as assisting Kingdom of Phrygia ships in friendly ways beyond simple exchanges, Yul headed north. The next destination was the Kingdom of Britain. If one sailed quite a distance north from the Kingdom of Phrygia and then westward, there was an island with a lighthouse. That was where Ian lived. Now, Yul could finally meet Ian again. Excited at the thought of seeing his friend after so long, Yul's spirits lifted slightly. How had he been, he wondered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was something Yul had misunderstood about the mantra of communication. To use it properly, the other side also had to be using the mantra of communication. Otherwise, it would become one way only. He had used the mantra to send a message to Ian, but since there was no reply, he learned this later on. Anyway, about a month ago, when Yul was transferring ships under the Kingdom of Phrygia's flag, he had sent word to Ian that he would be heading to the lighthouse. If nothing had happened to Ian, he should have returned to the lighthouse as promised. Using the Horn of the Sea King, Yul faced less resistance underwater, allowing him to move at a steady speed comparable to that of a great fast sail ship from the Age of Discovery. So the trip didn't take long. Besides, the Kingdom of Phrygia and the Kingdom of Britain were separated only by a narrow strait. Crossing the strait, he arrived at the western edge of Britain. That lighthouse Ian had called it Skilgbrig Island. There's something I haven't seen before. The island had nothing but the lighthouse and what looked like a small dock. However, near the shore, several houses had been built. It seemed some people now lived there. Still, the bell that Ian had installed long ago was still there. Wow, I'm glad to see this again. It's been a while. Back in his jelly octopus days, Yul used to pull that rope to summon Ian. He went closer to try pulling the bell rope. Huh? The rope's too short. Back then, when he was a jelly octopus, the rope had been more than enough, but now it was too short. The rope hadn't shrunk, Yul's body had simply grown too large to reach it easily. If he got any closer, he would probably destroy the makeshift dock the bell was hanging from. Oh well. Just as he was about to swing his tail around and strike the bell to make it ring, Yul spotted Ian waving from afar. Excuse me, honored sea creature. Are you Yul? Oh, Ian. You're here. It's me, it's me. Yul. This is what I look like now. As the transmission of thoughts reached him, Yul shook his head joyfully. Yul? What in the world is that form? I've turned into an orca, somehow. Ian had known that Yul wasn't an ordinary creature, but to hear that he had changed directly from an octopus into a whale left him astonished. There's a lot to talk about, really. It's too cramped here to talk properly. Did you notice the sea cave on the eastern side of the island? I know it. Then how about meeting there instead? Sure. On the east side of the island, there was a hidden coastal cave. It went quite deep, large enough for Yul to enter comfortably. There, Yul met not only Ian but also two new people. One of them, he recognized Celestia Drake. Huh? Haha. Let me introduce you again. This is my wife, Celestia, and this here is my son, Lucian. There was also a small, chubby little creature toddling around. Blue eyes like his father's, and red hair like his mother's. Cradled in his mother's arms, Lucian stared at Yul with wide, astonished eyes. Could there be a creature so small and adorable? Your son? Yes. He's quite smart, must have taken after his mother. Probably after his father. Thinking back to the time Celestia had drawn her sword on him the moment they first met, Yul figured his guess was correct. Come to think of it, it had already been nearly 3 years since he'd left this place. Time really flew. Yubaba baba. Oh my. As the baby squirmed in her arms, Celestia set him down. Lucian toddled forward, heading straight for Yul. Baba. This one's name is Yul. Yul. It was adorable how he tried to mimic the sound. He placed his tiny hand on Yul's snout, which was sticking slightly above the water but the warmth could barely be felt. His palm was so small that there was hardly any sensation. Het. Looks like Lucian likes Yul. Celestia, watching her son cling to Yul, asked uneasily. But, is this orca really that same octopus we saw before? Yul replied to Celestia using transmission of thoughts. Of course. It's a long story, though. Are you sure you're up for it? Of course. We have plenty we'd like to share, too. Ian was the one Yul trusted most. So he could tell him everything that had happened so far. Still, he kept things related to his status window hidden. They wouldn't understand it anyway. I realized, at one point, that the time had come for me to change into a new creature. Starting from there, Yul told them about the time he had followed the song he'd heard in the southern sea, down to the strange sunken ruins where he discovered the Sirandran. Oh. So it was a living weapon left behind by an ancient civilization beneath the sea? Incredible. And to think an orca tribe protects it? It's like the tale of barbarian warriors guarding an ancient seal. There are records of such tribes in the northern parts of Britain. Somehow, Ian had fetched his writing tools and began jotting down notes. The orcas of the Great Azure Ocean are different from the ones here in the continental ocean. They're highly intelligent, able to speak and think like humans. Oh. You mean, an intelligent species living in the sea? But we still wouldn't be able to talk with most of them. Sea creatures communicate using mana signals. Orcas also use ultrasound waves when they speak. Then Yul told them about being invited to the orca village. And after witnessing the stone tablet, he was forced to do an ascension. Truth is, I'd already been thinking about staying in that village, so the tablet was just the trigger. He also mentioned that though the ascension could have caused danger, the effect of the Stone of Authority kept him safe in the end. He told them how, after becoming an orca, he traveled with the Nug family, training and learning hunting skills, as well as a physical technique called stealth form. He also learned about other oceanic powers of the Great Azure Ocean. He explained about the orca tribes of the Great Azure Ocean, the Turtle Kingdom, and other sea factions. My goodness! So beyond the world we know, such extraordinary things are happening. Wait, that all really happened? Ian and Celestia were both astonished. The world they knew wasn't all there was. There were countless seas and living beings across those waters. Dear, should we raise our son to be an adventurer? if he wishes so. Their gaze turned toward Lucian, who was still by Yul's chin, patting his smooth jaw and babbling, Yubaba. They were still bound to their own world, but perhaps their child might one day venture out to sea. Ian already knew that Yul's lifespan had increased by consuming magic stones. Yul will live longer than me, and maybe even longer than my children. As Ian briefly fell into thought, Yul asked, "What about you two? How did things turn out?" "Well, as I mentioned, we got married. It was originally an arranged match set by our families, but along the way I came to truly love Lady Celestia." Ian scratched his cheek and pulled Celestia into his arms. Celestia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she leaned into him naturally. Yul almost blurted out, "Well, aren't you two just disgustingly lovey-dovey? And we held the wedding at the main Beltane estate." "What's the main estate like?" "It's located along the western coast of Britain. If you walk a bit south from the castle, you'll find endless golden fields, rich and fertile lands. But it's countryside, so there isn't much to see." As Ian spoke about the house of Count Beltane, he added, "Despite the family's opposition, I returned to the lighthouse. Even after marrying and having Lucian, I couldn't give up on restoring the magic of Beltane. I set up the telescope, the Putashile, and began studying the heavens again." Fortunately, Celestia understood. "At first, I wasn't fond of living on an island, but being with Ian made anywhere fine. Didn't she once say she never wanted to live on an island?" Ever since having a child, Celestia's attitude had changed completely. "You two are disgustingly sweet." "Huh? Why am I getting irritated for no reason?" Still, Yul blessed their marriage. It was only natural for two people in love to meet and have a child. Yul, after his transformation, had strangely little interest in such things. After that, Ian said they had decided to settle permanently at the lighthouse. There were quite a few difficulties. "But since the island belongs to my family and we can get supplies from the mainland, it's been manageable. We even built a proper house." "Ah. I saw houses on the island, so those were yours?" "Yes. I could have lived in the lighthouse alone, but with a wife and child, we needed a real home. After that, a few servants came to live with us too." "Ah, I see. That's why there were several houses." It seemed Ian only went up the lighthouse for work. Naturally, magical artifacts or Arthur Beltane's records were things a child should never touch. While they were talking, Yul suddenly thought of Etienne. "Ah, there's something I've been meaning to say. Celestia, do you have an uncle?" "An uncle?" Celestia thought for a moment before answering. "When I was a child, I had an uncle who went to the kingdom of Phrygia. But we lost contact long ago, and my parents assumed he was dead. I found him. Rescued him, actually. He was on a shipwrecked vessel in the Great Azure Ocean." "What? A shipwreck?" Yul briefly explained about the wrecked Phrygian privateer ship, how Etienne Drake had been on a royal mission from the kingdom of Phrygia to chart the seas of the Great Azure Ocean, and how Yul had saved him. "My goodness. So my uncle's still alive and working as a captain in the kingdom of Phrygia. A royal privateer captain, no less. Etienne already knows about you. Since your family name matched, I asked him once. I'll look into it later. Still, I can't imagine how my parents will react when they learn my uncle's alive." Celestia would probably send a letter later to confirm the matter with Etienne. After that, Yul and Ian's family spent time catching up, sharing all the stories they hadn't been able to before. Then, Yul noticed Lucian slipping and instantly stretched out his body to catch the child. "Lucian! Yubaba. That was close." Yul caught him before he could fall. Celestia gasped and scooped Lucian up. Ian, with the look of someone who just lost 10 years off his life, said, "We'll have to renovate this cave. It's far too unsafe." "Right. That'd be best. It's not safe for a child, no guardrails, slippery floor, and those corners are all sharp and uneven. For a sea creature like Yul, staying still in such a rough, hard place was also uncomfortable. By the way, Yul, there's something important I want to talk to you about. What is it? It's about the moon. Just then, as Yul glanced toward Lucian, he said. What's wrong with his hand? Eh? What do you mean? Oh. Lucian. At the tips of Lucian's fingers, magic was rippling, flickering like lightning.